Hello, welcome y'all. Thank you for coming on through. Today I'm going to be working on my Game Like Jam game. Yes, my Game Like Jam game is about falling down a volcano. Not the inside of the volcano, that would be horrifying. The outside of the volcano, because that's also scary. Why am I making a game about falling down a volcano, you might ask? That is a fair question. I would not blame you for asking that question. It's because of the Game Like Jam, which inspired me to do this. It is a game jam where you can make a game like other games. Right now we're doing SkiFree likes. It's a month-long jam where you are tasked with not exactly copying the game, but making something similar enough that you might be like, oh yeah, that looks like it's a SkiFree like. We've done Puyo Puyo, Balloons Tower Defense, and Frogger, and this time we're doing SkiFree. So it's a game that is kind of old, 1991 from Windows, Entertainment Pack 3, and you ski down a mountain. Look at that. You're just moving your mouse or pressing the arrow keys, and there you go, skiing. It's kind of, you know, it's cool. It's simple, and that's what I love about it. So mine is about falling down a mountain. Thank you, Rostumvi. Oh, you're referring. Yes. Yes, so this is the falling character that I made. You love the blocky falling guy, Volky falling, Folly? Yes, its name could be Folly, that's perfect. So this is actually kind of hinting what I plan on working on. What's up, David? Welcome. Thanks for coming through. Frank, yes, we have a volcano. It is exploding. Welcome, Derek and Bart's. Hope all of your Game Like Jam games are going well. I want to hear about them. I would love to. We're going to be doing a showcase in just a couple weeks because the jam's ending in a couple weeks. Actually, in a few weeks. We give a week after the jam ends for voting time. So that's very important. All right, so as you can see, we are stumbling on down. What's up, Biscuits and Wine? And yeah, look at that lava getting you. So on Monday, thank you, Rorik. On Monday, during the member stream, I made the player character look good. Better, right? It was not just like a bunch of orbs, untextured. Now we do have some untextured columns. That's something I need to work on. But those are supposed to be something else. But it's a work in progress. I got 2 weeks left. I got plenty of time. So let me zoom in, see if the zoom's in a good place. It's a pretty good place. So as you can see, I've added some colors. We've got actually extra bones now, so the arms and the legs have an extra bone in each of them, so they're moving a lot more. We've just got like proper floppy ragdoll going down. We got a face on it, and okay, so guys, I know there's only 2 weeks left, all right, but I am just feeling like embracing overscopery. Does that make sense? I just have this desire to go all in because look, SkiFree is such a simple game. I've got the base game, right? I've got the base game is here. Now it's just extra. Now let's just add extra things because it's fun. I want to add a character creator. I know. It is the most classic the only more classic overscope thing we could try to add in is friggin' multiplayer. That's what I want to work on today. Today, I want to make a character creator. I'm sorry to myself. But it's what I want to do. So that's why, that's part of the, I know, that's part of the reason why, in the main menu, we've got the falling character, because, I want it to be a button. I want you to be able to push on it, and you get to change its colors. Now look, okay, it would be nice if you could pick different, like, hair types, different eye types, different top styles, but we ain't got time for that. Like, I'm putting some degree of scope on here. But it's modular enough that after the jam ends, I could expand on it and potentially give it, cosmetics, right? We're not doing cosmetics today. I'm simply doing color swaps. I think it's gonna be fun, and I wanna make the menu, so when you click on this, it's gonna actually open up a menu, and you can adjust sliders, and the eye color will change, and the skin tone will change, and the hair color will change. Maybe I'll make different hair types. That's as far as I go today, in terms of cosmetics. So yeah, I'm super excited to get into it. Thanks for coming through. Hey, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button if you're on YouTube versus Twitch. I appreciate you guys so much. Let's get into it. Again, let me know if you guys are working on stuff. I'd love to hear about it. I'm gonna be here for 12 friggin' hours. So buckle up. Let's do some game dev. Yes, Frank, a shopping cart. Yes, we want shopping of a such. We want to shop for a different kind of look for the character. Now, like I said, I know this is overscoping. I am so aware of the overscopery happening here. Derek says, I submitted my game and worked on some last night. Let's go! You submitted? That's awesome! Guys, pre-submit. If you guys are joining the jam, links are all over the place. On Twitch in the panels, YouTube in the description. I've pinned it up on the chat, at least on YouTube, so come on, join up the jam, see what's up. And look, if you are in the jam, dude, pre-submit. Just pre-submit, because you can test out what your game is gonna look like. You can see like the itch page, you can make sure everything's working right, and if you miss the deadline, God's forbid, if you miss the deadline, you will at least have something in there, right? Like obviously, let's not miss the deadline, but if you do, it's better than nothing. So yeah, glad that you pre-submitted. That's awesome. It will feature a oh, that's what Frank meant with a shopping cart. It'll feature a shopping cart and hitting your daily afford. Whoa, we got money management in your SkiFree like? Right, because you're gonna be going through like a grocery store, a department store. I love that. Nice, because that makes sense, right? Why are you moving quickly? Because you're in a shopping cart? I love that. Today is gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I know. I'm super excited. That's right, David. Overscope for the win. Exactly. I'm very, very pumped. By the way, okay, quick announcement for my Twitch peoples. There is now a member stream for Twitch. It exists, even though Twitch won't let me have subscriber-only streams until I stream like 80 more times. However, we found a workaround. There's a description about how to do that in the panels. Basically, on Monday, we tried it out. I streamed on Discord, and if you have your Twitch account and your Discord account linked, you will be able to get access to the secret Discord stream on Discord. So then and that's only if you're a Twitch sub, but you have to be a Twitch sub. You have to have a sub on Twitch. Then you'll get access to it. Because we've been a YouTube only live stream for a while, but I want to make sure that we give Twitch folks all the perks as well. So yeah, if you have a sub on Twitch, you're going to get some perks. There will be priced items. You have to hit the exact allowance you brought in the store. Wow, so you're actually intending to bump into things. Thank you for the hydrate, Frank. That's really cool. Nice, because it's like pickups. And then like, but the pickups can be obstacles too, because if you hit something you can't afford, that's a really interesting mechanic. I like that a lot. And you know what, David, I never intend to make myself, but I think I do inadvertently, and I'm like imitating some of my own features. But the intention was not to make it like myself. And that's also part of it. I think it'd be fun to be able to create your own character, because like what if, okay, like it'd be funny to see like, I don't know, friggin' Sonic or Mario or I don't know, whatever, yourself tumbling down a volcano. Because to me, look, for me, like this game is like an artistic expression. Okay, dude, dude, come on, life be like this sometimes. Sometimes you are stumbling down a volcano, lava is chasing you, and the only hope you have is just like nudging a little to the left and the right. And trying to pick up a few gems along the way. Like I'm just saying. So yeah, I think that's why it's important to me to have character customization in there, for the possibility that the player can like identify with themselves. Like, yes, I feel like I'm stumbling down a volcano. Yeah, all right, cool, nice. I'm actually glad that you guys think it kind of I didn't mean for it to look like me. I meant it to look kind of generic, but, you know, here we are. All right, so how am I going to actually get started with implementing this? Buckle up, guys. It's going to be a day. Obviously, I need to be able to click on that menu item. So the way that this currently works, it's not actually, so it is, okay, let me explain this. The player model that you see in the main menu is not actually the player model in a way, okay? It's kind of not. So let me go to the 2D view so you can see. So look at that. So there's basically now you kind of see like what the components that we're gonna be able to customize are. Now I do want to consider trying to switch out hairs, but that is not guaranteed. That is stretch goal for the day. Today what I'd like to have done is you can click on the character and adjust all of the colors for everything. The fallen guy doesn't have metallic. That's right. That's true. That's how you know that it's me. I think I have to go to the other side to get it to work because I still haven't set it up proper. If you remind me during a member stream, I will try to distract myself and set up the metallic arms proper. Okay, here we go. Bam! They call me Lees, Dr. Lees. That would be, I mean, that's like, there's fun cosmetic ideas, right? You know what other cosmetic idea I had? Like pets. What if you get like a pet rock, right? Like what else could survive the lava and tail along behind you if the lava is coming up? Maybe you could have like a pet rock and it's like bouncing behind you. It's cool. I mean, there's a lot of ideas, right? I got ideas and it's fun to think about. So you never know. Maybe we have some metallic arms. It's possible. It's possible. So the character actually, they're getting cut off on the edge. I didn't even realize that, so I gotta adjust that a little bit. So this is a viewport, is what this is. You might have already guessed if you're Discord, Godot familiar. I don't know, my brain just saw like the Godot color and then the Discord logo color, and they both have like a face, and I was like, they're the same. They're not, but they kind of are. Okay, let me find here. Okay, so here it is. On the left, let me zoom in a little bit here. Bam, bam, bam. As you see, it's a texture rect because I'm sending the sub viewport to the texture rect. And it's an instantiated scene, so let's go check it out. All right, there we are. We are floating in Le Space, and it's actually a 3D scene that is being rendered through a sub viewport, and then that sub viewport is the texture of the texture rect. And then what's nice about using a texture rect is it means that it will fit in UI stuff. So that way it is actually, dynamic. So that is to say, I can adjust it and cool things like that. What's up, Leader Jord? Now with this in mind, I would love to have because it doesn't look like a button. I'd love there maybe to be like a little arrow even, like if you haven't clicked it before, that just says like customize or something, and then you can like click on it. It'll be like in like a handwritten font maybe. We'll see. How you doing, Leader? Welcome. Now I want to show you, just to prove the point that this is all built in. Look at that. It just adjusts right with the menu, which is awesome. So I'm gonna need to figure out, I guess I want to change the pose once you go into it. I don't know. I want to rearrange things, like maybe on the side a bunch of sliders pop up or something. Yeah, and this isn't a button yet, but since it is like a UI control of a such, or I guess it's not a control, but it's a UI. It should have, let's see what signals it has. Nice, mouse entered, focus entered, excellent. I think we could probably use the focus entered to detect if we're tapping on it or clicking on it. That's a possibility. Let me see if I can fix the alignment. So that will come down to adjusting the camera. Although then the character won't be as centered. In the, I mean, that's okay. Maybe the character's body shouldn't be centered. Maybe it makes more sense the other way. Okay, let's try it. Okay, let me close some of these tabs. ADHD in the tabs, man. They come and they don't go until we click them. Okay. So what I'll do is just shift this camera over a little bit so that way the head isn't being cut off, because that's bothering me. Just enough so it's all captured in there. Okay, now I have actually written this code in a way that should make it pretty easy and doable to change the colors. Oh, my metallic arms. You see, they don't move. They don't move with it. Hey, Zora, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for helping me test the Twitch sub stream on Monday. I'm really, really glad we got that set up. We're doing camera, exactly. I like the guy falling while the customization, right? I mean, like, originally I was imagining they would be in like an idle pose or something, like standing, you know, or whatever. But I do actually think it's nice. It just ties the theme together. Like, you are falling. Yeah, and then I also tried to make sure I set it up now finally so that I still left the alarms up there. I thought I could just got rid of them. So if you start the game, you'll notice now the player actually falls from the sky. So it's like boop and then wee boom. So it's not the most fluid transition. Again, game jam game. Just gonna like not worry too much about it being perfect. But what I'd love is that this character actually like goes like boom and like falls down or something. You know what I want too? I want the character to be like kind of bobbing up and down, like an animation like that. Maybe some like speed streaks coming off of it, and then I don't know, maybe it makes sense. What if, oh, you know what makes more sense instead of the player falling down? What if the camera goes down? Okay, this is gonna be really hard. This will be hard. I don't even know if I'll be able to do that. But it'd be cool if like the UI stayed in place and then the camera moves down and then so the UI would be like here, right? And the camera would be here. And the camera would go down and then all the UI would stay there, and then we see the player drop. That would be dope. But probably what's gonna be easier is if I fade out the UI elements besides the viewport. I was gonna say, and then have the viewport camera move up, but the problem with that is it's actually just a square, so it would get cut off. I was gonna say then in the camera, the player could move up, and then the camera go down. I don't know, I just kind of want it to look like it like makes sense. That where you go when you start the game, it doesn't just pop away. It makes sense that now the character is falling. It's a subtle like visual thing. And I'm not gonna stress about it too much, but it's fun to like think about. It might not be, actually, you know, it might not be that bad to move the whole menu, right? Like, sure, it's just a canvas layer, but at the top, it's a margin container. So, and I think that margin container, we're free to move it however we want. So I could just, I mean, I think it is gonna be kind of tricky to get it to like look correct. Oh, I can't just, okay. There we go. I think it might be a little tricky to get it to look like super right, because I'd want it to happen at the same time that the camera goes down. So as the camera goes down, I'd want the UI to go up simultaneously. And they would need to not look like separate, which would be kind of weird and hard. So, I don't know. That doesn't sound that bad. I'm gonna do that first. I want to. I've been talking about it. I want to do it. I want to do what I want to do. Yeah, thank you for helping. I appreciate it, Zora. It was so fun to have you there. You never see it standing anyway. That's true, right? It kind of wouldn't make sense. Like, now it's standing. Yeah. You know, I did have this imagination idea that there would be an opening cutscene where they're climbing the volcano and then the volcano rumbles, and that's why they started falling. But you're right, they're still not standing at that point. How is everything? I see the game is coming along. Yeah, it's coming along because I've been working. Guys, I keep saying I've been working on it off stream. Oh, there's cats. Did I mention there's cats? This is the first time I've had like a game that I've been working on stream, because the only games that you guys see me working on, I work on stream. But this is the first time that I've had a game on stream that I've actually worked on it off stream. I don't know, I'm just excited about this game. I like it. I think it's kind of fun. So yeah, progress has just been happening on my own. I'm gonna be streaming more often though, so hopefully you guys will see more of the progress. I made a stairs object for my, oh wait, I missed one from you, didn't I? Did I? No, I didn't. That's your message. I thought there was another one. I made a stairs object for my RPG. It's early for me. I need to drink my tea. Just drink your tea and read. I made a stairs object for my RPG, which basically moves the player or an event to the next diagonal tile, depending on if it's a slope. If its slope is negative or positive. Nice, which is defined by a Boolean. Nice, an RPG, right, because like in RPGs, I mean, I don't know what your RPG is like, but it's not like a platformer or something. So you're not necessarily doing like physics and stuff. So you have to like kind of simulate that effect. Nice. Nice. That sounds cool. Nice work. I bet that's so satisfying to like get working and set up, to like create an effect that looks like, you know, like the player isn't going to think to themselves, oh, there's a Boolean that determines if it's a slope or not, right? The player is just going to be like, well, yes, of course, you go downstairs and you go upstairs, obviously. But you're like doing this magic effect. Nice work. Love that. Okay. So if I'm going to animate this, which is very scary, because that means I'm going to have to, it's actually a lot of work, because I'm going to have to make sure that that resets, because this menu right here is the same menu. When I press start and then I hit pause, that's the same menu. I'm just reusing it and setting a bunch of different values to say, well, now have paused on the top instead of volcano, right? Don't put the player falling in there. Although we could. I could literally just inject the falling player, which maybe, I don't know, maybe that'd be kind of fun to have the player just like in there in the pause menu. That's you. You're falling right now. That'd be pretty sick. It actually wouldn't be that hard. All I'd have to do is move the camera to where the player is. The only thing is the ground texture would appear in there, and that would be kind of weird. But in theory, we could do it. But why? Why? Why do it? So yeah, anyway, so those are the same things. So that means if I move the menu up when the camera goes down, that means I'm gonna have to reset it back once, you know, it goes away. So there's some things to think about there. As for the RPG stairs, it was confusing to you at first because you saw it in Final Fantasy VI and was like, what? How is that even done? Right, so Final Fantasy VI, is that one of the old, like, 2D ones? It's gotta be. I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. How dare you not remember? How could you forget? Final Fantasy VI gameplay! I played one Final Fantasy game, and it was one of the 2D ones, and I really liked it. Back on Super Nintendo. Timeless says I, because you're timeless. That makes sense. Yeah, it is one of the 2D ones. Nice. Gotcha. Oh, so like maybe just even like what you're talking about right here. Why is it always thumbnails and never? I guess because that's where they use the word gameplay in our YouTube videos. I see. So like, oops, cat's blocking it. So like right here. Gotcha. So it kind of creates like an effect that you're actually going up and down. It's a subtle touch, but it's a nice one. Gotcha. I love that, being inspired by things that other, games are doing. It's a smart way to make games. All right. So where does this transition happen? I believe it happens in my scene transitions script. That's where I think this is gonna be at. That's my guess. Gameplay transition, right here, tween. So we tween the camera to camera gameplay position. And then when it's finished, we have a signal. So as soon as that's done, which is all of this, that's actually when the lava starts moving. That's when the player starts falling and it drops from on high onto the ground. And that's when, so I actually have two different shadow settings. There's one shadow setting when you're in the main menu, because the shadows look weird if, basically the shadows are like really far away in gameplay. And the reason why I have the shadows so far away in gameplay is so that way you kind of get like a platforming shadow when you're bouncing up and down and you can see the character, because the camera's quite far away from the actual game action. But I wanted there to be a shadow cast down. So I have the distance at like 500 or something. But when you're in the main menu, that looks really bad. It's like glitchy and not pretty. So there's a separate shadow distance here, and the shadow is, the sun or whatever, is much closer to the character here, which makes the shadows look nice and smooth. And then as soon as that transition ends, so it's not ended, bam, it's ended. The shadows change, and you don't even notice the change, but now there's a nice shadow under the player, so we can clearly see where they're gonna fall, which is super helpful in this 3D space kind of thing. George says, but then I saw some video on how to make stairs in RPG Maker 2003, and one of the event commands said something like move diagonal down right. Move diagonal. Oh, right. Like logically, you're in 2D space because you're not necessarily like moving straight down. It's like just reading those words just made it like click like the direction that you're going. Nice. See, tutorial hell can be heaven. And you don't even have to watch the tutorial. You just gotta hear what they're calling it. I've implemented the same system, the level going up and down for left and right, so it is now an infinite exploration on X and Y axis. Nice, Timeless. Yeah, you know, I mean, I love that. I love that, because I feel like you weren't sure if you were gonna do the endlessness. I'm glad you decided to. You don't have to. Obviously, you don't have to, but it can be a nice thing. Nice work. Yeah, you might as well. I mean, I mean, that's what I've got too. The same thing that handles up and down handles left and right. Except it just basically it checks to see if the ground, because the ground moves, not the player in mine. If the ground has passed like its own distance, like half of its own distance, one direction or the other. Nice. It's good stuff. It's again magical effects in games, effects that the player just accepts as yeah, this works. But making it happen is part of our art form. Okay, so when the gameplay transition finishes, that's when we want the menu to go back to its normal position. So that way by the time we go to pause the game, it's not ridiculous. And as for the transition, in this phase is when we're going to want to tween the menu going up as well. So we'd want to definitely run those at the same time. Ideally, they look in agreement with each other. Yeah, we'll see. All right, so I think I don't know, I think I want to run this on UI. I mean, we do have the camera being tweened here. I don't really need like a tween finished. How do I want to do this? Because, so I could do like I have here, right? Where we just run a function. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm not going to put this on the UI script. I don't know. I feel like it's more transition than it is UI. Zora says, oh my, the character model has had massive improvements since Monday. Yeah, I might end up playing it when it's done. Yay! Oh, that's so cool. Okay, that's awesome. Let's go. Yes, you might end up playing it. Okay, that's hype. Yeah, let's see here. On Monday, I got the bones together. Oh yeah, because because you can't be there for an entire 12-hour stream. I do 12 hours in the Twitch sub YouTube member exclusive stream. Yeah, I got some good progress on it, right? It turned out good. It turned out real good. I'm really proud of it. But it's important. It's like the main character, you know? It's like the fact that you say that makes you want to play it is really affirming that like adding the character customization, making the character look nice is worth it. It's a potential selling point. Love that. Well, I guess I'll put a reference to the overall container. So this is the main menu container. I'm a little concerned because I have it accessible as a unique name, which what that basically means is I'm using it in other places, which is fine. But, you know, I'm starting to be like, maybe I should put this on UI. So I can have one place where all the things exist. But then again, Doom scripts aren't great. Okay, we'll leave it here. Tween, I'm indecisive. FPS counter to make it look more polished. Does that make it look more polished? If there's an FPS counter there all the time, isn't that like a debug feature? Or do you mean like you're gonna add it there so you can debug and then polish it based on what it says? I guess like, it's like kind of an accessibility feature if someone's computer is a potato. So we're gonna create a new tween. I guess, can we do a parallel tween? Does a parallel tween make sense here? Maybe this is a good parallel tween. Yeah, make it a setting for the final release, gotcha. All right. So I think, if I remember correctly, the way we set up a parallel tween, all I gotta do is just say tween dot parallel dot tween property, and then I think it'll just be a parallel tween. That is to say, they both run together. So I don't like have to create a separate tween, and they both happen at the same time. So I'm just gonna, yeah, main menu containers. I was gonna rename it, but this is fine. Main menu container. I'm also making a fantasy console, oh, in C++ with Raylib that can load ROMs that are written with 6502, 6502 assembly, not NES ROMs. Right, so those are like, that's like, right, okay. I do know that NES games were made in assembly. I'm only recently starting to even like, because I don't have a computer science background, right? So I don't know much about assembly, but I'm only starting to like learn more about games that were made in assembly. What's the difference versus other assembly languages? Is that just like what it's called? I don't know anything. Why is it 6502? Look, guys, I'm not here like I'm an expert programmer, all right? I'm here learning. I'm learning. It's fun and neat. Oh, it's fun and neat. That sounds awesome though, Jord. You're busy. You're working on stuff. It runs on 6502 type processors. Oh, it does say that, kind of. Okay. Thank you, Timeless. Thank you. What kind of games were made with it? I want to know these things. Next time someone says it, I want to be like, oh yeah. Famous games. I don't know these games. Micro chess? I don't know what that is. I'm learning something, right? I want to learn things. Virtually all NES games were written in 6502 assembly. I kind of knew that. Space Invaders, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong. I wonder if Frogger was made in 6502 assembly. Apple II, NES, and computers from the era. Gotcha. What is this? What the heck is this? Why are you adding stuff? Okay. Neat. Sounds awesome, Jordan. I've never got into like making like things other than games. But what's nice about having like coding skills is then you can like kind of shape the world around you. Need a tool? Make it. So I want to move. Oh wait, I think I did the tween parallel wrong. Is it like? Oh, it's like that. I think we gotta put it in like that. Okay, we have to make, it's a method, not a property. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Hey chat, what icon or symbol would you use for a player respawn point? A respawn point. I mean, I'm kind of imagining like an arrow or something. Yeah, map marker. A campfire with a sword in it. Nice. Yeah, I guess that I like that, because depending on like what your game is, you know, you could use icons, something that supports the concept of your game too, right? So maybe not a fire and a sword, maybe for your game a mystical eye with beams coming down makes more sense. But yeah, you don't want to spoil your game, so that makes it a little harder. But for like a generic thing, yeah, a map marker is good, or an arrow or something. I don't know. I'm imagining like an arrow and it's like a box, but it's kind of boring. And again, there might be something better suited to like your game, but like in my imagination, in my weak mind's eye, I have a very weak mind's eye, I'm seeing something kind of like this, like that, but like better looking, like much better balanced than that. I'm afraid of spoiling my game, but I want to talk about it so bad. Why do you want to not spoil it? I know it's exciting. I mean, and you know what? That one thing that I'm not saying this is what you mean, but I've noticed sometimes if I'm working on something that I'm excited about and I start telling people about it, it like has this weird effect where I'm less excited about it. And like keeping it to myself helps me have momentum to keep working on it. So I do understand if that's where you're coming from. But if you just want to see us surprised, I mean, I guess that's reasonable, but also we can help you. Frogger was ported to the MOS 6502, which I guess it's a processor. Originally made in the Galaxian hardware. What's that? What are these words? Which didn't use the 6502. Dude, you like know things. What? Right, timeless. You're like someone who enjoys retro tech. It's like a hobby for you. So that makes, I'm actually not surprised that you know that. Wow. Galaxian hardware. It sounds like an alien tech from a Mass Effect game or something. Oh, Sega. Right, yeah, Frogger is owned by Sega. Wait, is it? No, it's Konami. I actually don't know anything. Maybe something like a pinpoint, yeah. I don't consider myself an expert of coding, but I know enough to get by. I rely on ChatGPT to help me get set up. Yeah, I mean the chatbots can definitely help, like, do some of that rote, repetitive things. Like, okay, I know how to make a giant dictionary, but like, what if I just tell the chatbot what's in it and they just do it for me, so I don't have to type it up. And yeah, that's totally fair. That's totally fair. Chatbots are a useful tool. They're a useful tool. No shame. Now, I mean, if you're deep in a cursor vibe code sesh, I mean, I got news for you. It might not be as useful as you want it to be, but in general, it's helpful. Yeah, we don't have to be experts. We don't have to be experts. We just have to be here, learning, doing our best. This isn't our job. Well, unless it is. Even then, you don't have to be your best. What's up, Blitzer? Are you struggling with the code for the respawn point or the looks? Learned enough Godot to make full 2D games, so I think I can help with this. Oh, yeah, I think Rorik was trying to figure out the looks. Yeah, that's what they were looking into. A Dark Souls reference. The sword and the campfire, 100%. Rorik has helped. Let's go. Thinking outside the box. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is outside the box. You literally go outside the box. The box that is where you are before you respawn. It does look like an export download icon. Yeah, you're right, actually. Got it, Blitzar. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here. I know what you're talking about. It. Science says that if you want to have something done, don't tell about it. I feel like there's like studies about that. This fact of telling people and losing motivation. It's right. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. So I get that. I get that. You're not telling. All right. All right. Stand on your ground. I got so far to spoil it a week early. I hope it's a nice surprise. All right. I'm excited. You've always impressed me with what you come up with. The first FPS readout, the solitary number 1148. I don't think I've ever thought about like how many. Wait, 1148? 60 frames per second, 30 frames per second, 1148 frames per second? That's a lot. Locking into 75 makes the game feel the best. 60 is just a little too slow. Dang, you gotta be twitchy playing your game. You need that no latency. I gotta figure out how far I want this to move so that's off screen. Whoa, what happened? Why is the character exploded? We're just not gonna think about what that is and be happy. Oh, I can't play the game because I have probably some bunk code in here. So let me comment this out. Welcome back, Awa. It's going great! Today I want to make a character creator. Basically, I just want to adjust colors. But yeah, so I've been working on... you thought my game was 2D? My game is 3D. I just like making 3D games. I enjoy it. I think it's fun. My game is 3D. Oh. We gotta move that back into place. How did that get moved? What's it doing down there? What did I do? Let me open up GitHub for a second here. Let me see what horrible things I've brought on. I'm a little confused. Offset bottom plus 462? No. What? And what specifically is getting that set to it? The viewport texture? I've made mistakes. I've made terrible mistakes. I have to fix these mistakes immediately. Okay, I'll be honest, I'm a little confused. I haven't done anything. We're just gonna restart it. I don't know what's happened. Something awful has happened. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this, and I'm going to close the project because I didn't do anything meaningful. And we're just gonna discard this. This is why we use version control, because when things get messed up and you don't know why, just throw it away. It's okay because you have saved it. All right. I don't know what's going on there. We're just gonna do a little do-over. Yeah, I'll show you my game in a second. I apparently just broke it. It happened. It happened. Not only use version control, but actually make commits while you're using it. Because I got lucky. I didn't actually start making any real changes. But if I had been in here tweaking... Oh, I did move the camera over a little. If I'd been in here tweaking stuff all the time, I'd be much more upset. Yeah, I don't usually make 2D games. The only time I make 2D games is for the Game Dev Gauntlet, which is happening in about a month. Maybe a little less than a month. So the Game Dev Gauntlet is something that we do... I think I'm going to do 2 next month. I think I'm going to do 2 Game Dev Gauntlets, which I'm super excited about. So the Game Dev Gauntlet is where I take on ridiculous coding challenges from the chat, and the first one we did, I couldn't use the letter E. So I did make 2D games here because it was just like, it is like a little easier. Like, I just don't have to worry about that third dimension, and especially when I'm doing a crazy challenge, it's nice. So the challenge was, don't use the letter E. So I had to code a game in Godot without using the letter E. Didn't use the letter E in any of the gameplay text. I didn't use any nodes that had the letter E, so I had to, like, come up with, I couldn't use a label, right? I couldn't show numbers that way, so I had to come up with other weird stuff. The only E that was allowed for GDScript was extends at the top. That was the only place, because I literally could not make a game in Godot without using extends. It just wasn't gonna work. So I did use E there, but that's it. So then, in that case, I did do a 2D game. That was Reign of Cats. And then I made a 2D game for the other Game Dev Gauntlet. This one was a game, I had to use Wingdings for my IDE. So everything, all the code was in Wingdings. That was fun. It kind of sucked. All my debugger was in Wingdings, and then all the gameplay assets are also Wingdings. So I did do 2D for those because it was just a little easier to slap together in 2D. But I generally prefer to use 3D. Just like from an artistic perspective, like my personal expression as an artist feels like 3D is the way to go. So yeah, generally the games that I make are in 3D, yeah. Blitz got first place in a second. I've been here before the stream started. Oh, weird. Really? Oh, really? Is that true? Let's see. YouTube leaderboard is crazy. Awub's up there now. Blitz is up there. What is that? You guys are all tied. You guys are tied. So maybe it's like, that's, first of all, that's weird. This is some YouTube feature where there's a leaderboard. I don't know. I wish Twitch had something like that so I could say like, hey Twitch, you've got a leaderboard too, but you don't. It's really weird. It's a strange feature. It's a very bizarre feature. But you know what? I do think there's a cap to how much you can do. Maybe it's broken. There's a cap to how much you can do experience-wise, like maybe per hour or something. So it could be that, Rorik, you just hit the cap. I haven't even been streaming for a full hour. So it could be that you hit the cap, and then since these folks came in later than you, or sooner, more recently, they also hit the cap. Look, and look, all the way down here, Frank is tied, George is tied. You're all the way tied! Look at that, look at all that tie! Yeah, but it's interesting, because now we kind of see how much it is. I mean, look, I'd love to implement this on Twitch, like, custom, but I need to understand what YouTube is doing first. I don't know what they're doing. I don't understand how it works. It's mysterious. Just thought I'd recommend, so I'm glad you did. Alright. I'm gonna move the camera over. Here, we're gonna paste that script back in here for a second. Put the script in. I'm gonna move the camera over. And then I'll show you where the game's at. I can't believe I broke it. Just a little bit so the head isn't cut off there. Okay. Alright. You don't make 3D? What am I saying? I don't really make 3D games. I can't understand 3D all that well. I don't think it's as hard as it seems. To me, but look, that's fair. I also respect that. Like, because it's different, right? And when I hear people talk about like struggling with 3D, the struggle tends to revolve around not necessarily the code component, but like moving, using a gizmo to move things in 3D space, right? And arranging things in 3D space. So I get that being challenging. That's fair. But as far as like the code goes, there's not a lot to really think about, unless there is. Don't get me wrong. When it comes to like vector math and trigonometry and stuff, you do have to consider that extra axis. but there's a lot of resources out there with the formulas to plug in and things like that. To be fair, that's even hard in 2D. It's just like extra hard in 3D. And then with 3D, you have to think about like UV maps and textures in a different way. You have to think about animations in a different way. So yeah, there are some things that are complicated by 3D. But for me, it's worth it. I love learning it. And you know, the skills are all transferable. Like whatever I do in 3D, I can always translate it to 2D for the most part. Alright, so this is where I'm at with my game. You're falling down a mountain that, oops, it's a volcano. And you're collecting like gems and stuff along the way, and lava is chasing you, and it sucks because lava hurts. And you get points. Now those little columns, that's a work in progress. I still got 2 weeks left on this jam. 1 week. I keep saying 2 weeks. There's 1 week left. Why have I been saying 2 weeks? There's 1 week left. In 1 week, the jam will be over. Those columns are actually not obstacles. Those are going to be collectibles. I don't feel like working on it today, so I'm not going to. I'm going to work on it tomorrow. But you actually collect these. It's like a roguelite aspect where you get like an ability, and you pick a different ability, and you get one of 3 possibilities. And those are going to spawn in. They don't spawn in very well, right? They're supposed to spawn in ahead of the player. Sometimes they don't. So that's a little buggy, but that's okay. But this is pretty much the game. It's pretty much the game. You just fall as far as you can without getting consumed by the lava. I want to also add it. So one of the abilities is going to help you get extra lives. So there you can see that column popped in. It's not supposed to. But and again, it's going to actually be like a little bag, like a hiking bag. But yeah, the reason why it's a giant column is because it's just easier to see while I'm testing. But yeah, we've got like some nice record keeping, so you can see how well you've done and stuff like that. So that's the basic game. And then what I want to do today is I want to add a character creator. Namely, it's just going to change the colors, maybe the hair, but for now, keep it simple. I only got a week left in this jam. And to distract myself from doing even what I'm planning to do, which is a distraction in and of itself, I'm going to have it be that when we press the start button, the whole menu rises up out of the way at the same time as the camera going down. So that way, because right now it just disappears. So it's like we hit start, boop, it just goes away, right? And then the player falls down. But I want this sensation that we're like going down and the player is falling. So I'm just kind of starting with that. It's like a little warm-up task, but that's where I'm at. For some reason, I don't use version control. Use it. Use it. Stop not using it. Stop not using it right now. Go use it. Use it. You deserve it. It makes things so much easier because you can like mess around. You can like break your game. Your code, whatever it is. You can do something that you know is probably going to result in chaos. Hit it, make it commit before you start doing that, and then if it does indeed induce chaos, you can just revert it, and you're back to normal. The other great thing about it is it's like cloud storage, right? So now on any device, I can pull the game and start working on it. You should use it. You should use it. But look, maybe you're like, look, no, I have my own server. I'm on that NAS. I have a meticulous save regimen. I back up my game constantly, manually. And maybe you're all right. You know, who am I to judge? Can't use Blender without the letter E. Well, that's true. Welcome to me. Blunder. That's what that day was like. We were like, people were just chatting without E's. It was chaos. I took it in less than a second. I know. It's really weird. Ranked alpha. Oh, is that it? Is it alphabetical? Oh, A, B. So no, but look, Frank is F. So Frank would be higher if it was alphabetical. Solid theory, though. Solid theory. The only time I really use 3D is if I want to use Sprite 3D nodes, basically 2.5D. Nice. Yeah, it's fair. And then again, it comes up to style and like personal expression. Like if you want to do 2D, dude, 2D is an amazing medium. You saw 500? Okay. XP Club. Welcome to the XP Club. The first person to comment gets 200 points, I think. So it's now that it broke and capped everyone at 75. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. You have to refresh it. No, wait, that's not up to date. I have to press the refresh button. Nope, it is up to date. 200, dude, this doesn't make any sense. This actually doesn't make sense. YouTube makes sense. Zora on YouTube, welcome. The biggest hurdle in 3D, hit that like button while you're here. By the way, whoever you are, if you're on YouTube, hit the like button. It helps more people find out about our community. So I appreciate it if you do. The biggest hurdle in 3D for me is the models. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, that's a whole, I should have mentioned that. That is like a whole other thing, is making 3D models. Yeah, you kind of have to like that, which I do, but I'm not great at it, but I like it. I don't 3D because I feel like I just got out of tutorial hell, and I don't want to get back into it learning Blender. Yeah, I mean, and I think that makes sense, and like why a lot of people say like start with 2D if you're learning game dev, right? Because it's lower barrier to entry. Although for me, I hate making 2D art. For me, like I suck at it. It makes me feel like sweaty and like stressed trying to like make pixel art or draw. Like I don't have much of a traditional art background, right? So like at all. So for me, doing like figure drawing and representing like a body, a person, a character, representing things in 3D space or in 2D space. Okay, representing things that technically are in 3D space in 2D space, I hate it. I despise it. So for me, it was worth learning Blender. But, you know, if you're already comfortable in 2D, then yeah, lower barrier to entry, do it. 3D might take longer, but then animation is way faster and more flexible. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, true, very true. Although I guess you can set up rigs for 2D as well. Double like, triple like, because if you double like, it'll unlike it. You have to like, and if you double like it, you have to re-like it. Only in odd numbers, okay? Only in odd numbers. And improvement I suggest to make it so the texture of the lava doesn't follow the player, so it seems as if the player is actually moving. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, so the lava does that. Someone has mentioned that before, and it just would require a bit of system rewiring, but I could do that. To me, that's like a big stretch goal, but I want to keep that in mind, Blitzar, because, I mean, I already am keeping it in mind, but the fact that you +1'd that, somebody already had mentioned that, the fact that you +1'd that, I really appreciate it, because it's something I've been thinking about. But technically it does recede, so if you go really fast, it falls back. So the way that it works is it has like a minimum distance, so it creeps up to the minimum and then it sits there if you're at max speed, right? So that's as far back as it goes while you're playing. You know, like this idea that it's like chasing you, right? But if you slow down, it starts to catch up, right? And then if you speed up, it'll start receding back. I'm about to die. If you start speeding up, it'll recede back again, but it always recedes back to a certain point. And then just my original idea for that was that the pressure is always on you. You know, you always see the lava and you know that it's coming for you. But I also do hear what you're saying, where it almost looks like the lava is moving as fast as the player, you know? So like that's totally fair. You mean the texture side to side? I'm actually not sure what you mean then. I actually have no idea what you mean. Texture of the lava doesn't follow the player, so it seems that the player is actually moving. I don't know what you mean. I think I okay. I thought I understood what you meant. But yeah, that's like stretch goal stuff. You know, it works the way it is. But I think that would be good. I've just been breaking my game, then just import from the last backup. All right, yeah, if you got backups. All right, yeah, if you got your own backup system, nice. Zora with the 10. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 pounds, Zora. That's very nice of you. That's incredibly nice of you. Now I'm gonna have to sing you a song. I don't know why I went over there. I'm about to sing you a song. You know that, right? That's the way this is gonna go. Wanted to send, oh, you mean the lava on the left and the right? Did you mean like the border lava? Maybe that's what you meant. I see, not the lava behind you. The lava on the, okay, now I see what you meant. Just, I saw it, like it appeared and then I kind of realized, oh, okay, but then like, what would it do? So the whole purpose of that was like, imagine it like you know how like in a first person shooter game and you're taking a lot of damage and there's like a vignette of like red around there, or you know what I mean? Like that's kind of the concept. Or like if you have a status effect, think of it like a status effect indicator. That was the intention behind it. But I'd be interested to know what that would even be like. Like, would it just like move faster or something? Or like, I don't even know. I don't even know how that would adjust. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to send a little something for your hard work before I head off to chill out for today. I love these streams as they keep my head calm, keep the ADHD going. I can't, I have no other choice. I ADHD because I am. All right, we gotta sing her a song. That's the way it works. So you're gonna get a song. I don't know if I can sing to this. There's not much of a driving beat here. I'm gonna skip to the next song. I think that's the right thing to do. You know? Alright. Oh, this is an interesting one. Zora, don't you know you're a real one? Zora, don't you know you're a real one? I gotta tell you it's true. Zora, don't you know you're a real one? Oh, it's so true. Zora, don't you know you're a real one? Oh, Zora, don't you know you're a real one? Oh yeah. Zora, don't you know you're a real one, oh yeah. Sorry, I'm really sorry about that, guys. But thank you, Zora. Thank you for supporting the channel. It means the world. Keeps me going. Thank you. Like, it keeps me going, like, emotionally, like, that you guys are willing to do that. Thank you. Zora, oh yeah, they do give you extra experience for that. It's true. Oh, dang, that's a look at that. Exploded to the top. Dang. Oh, man. I think we could reconstruct something like this for Twitch. I think we're starting to see how it works, right? 75 max per hour. I've now been streaming for more than an hour, and you can see Rolric has gone over the 75. So I think maybe it's 75 per hour. And then maybe, like, how much would that have been? Like, what, I don't even know. Yeah, it's a lot of points. It's a lot of points. It's kind of unfair. Like, what are you even gonna do at that point? Well, YouTube, why are you creating this tier system? It's quite an aggressive thing that they've added in to just, like, all of a sudden, like, have this. It changes the nature of our entire interactions together. You meant roguelike and SkiFree like. Breaking your game, then just import. I actually have no idea what you're talking about. There's 12 people watching with 13 likes. What are those negative fun people doing? -2 now. Thank you guys for the thumbs ups. Appreciate it. It helps. If you look at a certain part of the texture, it will remain in the middle even if you go side. Oh! Now I see what you mean, Blitzar. Whoa! I didn't even think about that. Oh, you're right. I did not even think about that. Good eye, Blitzar. I'm like, oh, you mean this? Oh, you mean that, dude, the viewport? character is just imploding. I don't know why, but it looks fine in the game. Wow, okay. That makes so much more sense. I didn't even notice that. Wow. To my eye, it just didn't even register. But now that you say it, I can't unsee it. Why have you cursed me with this knowledge? Yeah, we can do that. That's doable. So here's something to think about. The lava is actually, and that's right, it spoils that effect. You can tell because of that. The lava here is actually not moving, and that makes it obvious that it's not moving. It's on the same, so the ground totally moves. The ground is what moves all the time. Everything else is stationary, right? And because of that, I have to fake the lava moving forward and backward. Because if the lava was attached to the ground, it would be moving ridiculously. It wouldn't look right. So that means I have to fake that, and we would have to say that if the player moves left or right, really the lava just has to move opposite, right? All we have to do is add a control, like just whatever it is that moves the player left and right, we just have to map those right to the lava. Opposite, right? Like that would work. The only problem is, the lava, as you can see, has a fixed width. So we'd eventually run out of lava. But I like what you're saying about moving the texture. So I could, instead of mapping it to the lava itself, we could map it to the texture. So we could move the UV instead. This is an idea. This is an idea. Let's see here. Where is that? Where be that? I guess UV... Is UV 2 padding? That's the mesh, that's why. Open up the material. Collapse this. I don't think that does anything. I think I'd have to add it into the shader itself, which we can do. We could add UV stuff into the shader. That's doable. We have scale, we have a bunch of stuff that is added onto this shader. But if I wanted to move the entire way the texture is applied, it kind of makes me want to pull out the chatbot, because I don't know much about shader code. I've tried, and it bores me to tears. I don't enjoy it. It doesn't spark joy. See if you get 100 if I chat a lot. Let's see, pay to win. Yeah, you're right. It is literally pay to win. It is literally, that is technically correct. Oh, you redeemed, Timeless redeemed their monthly highlight. That means you get a song. Every member on YouTube has a monthly highlight they can use. And if you use it, I will sing you a song. That's how it works. Let's see if it got you anything, though. Evidently not. We're the shot. No, it's good. We're studying. We're learning. We're learning things. And a parameter. And an XY parameter that allows for the overall texture applied to the mesh to have the UV offset. Oh, I guess we could do, no, we'll do X and Y. Yeah, I think it goes up in increments of 25. Yeah, just do it, make it go up. 25 per message, but also spamming doesn't work. Right, yeah, there might be some kind of delay between it. Only donos, yeah. The leaderboard resets with each stream, so no need to sweat about it. That's true. I do need to sweat about it. It's gamifying it in my face. let's get Timeless, that song. Cause you redeemed it. If you're gonna go ahead and redeem it, you gonna go ahead, you gonna get a song, Timeless. Sorry. If you didn't want a song, like, you got one. And you've been a member for 3 months. Love that. All right, here we go. Timeless, timeless is so timeless. Oh, I got time for timeless. Oh, I got time for timeless. Timeless might not have time, but I got time for timeless. Oh, timeless may not have time, but I got time for timeless. Oh, there's more time for us to have time with timeless. Timeless may not have time, but I have time for timeless. There's your song, I apologize. Imagine if it wasn't for stream, people got millions of points. That'd be awesome. I mean, you know, there's ways to do that. There's ways to do that. For a huge streamer, that may be practical. Yeah. True. I swear I miss your streams. I'm glad you didn't. You're here. You didn't miss it, because you're here. Welcome, Bitestorm. Alright, let's see if the chatbot put in this thing that I don't want to have to code, because I don't know how to do it, and I don't want to know how to do it. Range hint is for float and int only. What are you talking about? What's cooking? I am allowing myself to be distracted by chat. Enjoyably. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Basically, I want to make a character creator today. But chat noticed something that now I can't unsee, and so I have to fix it. So I'm fixing it. And I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. I've decided to allow it. Updated enemies to clear as soon as a player can't see them instead of 260 units above. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's gonna help with performance, right? So right now in my game, we have a character controller that lets us move, but actually it's not a character controller. The character controller is the ground. Technically, the character controller is the ground. Nice. Okay, so this is how we're going to move left and right. Like that. The character controller is the ground. And the lava that chases the player is not actually moving. Nor is the player. And I never noticed this until Blitzar pointed it out, which means I gotta give credit to Blitzar for helping me spot that, because to my unsophisticated eye, it wasn't happening, but it was happening, and it's a problem. But basically, this game is about falling down a volcano, the side of a volcano, not the inside of a volcano. Oh, I left the lava visible. Falling down the side of a volcano and lava chasing you all along the way. So the ground is what's moving, not the player, and the lava is also not really moving. It does move forward and backward, but Blitzar pointed out something I hadn't noticed, which is that when you move left and right, the lava doesn't move left and right, which is pretty ridiculous, because it's like, oh, the lava's chasing you left and right? No, it actually just breaks the illusion, and it just doesn't look right. So So then now I'm gonna try and add in a opposite texture movement. So it kind of moves like left and right as the player moves left and right. So I need to also apply this to the crust, because those are two separate textures. So I gotta apply it to that as well in order to get this to work. Now that UV offset is currently set to 1000, but couldn't we just do it to whatever? Is that like a limit? A hard limit? Because the reality is if the player keeps going left and right infinitely, eventually they're gonna hit the end of that. So like, what happens then? That's probably the most complicated aspect of this to consider, unfortunately. What if we just like don't have a hint range, you know? What if we just don't? Yeah, maybe if it goes to 0. Let's see. We can try. Well, yeah, sure. Let's try it and see what happens. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm really happy with this game so far. I'm having a lot of fun making it. Okay, so on the lava script, we need this to receive the information about which direction the player is moving. So actually that is tracked on the ground, because remember, the ground is our player controller, technically. So on the ground script, here, ground position X plus equals horizontal input. So when we move the ground, this is technically when you're collided, actually, which is very specific. Ground position X. Okay, here, this is the one. Wait, we need both. So this is just directly going into ground position, but if I'm gonna wanna track this and pass it somewhere else, I'm gonna need to be having this as a variable that's accessible elsewhere as well. Is horizontal input a variable, or can you just use that as an easy character controller? Is it a variable, or can you just use that as an easy character controller? I'm not sure what you mean, but what I am gonna do is, thank you for trying to problem solve for me, but I got this, don't worry. We're going to say, let's say variable horizontal input. We can even call it that. Horizontal input. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Make it a float, doesn't really matter what it is. Then come back to these spots, and first what we're gonna do is oh, I see, it's already called horizontal input. Well, this is a variable, but it's a local variable, right? So let's call this collided horizontal input. Oh, that's a good question. Wait, where are we getting this from? Horizontal speed. I see what you're asking. Yeah, we'll track it down. Horizontal speed. Gotta keep moving up. Horizontal speed equals speed vertical divided by speed ratio. Yeah. Right, so this is, yeah. So this is where it's getting calculated. And speed vertical is being calculated. I never even, so you can see in the code, I never even planned for us to be doing any horizontal tracking. Okay. Vertical speed calculation. Which is funny because technically we're using it to make our horizontal speed as well. So what this does is this looks at what our mouse is doing, or the input. It adjusts it based on that, it clamps it. Depending on if we're using the mouse or not, it behaves a little differently. target speed equals speed vertical. Target speed plus equals global stat speed. That actually doesn't do anything yet, but it would. Where does this get called? I haven't, this is like the first thing I did. I have not dug into this in a minute. Horizontal, oh, it's right. So right there is where it gets called in move ground. Horizontal speed calculation. Jesus. Okay. Slowed via mouse. Right. This is kind of weird. I don't remember how any of this goes. Right, so this is if you put your mouse up at the top, it's gonna slow it down a little bit. So it's absolute valuing the mouse position. Checking to make sure it's greater than 0.5. I should use more comments. All right, Blitzar. Blitzar is like, you need to fix this. You need to change that. You need to do this. You need to do that. I wanna say, if mouse canvas, using mouse else false. Yeah, so this is technically not really the horizontal speed calculation. Technically what this is doing, so this is kind of written wrong. And so this is kind of how I prefer to name things, is more like, so this is horizontal, this is slowed horizontal speed. Technically, that's what this is doing. Which I think makes that make a lot more sense. Okay, so this is just checking if we're slowing down. And then here, the vertical speed calculation. So wait, where are we getting horizontal speed? So I think what we could do is we could just have this right here. Like that. Horizontal speed. And then make that a global variable on the script. Let me move the cat over here. That way we can access it more easily. Does that make sense? That gets past to check collision and position. If we are collided, move ground collided, otherwise move ground free fall. That takes in the horizontal speed, which gets used when we move left or right. Horizontal speed divided by horizontal key nerf. Right, so the keys are nerfed a little bit. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I don't like putting too many comments. I think comments are nice, but you know, it's like here's the thing. I'm okay with my process. You know, it's like you guys are you two right now are looking at me right now, and you're thinking to yourself, apparently, she needs help. She's struggling. She needs help. Comments would help her. But I disagree that I need help. Right now, what I'm doing, I like looking back at code that I've written a month ago and puzzling out what it does. Now, with that said, I would rather write the code in a way that makes it make more sense than add comments. And if even with the code written as sensibly as I possibly can, it still doesn't make sense, I'll add comments. And I hear you, all right? I hear you. But understand that I enjoy puzzling this out and realizing, because I think there's value in, and you're right to an extent, because there's value in stepping back from code that we've written, especially in a game jam, right? Like, well, I'm gonna make sure I do the best code ever in a game jam. Especially in a game jam, it's about getting it down on the page, making sure it's there so it works, all right? And then when you come back to it later, now I can review it and maybe make decisions like that. But personally, I would rather have a comment be a last resort and do things like name my functions, and this is just my own personal approach, and have my functions be named in a way that clarifies what it's doing, or use variables that are descriptive, something like that. Like, that's just me. So I hear you. I hear you. But understand that it's okay. It's okay. I'm here to share the messy process as it is. I like it. I'm enjoying myself. Off topic question, but is there a keybind to auto go to the documentation about the highlighted text? I don't think so. But you can like hold control and then click on like a method and or let's see, hover over it. Okay, there you go. If you hover over it, let's get one that actually hover over it. There you go. If you hover over something that does have documentation, you can now click on it and it'll take you to the doc. So you don't have to highlight it, you just hover over it and it'll do that. Good question. All right. So, where was I? Right, so I'm gonna make this a full global variable, but first, I wanted to just follow this trail of code. We're checking collision and position. Based on that, if we are collided or in a certain position, we're either going to be moving free fall or we're going to be moving when we're collided. So basically, when we're collided, you can't move forward and backward, right? You could only move left and right. And that's what this is saying. If you haven't collided, you're just careening straight down, is the idea. Okay, and then in each of those, we then see the key presses. So if you key press left or right, it takes that horizontal speed and it sets it to the ground position. But as you can see, there's these. So I don't actually want to use that horizontal speed as a global. I actually want to take the actual input. So here's what I think I need to do. I actually don't want horizontal speed to be a global variable. I don't. I want this to be just the way it is. Just be the way you are. And then what I'm gonna do instead is say, whatever gets applied to ground position X is now a globalized variable on the script. Now, as far as horizontal input goes, I'm already using that over here, but it's really the same thing. So let's call this speed. I mean, it's not really speed, but yeah. Ah, I see. I was in the middle of refactoring this. If you're collided, it looks like that. Okay, got it. Okay, so now here what I'm gonna do is we're gonna say horizontal input. That's the new one I've created. Horizontal input equals collided horizontal input, all right? And then we can pass horizontal input right into there. Okay. Very good. And that's not the only place we want to do it. We also need to do it in the free fall. So right here. We set a free fall movement based on the ground position Z minus equals free fall movement. That's current speed times delta. True distance, travel distance, current distance. Okay, here's left, right. So we'll do the same thing right here. I think we could write this differently. We're gonna put down at the bottom here, ground position X, but it's different if it's plus equals or minus equals, so that's important to keep in mind. Obviously, we could just make this like negative. So I could do plus equals negative Yeah, that is a little different for those. Alright. Alright, I'll do it in each one. There's probably a way to write that, but it's fine. So I'm going to say horizontal input equals all of this. And then we pass horizontal input onto there. Right? Just like that. This one is minus equals instead, as is this one. And we're just gonna switch this and this to horizontal input. So now it's gonna get passed to that script-wide variable as this data, and then passed on to ground position X. So let me just make sure I've actually done this everywhere that is relevant. So this is just checking. Oh, okay, no, this is not important. This is something else. So I don't think we have to worry about it here. Right? Yeah, this is different. That's recycling them. So I think this will be okay. So now I've got my horizontal input float. Now if I go back, finally, to the lava. Yes. So we do have these shaders set up on here. Let me just double check what the name of this is. You can make a ground position a variable and times it by -1 for the elif. It may make changing minor things a little easier and shouldn't change anything if I'm not overlooking a thing. Oh, you can type on 2 at once. That's new to me. Yeah, you can. Alt key. Yeah, I could. I'm good. Oh, did I not give credit, by the way? I do like giving you guys credits because I appreciate y'all helping me. I do. I appreciate y'all helping me. You've given me a couple. Okay, let's say Blitzar. Let's give you. These are volunteer credits, of course. They do go in the game. Volunteering your time. We're gonna say visual. Do we have like any lava specific ones? We don't. Oh, we do. Lava movement. Yeah, that's lava movement. Alright, yeah. Lava movement. Okay. So the shader is lava shader, lava 2 shader. That's the crust, is lava 2. So those should be the ones that we're gonna modify. So let's say in process, assuming the lava is attacking, we kind of want that all the time. We don't care if the lava's attacking or not. That is, so the attacking basically means once it has reached its minimum receded point. But we want it to do it no matter what. So we're just gonna say track horizontal position, make that a function. Let's put that by move lava. We'll put it before it. And then what we're gonna do is we need to reference that parameter. So we want to set the shader parameter. I'm gonna borrow the code from further down. Set the shader parameter UV offset Y incidentally, because the lava is like a cylinder. It's like rotated, so it's Y is the horizontal one. UV offset Y. And I want to set it to, we're going to calculate that, right? And we want it for both lava shaders. Hey, Gab Games, welcome! I've been pretty good myself. I can't speak for everyone. but I've been pretty great. Definitely great. I got some new ADHD meds, which has been really nice. So I'm locked in. How have you been, Gab? So we want to do it on both of the shaders, and then instead of final light, this would just be like horizontal offset or something. So what we'll do is say pretty good but busy. That's nice that you're like managing the mood despite the busyness. Well done. So I'm gonna create a variable here. I don't know that I want to just straight up, we could try it. Create horizontal offset, but let's see. So this is going to be redefined every process frame. Ground is switch. Yeah, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. I'm glad you're here, Gab. Leave the thumbs up, it's important. Ground horizontal offset. We're gonna do .ref here, and I want that to be plus equals guess we could just, I don't think you can do that. So we kind of want to establish both of them, right? So we would say variable horizontal offset is just an empty float here. And then we say that horizontal offset plus equals ground ref horizontal offset. Input, sorry. Oh, what's it called again? Not Lava Shader 2? Lava 2 Shader. That was close. Okay. Now this doesn't account for the 1000 wraparound, right? At all. So that's something to think about. It would be nice, we could say if horizontal offset is greater than or equal to 1000 absolute value wise. If absolute value horizontal offset is greater than or equal to 1000. We could print something. Lava UV offset hit max. Now that's gonna actually block it, right? Is what'll happen. I could say if horizontal offset. Why did I use absolute value? Is there an advantage to it? Basically, it's what absolute value does is it makes a negative number positive. So if it hits negative 500 by absolute valuing it, it's going to flip it to positive 500. That way, all I have to do is type in 1000, right? And either way, it's gonna match with that. If horizontal offset is less than 0, I mean, really either way, I don't think it's gonna work. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's gonna work. I mean, really what we could do is just say, I'm basically certain this isn't gonna work. Now the problem with this is this isn't a globalized variable, so that's not gonna wrap back around. So I would need to make this, I need to declare this somewhere else if I wanted that to wrap back around and stay at 0. I have a feeling this is gonna look wrong, but that's okay. Oh, I don't think you mean that I'm bad or a noob game dev. But in my code, I put some comment, remind you. I think it's useful. Yeah. Look, I'm not a really good dev. I'm good enough, right? It's just, look. When one is live streaming their own process making games or doing code, right? You open yourself up to people coming through and backseating a little bit, right? And I don't mind that, generally speaking. Some people consider it like really toxic and they don't allow it, but I don't mind it that much. But sometimes I think that the backseating can be, you know, it goes against necessarily what I want to do, right? And sometimes y'all are right on point and you're making a suggestion that I'm like, I should really do that. Even if I don't want to do it, that doesn't mean you're not right. You know, I'm wrong a lot. Sometimes I don't want to do something you guys suggest, and then later I'm like, ooh, I actually should have done that, right? But I'm going to authentically react in the moment and be like, I don't think I need to do that. It's okay. I'm not having a problem here. So don't worry. I'm not upset with you. It's okay. And please don't fawn. Don't lie. I'm not that good. I just am here doing my best. That's what it's about. For me, I backseat just to give ideas instead of saying you should definitely do that. All right, that's fair. Yeah, and it's hard, right? That's the thing. When people are text typing, it's not necessarily, even with words, what we say isn't necessarily what we mean, right? But I can only go off what I see, and I'm gonna respond to it. But don't worry, guys, I'm not mad at you. But I'm gonna set the record straight, and if I don't like a suggestion, I'm gonna tell you. So be warned. If that stresses you out, I don't know what to tell you. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna say variable horizontal offset. We're gonna create that up here. That way it loops around. But I don't know if this is gonna work right. I don't even know if we're gonna hit 1,000. I feel like that's kind of a big number here. But like, for example, the lava offset, right? Like, you making that suggestion, I'm all for it. Like, let's go. I think it's gonna look better to do it. Again, sometimes people make suggestions and I'm like, damn, I never would have thought about that. I'm so glad you said that. But sometimes it, you know, it can come off a little pedantic. Wow. See, like this, like, you're right. Okay, you're saying stuff, but it's like, I don't want to do that. But yes, you're right. You can do things. What am I eating? I'm eating oatmeal. What's up, Plague Heart? Welcome. I'm eating some oatmeal that has been blueberried. I put some blueberries in there. Okay, so this went really, really wrong. But I don't think it's the lava stuff. I think it's the horizontal input stuff. I think I might have implemented it poorly, would be my guess. Blueberries are delicious. I agree with you on that. Yeah, you're good, Awab. Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, so I don't, it's not, I mean, we can even just turn this function off, right? Technically, I think it's working. I think it's working, right? Because you can see that the lava texture is moving. It could be that, Rorik, but I think we have worse. I think we have bigger problems than that. It was perfectly timed. Nice. It might be scrolling. I might need to dial that back, but I think that's not the main problem. Yeah, you're right. It is too much. Look at that. It's so fast. Okay. Hold up. So first of all, let's get this out of here and confirm that that's not causing all the chaos. I have a feeling it isn't. I have a feeling the way that I set up the horizontal input over on the other script is where the issue is. So we'll just debug that real quick. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So let's come over to the ground. So I made this horizontal input variable globalized, and I think we might have some values fighting with each other. And this is going a little crazy. So here's what I think. I think we need two different horizontal inputs. I think we need horizontal input collided and horizontal input freefall. That would be my guess. So here in collided, we would say horizontal input collided equals that. And then set this like that. I'm just guessing here that this is what it is. And then in all of these places, again, in Blitzar, I'm holding Alt key and then I'm clicking. And it adds a cursor to all of those places that I've clicked. And we're gonna call this horizontal speed freefall. Oh, here too. Horizontal input, sorry, freefall. Okay. I don't know if that might not be enough to fix it. It might not be enough to fix it, but it's certainly better to have them separated. It might be that, you know, even just keeping this variable constantly existing is part of the problem. But I think merging them might also be an issue. Oh! Alright. No. Okay. So let's regroup here. Let's regroup. So let's try this. I'm going to actually take these and comment them out. And I'm going to go back down there. And we're going to create them in their respective functions. And see if that is okay. Right? Process of elimination here. Okay, I guess we want to put this up here. Oh, my bad. There we go. Okay. So now I'm not making this a script-wide variable that's getting constantly updated. I wonder if it's getting left behind. Welcome, Pepe! Thank you for supporting the channel. Hello, my fellow humans. It is I, a fellow human. Yeah, that's very convincing, fellow human. Yeah, it's totally the way I talk as a human. Okay, now it's not broken. Pepe is a wrench icon, that means they're a robot? Oh, but look, the controls are inverted. I mean, I can tell, they're inverted. What about the arrow key controls? Are those inverted? They're actually just kind of broken. Oh, we've broke some things. We definitely broke some stuff. Okay. The arrow keys do not appear to be inverted. However, the mouse controls definitely are. But it's working. You eat human food like ready salted microchips? Oh, let me try something. Let me see if when we're collided, if it's also inverted. It is not. Okay, so it's literally only inverted when we're not collided. So I just messed up a minus equals plus equals kind of thing. Okay. See, I thought I did this. Oh. and using mouse. Oh, look, I did minus equals. I think you wanted these to be equals. Okay. Let's try it now. Okay, much better. There we go. Alright, now the movement is back to normal, but I'm not enjoying my global input data anymore, right? So I need to fetch that data, but make sure it is correct. So this being created in this function is very important to capturing that data. If I wanted to capture this data outside of this function, declare it in the global, but change it in the local. Yeah. Not sure what you mean. Yeah, I mean, well, that's what it was doing. I mean, it could be, you know, these other problems that I had too. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Hey, bro. Hey, Myth. Welcome. How you doing? How you been? I'm working on my SkiFree like. I wanted to do character creator today, but I'm enjoying allowing chat to distract me with a different task. There's only a week left in the SkiFree like jam, and my game's about falling down the side of a volcano. And one thing that someone noticed is that the lava doesn't move left and right. Yeah, it's on Twitch. It's on Twitch. When we move left and right, the lava doesn't move with it, which I think is a great observation. And I decided to get distracted from my character creator to work on it. Although, you know, I'm less interested in it because there's a lot of issues with it, but that's okay. But yeah, the game is turning out really good. I'm really happy with it. And so I have a UV property that lets me move the texture left and right. But what I'm trying to do now is fetch the input data. You know what I think? Here's what I think. I think we don't have to use the same data. That's what I think. I think we could do this simpler. I think what we could do is fetch. It doesn't have to be the same stuff. We can just fetch the stuff that it fetches and tweak it to be a little different. It might not be perfect, but it might be good enough to keep the effect going. So, mouse canvas using mouse, breaking things and fixing them, breaking things to fix them is the way of the programmer. Absolutely correct. 100% agree. So that is equaling the mouse position, which is very interesting. So we must be passing into move ground freefall. Tell me more about this mouse position, please. Let's go back to when we first called this. Mouse position. Okay, it's up there. Mouse position, mouse position. Mouse canvas offset X amount X. Okay, so that's the mouse position is literally on the X. So that would be kind of a nice refactor, honestly, is if I just say X here, because that confused me. So this is where I'd rather not use comments, and I'd rather just clarify in the code a little bit more clearly what's happening. So we're gonna change this. Oh, we gotta do this up here. Again, just so that way the next time I look at it, I'm not confused. So that means everywhere that I'm referring to mouse position, particularly in these functions, I'm gonna wanna update them so that way the next time I come in here to change stuff, I'm not confused. Come to to this one. Mouse pause. Is that the only place we use it in here? It looks... What? No, it's here. There it is. Okay. And then the last one, which is this, we'll update it in here as well. It makes so much more sense that this is just the X. Okay. Great. So that means wherever we're first capturing mouse position X, we could feed this into the lava. So we're getting the mouse canvas offset amount X, and we're multiplying it by the horizontal speed times delta. Dude, I think we could just use this. Horizontal speed is speed, vertical divide. I don't even know if we need that speed. I feel like I'd rather just grab this over here on the lava and see where that gets us. And if it doesn't look perfect, we can improve it. So let's go back to track horizontal position. And instead of saying horizontal offset, I think that was probably a problem right there also, was plus equals here. Because this is happening every frame. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's just run it and see what happens. Let's just see what happens. You were right about that. If you learn the syntax, it'll be easy. With the limited toolkit you currently have, you can just keep figuratively hit your head against the wall until it works, and that works most times. Totally. Brute force. Yeah, dude, that is such a good way to do it. Right? Because it's a toolbox. Yeah, it's a toolkit, exactly. You learn the fundamentals and you use it to make your ideas come to life. Well, we don't have any chaos, and it's not going to be going the opposite directions, but let's see what happens. Oh, it's bad. Yeah, it's too much. I think the plus equals is a problem. Now I might want to divide it by like a consider, because if we just do equals, I don't think that's going to look right. Yeah, that's the way to go. What kind of stuff are you working on, Blitzar? You making games? Okay, so this is actually not bad. It's actually not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. And we're definitely going to hit that 1,000. Right? Surely. Wow, we didn't. We didn't even hit the 1,000, and it was doing all of that movement, which is crazy. So we need to slow it down by like a lot. So I'm in the center. If I go left, it goes right. If I go right, it goes left. So this is pretty good. Yeah. 0.1's a good idea. All right, let's try 0.1. Okay. We're gonna say times. Let's say horizontal speed factor. I'm gonna make it a constant. And then we'll set this up here in the constants. Horizontal speed factor. And that is going to be 0.1. Yeah, we can probably even go lower than that. It's so aggressive, right? I made a platform with a time limit indicated by the fuse on the top of the characters. Oh, that was you. I remember you talking about that. Nice. Indicated by the fuse on the top of the character's head. Talked about the bomb guy last time. I do remember. Such a good implementation or integration of mechanic and concept. All right, let's see how this speed goes. It's better. Now, one thing that I don't love about it is it's not constant. So this is where using the mouse canvas is not enough, because it only moves when the cursor moves, but the player is still moving to the right. So it does need to pull from the ground speed data. So it is not sufficient to just pull from the mouse. So we do need something from here. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm gonna now attempt is to take this right here and plug it in. Yeah. No, it is. That's totally what's happening. to an extent. So here's what we're gonna say. We're gonna say horizontal let's do speed horizontal. So that way it kind of matches this. Okay, and then we're gonna come back down here. And this is what we want to capture. So I'm gonna say speed horizontal equals mouse pause X. Because it's not even, this isn't even totally correct, right? So if I wanted to even refactor that, right? So if I highlight this and press Control D, it's now gonna go through every single incidence of this. So let's actually refactor that even further. And let's say mouse X speed or something. Again, just to make it along the way a little bit more precise so I can read through it later and it make more sense. Okay, so now that we have that, let's try swapping out the mouse canvas stuff. So instead of mouse canvas, we're gonna say ground speed horizontal. See what that's like. Now that may not need that same factor multiplication, but we'll see. Now it's also multiplied by delta, so I don't know, this could be kind of weird. I'm also not multiplying the lava movement by delta, so that might be something to think about too. What have you typed? Timeless. Something. So it still doesn't seem to be moving along the way, which is a little surprising. I mean, it doesn't really seem to be moving. Let's see, let me study the value and see what's happening. If we pop into the lava script, well, we're not setting that as a variable, so it's actually kind of hard to see. That's okay, go to the ground. Okay, speed horizontal is right there. Sean, welcome, thank you for supporting the channel continuously. I am doing well. How are you doing? Yeah, we can see it's locked in. So it still only updates if the house is moving. The house. If the mouse is moving. I combined horizontal and mouse into house. We do see that current speed is constantly moving, but horizontal speed is not. You're hot, but otherwise okay? I'm sorry you're hot. You deserve to be cooled down. Okay, so there's somewhere else we need to be fetching this value. I just need to figure out where. Clearly the ground is moving horizontally. Oh, we're in the lava script. I do have the inclination. I wish I could use. I think it's gonna be too chaotic, but let's try switching speed horizontal to actually being this. Now the thing is I need it to change depending on if it's, well, let's just see what happens. Let's try this. Let's try this, just like that. So that means I don't want speed horizontal. I'm doing exactly what you're saying, Blitzar, right? Just like brute forcing it, trying things, seeing what works. I'm all for that. Oh, there is a speed horizontal constant. It's confusing. It's okay. We don't want to do it there. However, we do want to do it in the free fall here. So then we'll say speed horizontal equals horizontal input free fall. But do we want to equal it? I would think we'd want to have it update constantly. So drop that on there. Okay. Plus equals. All right, let's see what this is like. It might be bad. What's the worst that happens? Surely the game won't seize up again. Okay, it's a little fast, but it does seem to be moving. It's just way too fast. Okay, so back to the lava. This is good. This is promising. Back to that factor that we made. Horizontal speed factor. I'm gonna do it 0.001. We're gonna make it real small. The smallest. So that's a pretty severe factor. But I'd rather go extreme than do it a little bit and be like, is that doing something? A more solid 0.001. Nice. So it doesn't really look... Oh, because it's going the same direction. We have to invert it. Alright. But it's not bad. We just gotta invert it. Give the lava an initial velocity and the plus equals the player velocity under that. Just spitballing ideas. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's... I don't know, but that's a lot. That seems like a lot. We want to say... An even more solid negative. Ah, right. Good call. Yeah, let's do that. I was gonna put it down there, but I guess I'd rather put it here. Velocity. Yeah, we could do that. I don't know. I see what you're saying. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not a detail I'm too worried about. I'm even wondering if 0.001 isn't enough. It's still kind of fast. I think it could be slowed down even more, potentially. Nice. Yeah, I think it's still too fast, but it's looking good. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Not something I even, like, thought about until someone mentioned it. I don't like these, like, decimals. I wonder if Godot will even stop processing the decimal at some point. Like, what if I just say... What would be the equivalent of this if I was to divide it? Would it be like 10,000? And would that be the equivalent? Even on 0.0035? That's still too fast, I think. A fixed number makes it mitigate. It's okay. I don't need it to be just right. You know? It'll be good enough, man. Don't worry. Don't worry. Trust the process. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the horizontal speed factor, and instead of multiplying it, I'm gonna divide it. It's okay. Don't worry. Doesn't have to be perfect. Alright, it's just a jam game. It's okay. We don't need perfection. Perfection is the enemy of done. Alright, lava. Tell me your secrets. What are you like? And it's very slow. A little too slow, but it's good. It's better. It's definitely better. I love it. Nice. The problem with updating the constant is it does mean I have to restart the runtime every time, because a constant is declared at the beginning, so it's a little slow to test. You said 0.0035. What would I want to change this to then? I don't even know. That's gonna be, wait, the bigger you make it, the slower it goes. It's a little too slow. So I'd want to do something like, I'm gonna do 5. I could just swap out the constant while I test it, so that way it's a little faster to test. You know, just like magic number it at the beginning. Could be a little easier. Faster. Yeah, there's a little bit of a touch and feel. And again, it doesn't have to look perfectly realistic, right? It's just like a little extra effect. Yeah, you can expose it, but because it's a constant, and I wanna set it as a constant because that's just like, you know, the right thing to do. But because it's a constant, I can't technically tweak it live, right? Okay, it still feels a little slow to me. But what I can do instead is temporarily use a magic number, and this will update at runtime. So that's still a little too slow. Let's try 3000. Dude, is it gonna be exactly what you said, Rorik? How did you eyeball that so well? Oh god. It still feels a little slow. Are we sure this is doing something? Let me put it, just to make sure this is updating correctly. I'm gonna make it be fast again for a second. So this is gonna be too fast. Yeah, it's too fast. Okay, good. Just making sure things are happening. I don't know, 3000 still feels a little too slow, but that was a solid guess. And then just remind me 1000. You know, it's better. It's not supposed to be the most perfect effect, right? So it could be more realistic. See, now that feels a little too fast. Yeah, that is just a little too fast. It's a little too fast. Just a bit. Let's try 1500. But it still adds like an extra layer of communication. It's nice. It's nice. It's good. It looks really good. It's such a great, there's such a great suggestion, Blitzar. 2400? Yeah? Yeah, I mean, this is fun. I can make it, but see, here's why I'm not gonna do that, Blitzar, because that's a ton of extra effort for no good reason. Like I said, I want it to be a constant at the end of the day, right? Now, a constant, I can't tweak in real time because it's a constant. That's the point of it being a constant, is it's not a variable. So that would mean I would create a new export variable just for the sake of testing it. And then when I found it, I would refactor the export variable to be a constant. And to me, that's just like more effort than if I just have the constant up there and I just magic number it in the script and then just click back and forth, you know? So while that would work, I just think that it's more, for my dexterity, I find that to be more of a waste of time. But you're right, that's a way to do it. There's a lot of different ways to do things. You're not wrong. I feel like this is pretty good. It almost still feels a little too fast, you know? Magic number 3 then, because 3 is a magic number. Magic number is like a programming term. And what it means is a like undeclared or unclear number that's like in code, right? So like you look at it and you can't tell what it is. And so these are not a great thing to do, because what it means is you yourself looking at code later, or someone else looking at your code, are not going to know what that number is. And to that end, I think it's actually more difficult to manage. Because let's say I want to adjust the factor, right? Like how far it moves one way or the other. Like I want it to go faster or slower. Instead of just looking at the top of my script where I've declared all the variables, right? So in the magic number, I'm fine with this. But later on, right? Let's say later on I want to tweak it. It's going to be a lot easier for me to say, okay, it's just at the top somewhere. There's where my constants are. I modify at the top, as opposed to having to scroll through here and be like, okay, there's this, is that the number? What's this number? I mean, you can actually see I do have a magic number. There's a magic number right there. Look at that. Magic number. Oh, that's a variable declaration. That's actually not as bad, truth be told. This actually isn't that bad. This one is less good though. But technically I'm declaring the variable, so that's not really a magic number. It is, but it also isn't. Like it can, and here's the thing about clean code is it's not always the best thing. Because right, if I come in here, okay, let's make a whole nother variable for time factor, right? And then I make this a float and I say it's 1,000, right? Just so I can put this in here and say time factor. Like I could do that. That's not necessarily bad. Here we have, this is like the time that it moves across. So this would actually be a beneficial place to replace it. So if you have multiple instances, so in this case, we're clamping. What clamp is gonna do is it's going to give us a range between, let's say, in this case, red variation, or sorry, not red variation, between 0 and 1.5. So I could have that 1.5 be a declared variable, which would make it easier to potentially modify, right? So let's say, what would I even call it? Maximum light or something? I think we can do, oh, we can't declare constants in there. So if I say variable max light intensity or whatever, max light intensity, and I could make that be 1.5. So this is actually a good place to replace for a magic number. So I could say this is now max light intensity, and the reason why this is a good place is because now I can change both of these at the same time. So that way I don't have to go in here and modify 1.5 and 1.5 and potentially even forget to do it in both places. So anyway, that's a lesson on magic numbers. They're very valuable to not only improve readability, but to make it easier to change values if there's multiple instances of them. I mean, look at this 0.8, right? What is this 0.8? That is death point. So that's where we're going to, right? So that's kind of confusing. Was that 0.6? So I got them all over the place, right? I'm still doing them, but I try to avoid them where I can. You know, to be perfect constantly is just ridiculous. But there are times where I think I would rather get in the habit of making sure I don't magic number it. So that's what I mean when I say I'm magic numbering it. It's an important thing to learn about. It's a tool. It's another tool, right? You don't have to. I think the idea that every programmer has to follow these rules, and unless it's like your job, right? And you're expected to do things a certain way. But, you know, it's a tool that you can use to help your code potentially be more valuable to you. I gotta go grab a bite, but I want to see what 2400 looks like. Okay. As soon as I saw Pirate Software's code, I immediately thought, why not just change the number by 1 in a loop instead of writing the same line as multiple times? See the fish write C1, C2. Yeah, I mean, you know, people do things differently. People do things differently. It's okay to do things differently. It's okay. You know? Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to move. You want to see it 2400? Okay. Oh. But I got consumed. I got eaten up. Yeah, you know, I mean, I get people like dunking on him right now because he's he's easy to upset. With that said, I mean, I think like making fun of people because their code isn't good is like not very nice. And again, look, I'm not saying some people don't need certain ego checks. All right, but I don't want to get in the habit, because if I'm out here looking at someone's code and being like, that's trash, why would you do that? That's bad, don't do that, right? Then to me, that's like, that's just, it's not just shaming one person, it's shaming other people too. It's putting this like pressure, like you have to be perfect. If you're not perfect, you deserve to be clowned on. You know what I mean? I don't love that. You think this is still too fast? You know, I think it's one thing to call out like people misbehaving, but at least for me, I would rather your code work, you know, than it be perfect. Those people have fun takes on clean code. Did a great interview with Primogen a while back. Nice. Yeah, clean code is kind of controversial, right? Like, some people like to tout it as the be-all, end-all, but really, they're just guidelines that can be helpful, you know? And even some of them, arguably, are not that helpful. You know, I've heard that clean code can be more difficult for debugging if you separate everything out into multiple functions instead of nesting. So that can be harder to debug, because now in the stack trace, it may not exactly, it may be a lot more difficult to, or not necessarily as opposed to nesting, but let's say you have multiple instances of something, and if they all share the same function, it can be a little harder to tell which thing called that function. Again, just potential tools, you know. Somewhere between 2,400 and 3,000. True. You think that's still too fast? Let's try 2,700. Easier to critique code than writing it. That's right. If it's done and works, it's good enough. Exactly. 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 Oh, that's a bug. I thought I fixed that bug, but I didn't. Good to know. Good to know. I still gotta fix that bug. This might be a good time to actually explore what's happening there. Okay, real quick, we're gonna take a little detour while I figure out what that bug is. Player. So, there is this. Is this emitting? Not that. Sorry, not first bounce. Here, this. Print. Player. Okay, let me see if that happens. That is a bug I have been meaning to try to fix. It does emit it. Wow. Interesting. So it emits it, but in the ground, what it's supposed to do is set the initial ground speed. So is it setting the initial ground speed would be my next question. Speed vertical is 80, that looks correct. So it is setting the speed, but the movement isn't happening. So what gates move ground? If we're in the gameplay state, and if the player started bouncing, well, that should be true. Let's see. Player started bouncing is true. Is move ground running? I gotta get to the bottom of this. It's this bug that happens sometimes, and I can't always get it to happen. So it's a bit of a white whale. Whenever it pops up, I'm like, oh, let's try to see what's going on right now at this moment. So I have to do this. Let me see if this is happening. Print. And then we're gonna say from the ground, ground moving. Now I don't see that running. Oh, we died. Okay. It is moving. So it's printing, you can see. Okay, okay, good to know, good to know. Getting warmer. And move ground. It checks collision and position. And it should be doing move ground free fall right now. I wonder if it thinks it's collided. Let's see. I don't know. Well, this is unrelated. This is completely unrelated to what we're working on. But like I said, it's a bug that has been happening where whenever the player starts, for some reason, sometimes the ground doesn't start moving, and I don't know why. And so whenever I catch the bug, I'm like, let's go. Let's figure out what's happening here. This can help? I don't know, can it? Okay, so I want to see is move, or wait, which of these are happening? Oh, you know what I could do? Would go to remote and look at the ground. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Initialize. I don't know. I'm just gonna trace it. You know, I'm done coming up with ideas for life because every idea I've come up with is wrong. And so I need to try to explore exactly what is happening and then deduce what's wrong based on that. Okay, so on the player or on the ground, is it marked in the remote tab as collided? It is. Okay. So what's happening is it isn't unmarking that we've collided with something. We need to make sure that collided with obstacle is not happening. So how about whenever we do the first bounce thing in here, we connect this, whatever collided with obstacle is, this is a bit of a band-aid, but I don't care. Set it to false, right? Okay, so now let's reset it. I hope I've squashed this bug once and for all. Okay, and the run, continue. No! Really? Alright, let me make sure this is running. Print. C's first bounce. That is very interesting. It's an elusive bug. Oh, that worked. Okay, good. Maybe I just didn't hit save. Nice. Okay. Maybe I've actually fixed that bug. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna make a GitHub commit. I've been trying to fix that bug forever. I think it is fixed. Okay, so I'm gonna say ground not starting sometimes bug maybe fixed. Collided with obstacle was true. Now it's always set to false on first bounce signal. Receiving. On receiving first bounce signal. Alright. Whew. That was close. Ant emphasized himself as a 20-year experience hacker. I don't think anyone would have dunk on his code. Going hard in the paint on him. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think checking people's egos if they're behaving badly is good. Right? Especially if they're doing things that are having real-world negative effects. right? If there's like, oh, I don't know, a movement to make games not go away, right? Like I get that. But again, I'm not talking about that. Just, I think it's not about, I don't really care about him in that way. What I do care about is this like normalization of it's okay to just dunk on people's code, you know? I get that context is important in that case, but I think it has a side effect of normalizing. Let me put it this way. I don't think that everyone who enjoys piling on about that is necessarily realizing, and maybe that's egotistical of me, I don't think everybody who is piling on is necessarily realizing that they're internalizing a normalization of making fun of people for their code. And that's where it bothers me, is just that. And why I don't want to do it. You know, because it's like throwing the first stone kind of thing. Like who hasn't had bad code, right? And so I like just don't, again, I know context is different, right? In the context of someone saying, I'm an excellent coder, I'm always right. It's like, well, actually, no, you're not. Like, that's fair, right? To do that in that context. But I feel like just generally carrying the torch of like, let's dunk on people's code is not like a value that I hold, you know? Casey's argument about clean code is sometimes we overdo abstraction in the name of clean code at the cost of performance. Totally. But as time goes on, I feel like this should be less impactful. Fair. Yeah, it is fun to think about. Totally. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The quality got lowered for you a bit, and then the stream looked really trippy. Oh, did my internet have a moment? Could be YouTube. Things looked okay on my end, but I could be wrong. Let's go! Now that I quit the game jam I was in, just wasn't feeling like continuing the game, I think I want to start a game entirely of your own idea without a time limit. I mean, that's fair, right? That's real. That's important to do sometimes. Look, for me, that did not go well. I gave myself all the time in the world to work on stuff, and man, I hated it. I hated it because it felt like it was never gonna end. I had no direction. So for me, I really liked the time limits. I didn't used to like time limits, but when I saw how unpleasant it was to try to finish things, I stopped doing that, and I started imposing more limitations on myself. With that said, I think the way, if you can sustain your interest, then yeah, you can come up with some really cool stuff doing that, you know? All right, we're still doing the speed thing on the lava. I just had that bug. I had to go deal with that bug. That bug has been haunting me. Okay, so back to this, and then I'll do the character creator. Horizontal, we were doing negative 2700 is where we left off. Did that look good? Did we feel good about that? I feel like that looked pretty good. I think that ended up looking pretty good. Yes, that bug is fixed. Hell yeah. I've been chasing it down. Because it's so deflating. Because you literally can't play the game anymore. It bricks the entire game. Nice. I actually think this looks really good. So this is at 2700. Guys, I think this is it. I think this looks correct. It feels really in line with it. Yeah. Alright, I'm shipping it. I think this is good. Okay, so I'm gonna put this back to the horizontal speed factor. And then I'm gonna update this. It looks great, right? Thanks. Let me put some credits around here. Rorik and Blitzar definitely helped me just like figure out if that looked right. So credit where credit's due. volunteer credits, of course. We'll give an extra lava movement to Blitzar, and give an extra lava movement, or a new lava movement, to Rodok. Alright, great. We have done things! Was it the thing that I set out to do today? No, but in programming, things rarely do turn out that way. We pushed through it regardless. Okay, so let's make a commit. It's funny, because I was even distracting myself from it. Yeah, it is a new player model. Indeed. Why is GitHub frozen? Do I have something open somewhere? Don't make me switch to command line interface, GitHub. I will switch to command line interface if I have to. Having it going at a slightly different speed kind of does add to the effect. It makes it look like the lava's actually moving on its own and not just a player moving. Let's go! Let's go! Thank you, Blitzar. You helped the game looks so much better now. Like, you helped that be possible. Lava moves horizontally. I really, really appreciate it. Rest in peace, Timu Astrobot. They will always be remembered. Yes, actually today, my goal is to make a character creator. Which is a little much. But really, baseline, I just want to be able to adjust the colors. I don't care about the, yet. Like cosmetics, like a different kind of top or a different kind of face. I mean, at some point I'd like to do that, but for now, I'm just gonna do colors, because it's simpler. So I want to set up a whole interface for that. So yeah, I don't know that you can straight up make a Timu Astrobot, but we could make it so you can at least make everything white. But yeah, basically what I did was I added some new limb joints. So now there's an extra arm bone and an extra leg bone, and so it just has a little more length to it. We gave it a face, I put some hair on there, and all these colors can be changed. Even the eye color can be changed. So I want to make that happen. But doesn't it look so good? I got the ragdoll set up just right, so that way the parts move around in a way that makes sense. It's so satisfying. And it's kind of like, it's satisfying in like a meme-y kind of way. Like the character just like flopping all over the place. Because before, the Timu bot only had like orbs for arms and legs, and so you didn't really get that full sense of it flopping around, but it really just looks like it's fighting for its life, which I love. Alright, so character creator, for real. Well, actually not for real, because what I wanted to do was a bit of a distraction from that. What I wanted to do was that when the game starts and the camera goes down, I want the main menu to go up. It's actually not that different from the lava effect, except it's up and down. So when the game starts, the camera pans down and the player, watch, pans down and the player appears from above and then drops down, right? And so I like that, but what I don't like is that the main menu just pops away as the camera goes down. What I'd rather have happen is that as the camera goes down, the menu stays there, except it moves up. So that way it looks like the player, the lava popped in. It's not supposed to do that. That's okay, it's a bug I gotta fix. The lava's supposed to be all the way receded to the back. Oh god. Finding more bugs. Why didn't it recede all the way? There's the lava not ready position. That is supposed to push it back. That happens in the ready function. Yeah, it's something. We only do it when we hit reset level. Reset lava. I wonder if reset lava isn't always running. Reset lava happens after the scene transition, I actually got rid of this because I thought it was redundant, but I don't think it's actually redundant. Well, that's kind of like what I was thinking, Sean. And the thing about that's like going to be a little bit more complicated because the viewport of the player is like in the menu. So that's why I'm going to have the whole menu go up and then we see the player fall down after that. So I kind of have to make some concessions. Whistling sound nice. I wanted to put some effects. I want to put some speed lines on there, maybe. Wilhelm scream. Dear God. I mean, this is kind of a meme game, isn't it? Feel like you're making your first game. Not gonna make your dream game if that exists yet. A sort of top-down wave kind of game with upgrades. Forgot the genre name. Nice. That sounds fun. You give an image of the menu, move up on the initializing game scene. Yeah, I don't need to make it an image. I'd rather it be dynamic. Yeah, I already know how to do it. I just have to do it. It would look good even if the menu slides up faster. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, so I got rid of this line because I thought it was redundant, and I think now I realize it isn't redundant. Basically, although it still feels like a band-aid, basically what I want to add in here is that when we're in the gameplay state, it always resets it back to the beginning, which I don't love because I know there's a more proper fix for this, but I'd rather just it, work. So we're gonna do that. Func on update game state. Game state. If state is set to gameplay, then just do this. And we could even do the full reset lava. I mean, why not? What did I do wrong? Oh yeah, okay. And then, yeah, what if we just do reset lava? So it's gonna run it more times than I particularly want it to. But hopefully that bug doesn't show up. Okay. Anyway. So in the scene transition, that is to say, when the camera goes down, we have a tween property here. Position Y for the camera. And I want to do something very similar except to the main menu container. So the main menu container, I just kind of want to observe what happens when I move it around a bit here. So that is right there. Let's go back to the actual main menu. So it's at 0. Now if I adjust this to like -100, that's not enough. -1,000? I think it's gonna be tough too, because, well, maybe not. Oh, I think it's okay. It should always be this, well, I mean, I guess not. Okay, so what if, okay, let me try something here. Let's reset it. Basically, I'm gonna tween that value, but I'm just trying to identify how high up we should make it. But it kind of depends on like the viewport size, right? I could make that vary depending on that, because I want this game to be able to function at any window size. That's just a desire I have. And so if, let's say you're on a portrait mode on a phone, it's long and vertical. Well, here's the thing, Liz. The vertical size never changes. It's the horizontal size that changes. The vertical is always the same. Oh, I broke it. Oh, that was the thing that I broke earlier. This actually needs to be at negative 231. Gotcha. But wait, there is a way to get the window size, but I don't think I actually need to. Oh, maybe I do though. Yeah, but that, well, so yeah, I might end up doing that. That might be what we do. Can we not have it be like that though? Can we say that this, instead of filling, maybe it shrinks to the center? Here, let me adjust these a little bit here so I can see it. Wow. And then if I put this at 231, it looks fine. But I don't think we want to anchor it to the center. Maybe I do. Okay, great. Perfect. Awesome. Great. Okay, I think this is better. Now, I can reset. Oh, the position. Wow. I see. That's a little frustrating. Okay. Here's what I think. I think what I need to do is not mess with this. I think what's going to make more sense is if I make a child here, and that's what we move around. I'm going to put a control node in here, because I don't think I want to animate that. It feels risky. So we're going to call this main menu control, right? Definitely want it accessible as a unique name, little percent sign next to it. That way I can reference it easily. And then we're going to take everything that would be in there and make it a child of the control. This way, but you can't move that. That's the thing. You can't move that because it's not the parent, you see? Okay, all right, then make it at the top. Let's try that. Let's put it above it and put that inside. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Now if I make it a full rect, that gives me some freedom to work with. See, now up, okay, now in that view, negative 1,000 isn't enough. So we would want to get the vertical size. The only thing is, I would still need to figure out relatively, because the vertical size is 1080, but if I set the Y to 1080, that's still not enough, you know? Now I could just make it very, very high. That's probably the easier way to go. Like, higher than could ever be reasonable. The only thing is, in terms of like speed, the higher I make it, the weirder the speed change is gonna be. I'm gonna say 1080 plus half the height of the container. Really? Is that true? That would be what, 540? What's 540 plus 1080? No, I don't know that off the top of my head. I could sit here and do it. All right. We have calculators. 1620. Wow. Nicely done. It would be nice if I didn't have to get the Y viewport. Okay, I'm actually gonna try to make it taller. So this is, I opened up in a different window. So this is now 1837, as you can see, but it's still gone. So here's what I think. Okay. I think, dude, that's perfect. How'd you do that, Blitzar? What? That's perfect. That's exactly what I need to do. Nice. Now it's gone no matter what. All right, 1620 works for me. Dang, good call. You got a math, just logic. You got a good little logic thinker up there. Spore, math is hard. Math is hard. Okay. To the middle, it's kind of like a radius. So you only need half. Oh, that does kind of make sense now that you say that. You're smart. Technically, that's like a math credit, but we're gonna give you coding consultant. That's what we're gonna say. What that was. I wouldn't be a programmer if I was good at math. That's funny. Blizzard says, main reason that I quit that game jam is simply because I have other hobbies and it was starting to feel as if I was being forced to work on it. Didn't want it to end up feeling a good job. Yeah, that's a good reason. Nice. Probably just a time management issue on my part. It was eating at my sleep schedule. No, I mean, so I totally relate to that. I have a bit of a different relationship with game jams now. How long was that game jam, by the way? So, I had that exact experience where I hated doing game jams because it felt like a job and I was sacrificing my well-being. I was like skipping meals. I wasn't getting as much sleep. I wasn't doing things I enjoyed. Exactly the same experience. And so I actually, on this channel, used to do a 1-hour game jam. Every single week, we'd do a 1-hour game jam. And I liked it because it gave me the sensation of a time pressure without having to manage working on a game over a long period of time. So if it was like 24 hours, 48 hours, up to a week or two, I hated it because I would have exactly what you're talking about, that experience. But the hour game jam was nice because it was only an hour. You know, I couldn't miss meals or miss sleep for that. However, I ended up finding that the 1-hour game jam stopped being that valuable to me. It came to a point where, like, I just realized I wasn't able to really create much very complex things in that time, and so I stopped doing it. But that's why this game jam that I'm doing, the Game Like Jam, link in the description in the panels and all that, the Game Like Jam is a month-long jam. And I'm finding a month to be quite reasonable. I don't have this problem in the same way, because it gives me more time to work on my hobbies, not skip meals. It feels for me, and this is personally, just right. With that said, the tramp is still there, depending on the complexity of the game. And the other thing, this game jam is a known scope game jam, right? So we give you the actual scope, right? We don't say, go ahead, make a game, here's the theme. It's moving forward is the theme, so do whatever you want, right? It's very specific. It's like, make a game like another game. So we specifically say, here's the game, it's a small game, make this, which for me really helps. So I've tried to create a game jam that doesn't lead me to have those experiences. With that said, I think even with a game jam like this, that can still happen. So I totally understand that. And I think knowing yourself is more important. With that said, you know, you might find that it's still kind of hard to finish it without some kind of pressure, but maybe finding the right pressure for yourself could be helpful. Yeah. The one you did was 10 days. That's brutal. To me, that's brutal. Like it's, and sometimes I almost feel like it's a little toxic. You know, it's kind of like recreating that like crunch culture that a lot of AAA studios have, where they need to like finish a game in a really short amount of time, so they're encouraging overtime and all that kind of stuff. I don't think it's necessarily a very healthy standard that we have in game dev, where it's like, it's fun to try to make a game in 2 weeks. It can be quite stressful, and it's not necessarily realistic. That's why I like a month, because it still is pressure, but it's a little less pressure. A little bit more time. I like to be able to shelf my projects for an undetermined amount of time. That's fair. Reusable component jams. That's fair. Coming back when you're ready. I get that. All right, 1620. Thank you for that amazing number. I think that's the number. I think that's what we do. I think that's what we gonna do. So I'll create a constant for that. I'm gonna say constant menu away position. And let's make that 1620. Now I do want to make sure we have our main menu control accessible. Drop that in. Comment the tween back in. Main menu control, and where do we want to go to? We want to go to menu away position. We can say at a speed of 1. Now, whenever that transition is finished, I want to make sure that that goes back to where it was. Really, that's just 0. So I'm not going to magic number 0, or I'm not going to worry about that being a magic number, personally. Oh, but we need to say a property. My bad. The property is position Y. I think. We'll see. So right back here, we're going to say main menu control position Y equals 0. We'll see if that works. It might not. It might fail spectacularly. And even if it does work, it might not look right. That's why we test. And then we can try it at different sizes. So, you know, what it does also mean is that if the window size is taller, it's probably gonna move away at like a slightly different speed. All right, let's see what happens. Nah, nothing. Non-existent function parallel in base tween. Oh, I spelled parallel wrong. Haha. Do over. That's okay. Sometimes we gotta do it over. I'm very patient. All right, here we go. What? Oh, it's still getting hidden. So I actually have to go to the main menu code and make sure that it doesn't go invisible, right? So whenever we switch to the gameplay state, the main menu disappears. But I don't actually want that anymore. However, I do want it to disappear. Eventually. I feel like I should refactor this to the control, probably. Yeah. Exactly. Okay, I'm just gonna rename this. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let me just make sure we're not referencing that somewhere else. Okay. And then back on the transition. We'll hide it. Let's go. Again, I feel like as soon as it actually works, it's probably gonna look a little weird. Oops, oops. What are the negative 11 people not hyper liking the stream? What? What? Oh, I see what you're saying. Because there's more likes than people here. I know, right? I know. I mean, thanks to those folks for stopping in and leaving the thumbs up. I appreciate that. Even if you can't be here, leaving a thumbs up helps. It helps. It just does. I'm very patient. I have a lot of front loading going on in the game. I make sure that like all the textures load in right at the start, so it takes some time. Oh yeah, Spore, you have to refresh it. 19. Oh yeah, there you go. Sometimes you have to refresh it. Okay, let's see what happens. It worked! It just went the wrong way. Love that. No problem. Oh yeah, so yeah, sometimes you have to refresh the page for some reason. I don't know why. Negative. It's weird. It's like YouTube kind of fakes that it's happening in real time, where they'll show like the counter like go up, but it's actually not really happening in real time. They just like store the number of likes at the time you open the page -1, and then they like tick it up for some reason. All right, should go the right way this time. And it's not bad. It's not bad. Now I really notice the UI popping in. Right? That almost feels too sudden. Like maybe that should now have an animation. But it looks good. Oh, the pause menu. I can't see it. So, we did not actually get the position moved back, but I thought it looked fine. It was just what I wanted. Whoa, that would be cool, Blitzar, going bottom up. Oh my gosh. That would be so nice. Yeah, maybe. Oh man. Thank you for the thumbs up, Derek. I appreciate it. It helps. It just does. I wonder why it doesn't get set back to 0. We still have the game open. Let's see what happened. Remote. Main menu, control. Oh, it's not visible. Okay, but it's supposed to become visible again. Oh, because the script is on the wrong one. I see. I see what's happening. Ah, okay. I see what we have to do. Okay. Hold up. What we have to do is actually reference. Okay, I know what we have to do. Back to scene transition. When we set to false, we don't actually want to set the control to false. What we want to set to false is the main menu, because this is different than that. We want to say main menu dot ref visible equals false. That's what needs to be false. Okay, got it. And the UI going bottom up is such a good idea. Oh, it's gonna be some work. You're here to problem solve code without coding stuff to problem solve? Okay. I mean, that's it. That's what my entire streams are just code problem solving, pretty much. All right, it goes down. It looks freaking awesome. Pause menu is where it should be. What? Oh, because every time we go back to gameplay, the transition plays. I actually didn't know that. That's technically a bug. Wait, I kind of like it though. I mean, it's like, I don't know, do I like that? Is that actually kind of good? Won't that also happen when the gear menu pops up? Oh, I missed it. It's easier to miss than it looks. Okay. Yeah. I don't think it's too slow when it's the main menu. But here, I agree it's too slow. Yeah. Which I don't want to worry about that. So, I mean, look, I'm gonna say let's not do it. I don't want to try to make it look better because I thought it was totally fine. Oh yeah, add some transition and ease to give it juice. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna say this is wasting time. Like, yes, this is an opportunity for juice, but I don't actually, it's not something I ever planned on. I don't actually want it. It could be nice, but I don't think it's remotely necessary. I think what the larger problem is I don't actually want gameplay transition to run at all. This should not be happening, right? It actually is a bit concerning because it means all this code has been running. Yeah, this is not good. We don't want this. Choose added on after the bottle needs to be made first. Yeah. No, but I'm just gonna cut this out. So what I'm gonna say is, where does this run? Where do we start the gameplay transition? I don't know. Gameplay transition. Oh, it gets called over here. So all it says is, if we're in gameplay, do the transition. That is not what I want. I would actually want if we're in gameplay from the main menu, which I might actually have a function for. In gameplay after main menu. Okay, that's where we want to do it. If we're in the gameplay state, and if in gameplay after main menu. Then do the transition. That way it's not gonna happen every single time. Oh. Now it wasn't going away at all there, which is a little surprising. Okay, there it went away. Start, goes up, hit pause. Wow. That's so surprising. I didn't even know that was a thing. Again, wow. It's because here, right here, I got rid of that. And the reason why I got rid of that is because when we're moving down, right, I want it to be visible. So what we're gonna do is say game states we're gonna say if not in gameplay after menu. Okay. If not in gameplay after menu, make the menu not visible. Because if it is going not visible all the time when we're in gameplay, then it's going to disappear before we see the transition happen. Not supposed to code in the base class. It can be a bunch of things. Perhaps create a transition state and extend the base state rather than modify it. What? So we were actually just talking about this. I mean, look, I don't think there's any hard and fast rules. I think you can kind of do whatever you want. So, actually, I am supposed to code on the base class because I want to, if that makes sense. You're not supposed to! The way you guys word things sometimes, I swear. Okay, pause, beautiful. With that said, I know it, I hear what you're saying. You know, for me, I'm just kind of like, I do appreciate when you guys like share, you know, what you think is a good way to go about things. I think that that's helpful. And I'm also helping you see how the way you word things can come off as a little hostile. But okay, and we're trying to find what is the issue with the game states. Oh, looks like I also... Oh, I messed up the lava. That's why we don't want to put reset lava in there. Got it. Yeah, I don't know what... I mean, I hear you. I haven't run into that problem. But I've heard you. I've heard you. I've definitely heard you. Problem solving is kind of the main reason most do coding. Yep. Hopefully. I mean, I hope that that's something that you enjoy. If you don't enjoy problem solving, what are you even doing here? You know? That's true. Yeah, you can want... Well, that's kind of the thing about making games, right? The issue? It's not the issue. What are you talking about? It's... Look, I mean... The issue was that the code was doing what it's not supposed to do. Not that the code was a place. I can see how, like, the code could be... Like, there's a fair argument that the code could be somewhere else, you know? And I'm down to, like, hearing other perspectives. But I don't think that's the issue. But I hear what you're saying. Oops. Player not dropping. And then the other thing too is I think it's often not like constructive criticism, right? It's like one thing to come in and be like, you're doing that wrong. But I hear you're saying create, that is constructive. Create a transition state and extend the base state rather than modify it. I'm still not really sure I understand how that helps, if I'm being honest, but I'm curious, I'm interested. All right, so what have I done? What have I introduced, and why have I introduced it? I guess I'm also not really sure what you mean, you know? And I think the way you worded it makes it hard for me to follow what you mean. But again, it's sometimes the backseating gets to a point where it's like, is this helping me or is it just slowing me down, you know? Okay, so what did I do? When the game starts, if when the player in the run and pauses and unpause too fast, what happened? I don't know. I don't think so. When the gameplay transition is finished, it starts the lava and the player starts falling. Did that happen? Oh yeah, because I was gating this. I was saying this only runs after the main menu. That's why. But it's not just the main menu. It's also if we're coming from a game over state as well. that's the other time. So if I come in here and I end the run and go to main menu and run it, we should fall down. Totally fine. But if I'm in a game over and I press continue, now it's not gonna fall because I said only start that transition in the event that we are, you know, going from the main menu. But I want to say not just when we're going from the main menu, but also when we're coming from game over as well. Off topic again, in my Game Jam game, to implement state machines, I made individual nodes to represent each state with a controller node with bools representing those states. Nice. Love that. Because it's still in the running state. I gotta be honest, Sport, I don't understand what you mean. Then the individual nodes under the controller nodes read that and only do that if the bool is true. Nice. Alright. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we need to separate this up. There's transition finished stuff, like setting the main menu to 0. We do actually want some of these things to happen. I mean, most of these things I do want to happen, actually. That's pretty redundant. I mean, actually, I do want all of these. Let's make a function. I have an idea. Oh, I think that was I think Blitzart was just sharing that as like an off-topic thing. This is only true if she's using a node-based state approach, which we aren't, isn't Enum? Yeah. Hello, Dungeon, welcome. Thank you for supporting the channel, being an awesome mod. You're a real one. Oh, I actually am not sure. Oh, maybe she is referring to Spore. That's the other thing, is like sometimes the reality is like sometimes, you know, if folks try to say it's like you don't always know what my code base is, you know? So like not everything's gonna work for everything else. I'd start making console plans to figure out which enum is messing up the stack. There's not, I just have no idea what you're talking about. So like Spore, I feel like you're like talking about something that doesn't make sense. Like, what do you think the problem is? What problem do you think you're solving? Because it's not the problem that I have, I don't think. So like, I do have a debug tool for this already made. It's just currently not active, but it can be made active. And we could do print, and there are prints, and actually, if we look down at the output, you can see game state menu. If we switch to a different state, it's gonna say so, and then I also have it down here as like a little thing on the screen. See, it says we're in gameplay. So I do have lots of prints happening, and so I relate to that, and I'm not saying you're saying I should do that. I don't think you're necessarily saying that, but I want to be like, hell yeah, I like that. I think it's a good idea. But yeah, I don't, like, my problem isn't with the states, it's just I need to just make my logic better, which is always what's happening. You know, it's like, why are you guys surprised that it needs work? It does, it's what I'm here to do. But for me, like, I'm just trying to fix things as they come up, you know, and it's okay. It's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna make a new function here, and this is going to be, I even wonder if we could, let's say player, or there's starting a new run, and then there's a shoulder demon heralding the doom of the coding kraken. Let's say, so there's already have a start new run function, but I kind of want a function that says, what this stuff is saying is, I mean, it is when the gameplay transition is finished. Let's say run prep gameplay after transition. That's what we're gonna call this. And I'm not gonna put this here on the scene transitions. I'm gonna move this to the global script. And so I already have a start new run here, and I feel like this is kind of similar. Start new run is before that. This is before we hit the ground. Prep gameplay after transition, do all that stuff. So now I'm gonna come back to my scene transition, and we're gonna say globals prep gameplay after transition. Now what I also want to say, not only do we want this stuff to happen when we're coming out of the main menu, but I also want this stuff to happen when we're coming out of game over. So if I go back to my game state script, I have in gameplay after main menu. I would like one called in gameplay after main menu and or game over. Yeah, it's a long function name. I'm okay with that. Doesn't bother me. It's verbose. So I always kind of have a hard time typing this logic because it hurts my little brain. You guys are often faster with that stuff, but I'm gonna save myself the trouble and get the chatbot to auto-complete it for me. Finish the logic for the in gameplay after main menu function. Elegant, verbose, reusable, modular. These are the principles which I stand by. No, but really, like, look, here's the thing. Like, I'm not working at a company, right? I'm not even working on a team right now. I'm just a solo hobbyist learning how to make games. And for me, I see, okay, verbosity is frowned on. And I ask myself, okay, noted. Does that mean I want to frown on verbosity for my own coding? I don't know. Let me try being very, that's right, exactly, F around and find out. I wanna F around with some verbosity and find out, oh, you know what? That's why everybody says not to do it, you know? Got it. Now I know because I did it. Or maybe I'm like, you know what? I like the verbosity. And then the other component is like, in my, why do I want to be so verbose? The reason why I want to be so verbose is because I want to be specific and I want to say that when I look at the function, I know what it does. I want it to communicate very clearly. And maybe in practicing, allowing myself to be verbose so I get the damn thing done, I start getting practice at maybe being more succinct, right? Maybe next time I'll be like, ooh, maybe I name it more like this instead. So like, I'm just allowing it to be that way, knowing full well that I'm breaking a clean code rule. But at the end of the day, I'm okay with that. You know? Welcome back, Blitzer. Alright. Finish my logic, because I always get it wrong when I do it. You feel an urge to already get started on your game, but you're going to hold back on that just to get at least a base idea and niche down so you're not being aimless. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Return true if you're currently in gameplay and just transition from either menu or game over. All right. I trust that's true. It always does this. Okay. And then we're gonna come up here, enter main menu or game over. Okay, so let's see if this works now. I think that should work in real time. Okay, end the run, we're in game over, hit continue, and the game starts. Oh! But when I hit the ground, that collided thing didn't reset. Oh. Was that in... That's a little surprising that that didn't happen. I wonder if that's like a runtime thing. Here, let's try it. Okay. We start here. I'm gonna fall down, which is good. We'll just try that again just to make sure that that's good. Yep. And the run. Now come from game over. And starts. Okay, good. Excellent. I'm in the right mindset now? Let's go. Yeah, you know, I mean, I think it's hard to like sit here and drop in on someone coding and like understand where their head's at and what their plan is. I don't think there's a right mindset. That's fair. Yeah. Well, and so you see the way sometimes we type things is not necessarily what we mean, and I try to make best assumptions. But yeah, I think it's important to challenge the way we say things too. Okay, so this looks fine right now. It might have just been because the runtime needed to be started over. If not, I'll squash the bug when we get there. It comes in waves. Yeah, just let it happen. You know, think of it as someone sharing. I'm here sharing my raw, public, doing the best I can-ness, you know, always. And I think that's valuable. I think a lot of, and this is why I say what I said earlier about like talking about, oh, oops, that's wrong. Why I say talking about Pirate Software's code or whatever, right? You know, it's like, I think we're used to feeling like we need to be ashamed because we're not doing everything perfectly. But that's part of what I want to do with this channel is be like, no, it's okay. Show up and do your best and get things done the best you can and do better next time. But I think a lot of people who especially live stream their game development or share their programming, they're either so good that they almost never make mistakes, or they're editing it heavily in a way that hides all their mistakes. And I am here to share the entire process, you know, because it's, I hope it's motivating and inspiring, right? I don't want to be here and just be like, oh yeah, like I should be better, I suck, you know. Like, I want you to feel like, yes, I can get in there and make stuff, even if I'm not perfect. Maybe seeing me come in here and be imperfect can inspire you to get things done. You know, it's not easy. It's hard to make the games, for sure. But it's okay to be imperfect, too. One of the textures seemed to be in front of the lava. Which one? You can see the ground through the bottom of it. Oh, this bug, right. The inverted light. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not right. Whoa. Oh, actually. Oh, we got all kinds of glitches. Oof. The true coding messiah. What does that mean? Okay, I have changed a lot and broken a lot at the same time. The chosen super user. I don't know if I want to initially gray box or just make assets because I also enjoy art. I know making assets without it being finalized wastes time, but I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of up to you. I'm not a big fan of starting with art, but that's just me. One of the textures seems to be in front of the lava. I don't know what that means. One of the textures seems to be in front of the lava. You meme a lot, but you also code, but also meme? Okay. Well, don't be surprised if I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, what do you mean? One of the textures looks like it's a head of the lava? You see the ground texture through the orange one? I think I know what you think you're seeing. So that was actually something I designed intentionally. So there's like 2 different textures there on the lava. And that was just like a stylistic choice on my part. So you can see there's actually 2 like partial cylinders here, right? One of them is a little darker and one of them's a little brighter. And so maybe that's what you mean, is that you see this. So that's not actually the ground underneath, right? If I hide the ground. It's weird because it's actually making it disappear, which is actually surprising to me. There, you can see it a little better. So that's just like there, right? It's weird because it is like disappearing based on it. Yeah, it makes it feel more liquid, exactly. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to like explain what's happening here. So you can see there's one underneath and there's one above. And the one underneath, let's get the cat out of the way here. The one underneath yeah, it's not even like doing like a transparent thing. Right, so if I put that render priority up, actually. Let me put the ground back. And see, there's some funky things going on here. But maybe that makes it a little more clear what's happening. And then it's just gonna consume it. Oh, so this is another bug, is every time the pause menu closes, it's resetting the lava, and badly, which is a bug. Also, I've done a few bad things here. I've messed up the map mark. I've actually broken a lot of things here today. I just want to point that out. I think I've made terrible mistakes, and I need to fix them. Okay, just to show you what that looks like. It's probably gonna be weird. It's fine. So there that is normally. And then if I take that and put it back, I'm probably gonna die. To a lower render. You know, it's kind of me just fiddling around with it until I thought it looked good. That's what I ended up with. So it's not, the moral of the story is, it's not technically the ground that you're seeing through it. It's just like a darker version of the pattern above it on the rest of the lava. And I think it's even moving differently as well. But what I was kind of imagining it as, that lower layer, was like a sort of crust that's like forming where the lava is like hardening. Because if I didn't put that there, I just thought it looked a little too, I don't know, maybe that looks better. I don't know. It's something about it. It was like too harsh of a edge at the bottom without that extra like crust on there. And to me, it just didn't look as good. So I wanted like a little buffer to just make it look nicer. Hence that crust. Okay, so I've broken some things. I have really broken some things. Namely, the map markers, I believe, are now looking at the wrong thing. Probably because I made some changes. Also, the pause, exiting the pause button is causing us issues. So I think what I need to do is not do my little function separation thing. Yeah. I got a little overambitious with that. I don't know if I'm gonna get to a character creator today, because we're just like, I'm just fixing things. Sometimes it be like that. Okay. So I have my prep gameplay after transition. The problem... I mean, like, what was the problem? Why did I even do that? It's always a tomorrow. Usually? Yeah, usually. So far there's always a tomorrow. Okay, real quick, I'm just gonna actually put this back to here. I'm gonna return it to the way things were, because I've lost my place in terms of what the hell's going on. So before, we were doing a gameplay transition every single time, right? I don't think this is your problem. I don't think this is your problem at all. I think you can leave that. I think that's totally fine. Right. I don't think this is an issue. I think where things got weird, and then the map markers, the reason why the map markers are in the wrong place is because I changed up the structure of the main menu. I created this control, which I don't know that I really need. And that just made things different. So we're gonna revert. I'm gonna put this out here. I'm gonna get rid of main menu control. I'm gonna get rid of it. Negative 231 is what that is. There's a co-working part in the title. I mean, pretty much what I've been doing the entire time. Chat giving you ideas. No! Oh God, I need to take that out of the title if that's what you think it means. No, co-working, oh dear God. Co-working means you're working and I'm working and independently. So, yeah. Co-working meaning. Okay. But not that kind of co-working. The other kind of co-working. You can see it kind of came up. Co-working space, right? What's the other meanings? When your boss stands menacingly over your shoulder. Yes. Boss being chat here. I know. You guys have been hella menacing today. I wish I could find exactly a good terminology for it. But it's not supposed to mean, yeah, parallel working. Yeah, maybe, it's very long. Body doubling, exactly, body doubling. That's what I mean. Yes. That's what I mean. Wow, I'm changing that title right now. I don't want anyone to ever make that mistake and think that that's what I mean. Hell no, that's not what I mean. but no one's gonna understand what that means. So we're just gonna take it out. It's just gone. I'll never say it again. That is, thank you. Thank you for that feedback that I know I was miscommunicating. I'm very glad to be aware of that. Oh my God, I'm doubling these bodies, right? That's like unclear too. Like, what is she talking about? What? Like a bug? Multiplying bodies. We've created reproduction. Alright, I gotta stop breaking my game today. So, where was I? Scene transition. We're gonna keep that. Right, the game states. Oh, right, and then I needed to... Okay, so we're gonna go everywhere we have main menu control. We're gonna unfactor that back to container. Okay. That's getting refactored here. That was a mistake. I upset a very careful balance. But now that I understand better the right thing to do, we'll be okay. Probably, maybe. Oh, this needs to be a margin container. And then update it everywhere. Yes, crash systems, we got a kitty. It's Travi. That's Travi. He's a very sweet boy. He's the sweetest boy, isn't he? Isn't he? He's not gonna backseat code. He's not gonna backseat code at all. Oh, he's a sweet boy. Yes, he's got some orange in him. Cannot be trusted. What do they say about orange cats? That they're kind of like, they're kind of dopey. He is kind of dopey. He is, but he's also very sweet. We were looking up cat patterns the other day to try to understand like what his pattern is. Apparently, he's a harlequin. Is the pattern? It's like a couple things at the top and like a striped tail. He's an orange harlequin. He's a very sweet boy. Oh, is your ear itchy? You got some itchy ear? I'm sorry. Oh, I don't want to... He tries to get my finger to be shoved in his ear. If you go ask other mommy, maybe they can wipe your ear. Oh, I'm sorry, you got an itchy ear, buddy. He is a lovable idiot. He's incredibly lovable. He's the sweetest cat, honestly, that I've ever met in my life. I didn't even know cats could be this nice. Was yours that backseat coding or is that fine? Oh, it's definitely backseat coding. But I always say I don't mind backseat coding to an extent. Here's the thing. If the backseating is A, constructive, and B, worded kindly, I don't mind it. And also that you say it with the understanding that I'm likely to not be interested. But, you know, I think some people are like, no backseating, right? They don't allow it at all. Yeah, so backseating just basically means like, you know, I'm here doing my thing, and from the backseat of the car, you're trying to control the driver and tell the driver what to do, right? And so, you know, it often comes from, if I'm coding things a certain way, they're like, you shouldn't do that. You should do that differently. Shouldn't it be like that? Isn't that wrong? Right? But, again, I don't always mind that, because sometimes you guys catch things that I appreciate you catching. And I think it's interesting. I think it's engaging to be able to interact with what's happening. With that said, you know, I think sometimes there's a bluntness that can make it, like, not that great. And then, you know, if it's not very constructive, it's like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? Just be like, okay, champ, sounds good. But, like, you know, if you're like, if sometimes people, like, there are some folks who don't chat that much, like the lurkers. And they'll chat after having been here for hours, and they'll just say something like, I think you want to make this that, and they'll give me like the line of code, and it'll be exactly what I need to solve a problem, right? And like that's where I'm like, yes, do it. Thank you. I require compliance. You won't get it necessarily. I try to use stuff like could to not make it sound like I'm forcing you or like it's the only way to fix a problem. I mean, it's hard. Communication is hard. And look, I don't know if you've got ADHD, if you've mentioned that, or you are neurodivergent in some way. I'm neurodivergent. But I think for us especially, it can be hard to communicate, to mask. Basically asking you to mask. When I say be kind about it, it's masking, which is not necessarily the most enjoyable thing to do. But at the end of the day, even if we're all neurodivergent here or whatever, we still feel things based on the way people say things. And, you know, these streams have a small enough audience that I can actually respond to the things people say and stuff. So I like being able to do that. I like being able to talk with you guys. But that doesn't mean I'm not human, and sometimes things will rub me the wrong way, you know? So I think, yeah, practicing saying things a certain way is good, but you know, different people are going to take things different ways, different timings. It's difficult. Oh, yes, I am completely insane and rude. I'll try to behave. Okay. Do your best. And the other thing is sometimes you learn, like, if you guys keep coming through, I learn about you. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's just the way they say things, you know? So it helps when you guys say, like, oh, I didn't mean it like that. You know, it helps. It does. You know? I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Trying to fix my broken code. So I actually would want to make sure that I have like a constant here to say constant menu return or default pause. Which, by the way, looks like it's negative 231. I'm gonna make a character creator today. I will. I'm still determined. So now where I had that magic 0 floating around, we're gonna unmagic it to menu default position. I feel like it's still not gonna work for some reason. Now, did I fundamentally change anything else about the margin container? Yeah, because this used to be full rect, and now it is not. It's shrink centered. That's probably the primary issue that was happening there with the map markers. And the other thing that I did was I messed up the transitions. Now, I've actually reverted the way the logic works with the menu, so it's gonna be a little broken. I think we're gonna go back to the menu lifting up, which at this point might be simpler. I thought that would be harder to try to tweak that, but now I'm thinking it might be easier just to allow the menu to rise up when it's not supposed to. Okay, let's not have the lava be there, although, why do I kind of like it? Wait, is this a happy accident? It strangely looks good. I don't know, it's kind of just like a lot of like a boring texture. But it definitely emphasizes the stakes that lava is like there. I kind of like it. Okay, but we'll circle back to that. For now, let's just not have it there. Okay, that goes down, looks great, it lands, everything's totally fine. Lava approaches, we're good. So now if I pause it, oh dear. Oh, so it's resetting it to the higher position for some reason. Let me see what our prints are saying. Gameplay transition finished. It's running it many times, which is a little surprising and a little concerning. And what does the menu position look to be? Well, I guess the thing is it's not going, because negative 231 isn't what it always is. So, ooh, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. And that's why I set it to a different position, because it's not necessarily at negative 231. Sometimes it's at different places, depending on the size of this. So that's literally going to look different. If I click on the menu, it's, dude, moving the menu and bringing it back down, that is not so easy. Because that was like what I started with. I was like, let's do character customization, but let's also make the menu move out of the way. And I gotta say, it's kind of a bit of a challenging thing to do in real time. So there it says negative 231 is that position. And you can see it moving right behind me. Negative 809, negative, because it's tweening. It's tweening away every single time I unpause it. Negative 231, that's where it is now. And when I unpause it, it tweens up, but it's getting hidden. And the reason it's getting hidden is because we told it to, right? And and so I'm okay, I actually see exactly what's happening. So look, if I pause it slowly, it's gradually moving up. Oh, okay, this isn't that bad. This is actually not that bad. This is why I need it to be separate. So that way, it doesn't run that tween every single time, right? I only want that tween to run when we're coming from the main menu. I don't want that tween to run when we're coming from game over. Okay, so let's try this instead. Which maybe oddly goes to the point Spore was making, to an extent. I think maybe I agree, and that's the thing, often you guys say things that I agree with, right? But that doesn't mean I'm always gonna be able to like parse what you're saying and apply it to my issue. So I could be wrong, but I think what Spore was saying earlier is coding stuff into here might be something I regret. And indeed, I regret it. But again, I had to F around to find out, you know? And so that's the other thing too, right? Like, you know, you'll see like videos and stuff. Right, exactly. It's so hard for me to like parse what you're saying. But even besides that, you know, you'll see videos, people talking about, I feel like I saw a Primogen short about this. I swear I did. Like this is, I think this is directly from a Primogen short, but there's videos where people will say, I don't even think it was, no, I think it wasn't a Primogen short. It was just like some video by somebody else. You had a message get removed? Really? It was a video by someone else, I just realized. But you'll see videos where people say things that I wish I knew before I started game dev, right? And this concept of trying to teach you, here are the mistakes I made, don't you make these mistakes. But at the end of the day, I don't think that works. I feel like we have to make the mistakes, so that way we can recognize them before they happen, because we've gone there and we've had the issue, you know? So I like screwing up. I love it. And I love bringing that here. And so, you know, it's like, even if you, and that's the other problem with backseating, is like, even if you think you're telling me something that I need to hear, and maybe I do, that doesn't mean I'm ready to hear it. You know? It's a creative activity. Yeah, exactly. That doesn't mean I'm ready to hear it. And I think that happens all the time. In web apps, we usually make an entire module for the context, since every request is within a finite state. I mean, apples to oranges a little bit. Game dev and software dev, you know? I feel like game dev, you know, we're a little more freeform. Not that though, but those principles from software development are really valuable, and I think they can help a lot. But I think because it is a more artistic, creative expression, and there's so many complex systems that depend on so many different variables, what's going on in the game, how the player is playing the game, I think it can make it harder to apply some of that rigidity. But still, it sounds like a good lesson. An entire module just for context, since every request is within a finite state. Love that. You got some knowledge. You got some skills, Spore. I see you. I said you got a function used to end a tween, those tweens. Oh, kill. Oh. I mean, whoa. Are you, does that, I mean, that sounds like, that almost sounds like, is YouTube like AI monitoring chat? And like an AI is determining that you were talking about killing people in between, I could just probably say that, unaliving people in between the ages of, what is it that constitutes a tween? I don't even remember what the hell a tween is. 10 and 15 or something. And it just determined, it was like, you're talking about unaliving people between 10 and 15. That's really surprising. It's possible, right? Blitzer says, I seem to tend to want my thoughts about the code and possible solutions for it to be heard a little more than what it probably should be. I do get it right some of the times, but not all the time. Yeah, and like come through, do that, right? But like also, I think sometimes people don't humble themselves and they come through, right? And you don't, and again, you don't mean to, I don't mean you necessarily. But it's hard to tell. There's people who come through here and sometimes they're really not nice about it. Some people are quite mean about it. It's rare. But like I'm here, you know, I'm a person. I'm not necessarily like, sometimes I'll put on the like crunch mode and I'll be like, I can't with you, chat. But like, that's very, very rare. I'm generally like here to share in not just my process, but the process, like how we all engage with each other as whatever socially types of people we are, and how we engage with code and how we think about making things, you know? I don't just think of this as a channel where I am showing you what I'm doing, but we're figuring out together how to do things. So I love this conversation. I think this is super awesome. Yeah, that's good. I think that self-reflectivity is super important. It's the main bad part about the advice backseating that you're doing. Yeah, right. And that's the thing. Like, I know that, right? You like I don't. I've learned not to go down every path that people suggest. You know, it depends. It depends, right? Like I was talking about, there's somebody who comes through and they often exactingly will be like, I think you want to do this. And I know every time they leave a comment, a chat message, I'm like, wait, that person's here. That person's here. Oh, wait a minute. They're right. I'm going to go ahead and do it. You know, but that's rare, right? 99% of us are just here engaging and having fun. And that's fair. You know, but if someone's new, I don't necessarily know what their deal is, right? So I don't know if they're okay with me just being like, I don't know about that. I don't understand that. I gotta move on. So it's good. It's like I'm onboarding you right now. And maybe one day I'll be able to cogently type it up into rules, but like that's boring. Who wants rules? I have nothing against young people, just linear interpolation functions. Oh wait, but were you actually saying something helpful about that? Wait, let me actually back it up. What was the message? What were you trying to say? Was it something helpful? I said you gotta end those tweens. Oh yeah, maybe. I mean, right. I think the tween is just getting called over and over again too. It can be a hostile space. Tech is often kind of hostile. It is. It is. I know. And that's the other reason why I'm here and why I like live streaming and sharing this process is because there's like this really narrow culture that I think permeates, tech and programming. And I don't fit into that at all. And so, I like to just create a different kind of space around coding and around programming. Like, it shouldn't be something that we feel like we can't participate in because of the hostility that tends to exist around it. But again, I think that's a corporate thing, you know? I think that's where that comes from, is businesses and middle managers and deadlines that people, where people's paychecks are on the line. I think, and then also, I mean, you know, whoever, the type of people who tend to get power, the narcissistic types that usually are the bosses, you know, I feel like that's where that tone kind of comes from. I don't think that programming inherently is hostile. I just think, I think that because most of the programming people are doing is based in a business context, it's taken on that vibe. You're okay with it? All right, so this is fine and good, but I want to make sure that the tween does not start unless this 100% does not start unless we are coming out of the main menu. Well, I do want the main menu to hide when we, right, but we already have a block for that. This doesn't need to happen again. That doesn't need to happen again. So we would want to run prep gameplay after transition. So what I would do is, and what, remind me again what calls gameplay transition? Oh, that's where this started. That's where all this started, isn't it? Is when I went to scene transitions and I added that code in there. So we could do it here. I'm a little concerned about that, truth be told. I'm a little concerned about this. I feel like we're just gonna have the same problem again. So if I say globals, or sorry, game states in gameplay after main menu. No, because this is only saying after main menu, which is correct. No, this is different. This isn't the same code as before. And then what we want to check is game states, all right? A lot of the, like, guys, the growth that I've had has largely been from you guys. Like, yes, practicing, yes, documentation, stuff like that. But you guys have taught me so much, like, about base classes, even using those, right? So I'm always very appreciative. I'm just thinking about that as I type this. I'm like, wow, like, I've never even used base classes like this until you guys helped me do things. So I'm always very grateful, too, for your guys' help. Anyway, what am I doing? Game states. If that happens, I mean, really, just then do this, right? We don't want to say game states, we want to say game state. What is the current game state set to, right? If that, then do this. Welcome back, Jord. Another reason I'm here is the same reason, to learn from what's said and done here. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I mean, totally. I think there's, look, learning doesn't have to straight up be like tutorials and classes. It can be observation, stumbling into unique problems you never would have even done. Love that. You know, just like you before, you didn't know that we could create multiple cursors, right? Little things like that. Little things like that you could pick up just by hanging out. Same, also. I've also picked up things that way. I never liked tutorials, me neither. I've also never been in tutorial hell. I don't know, I get kind of, really what I do, and I'm looking at a tutorial, I'm usually looking for a very specific answer, and when I find it, I'm out of there. Like, I don't, but some people learn differently, right? So for some people, it's helpful. I think especially starting out, it can be nice, but debrief kind of game. Welcome, Diara. What is debrief? Is that a game? What is that? Is that a real game? Oh, are you asking for a debrief of the kind of game? Maybe that's what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I can give you a debrief of the game. I got you. So this is for a game jam called the Game Like Jam. Welcome, good to have you here. And this game jam is a way to make games without worrying about what the game is going to be about. The scope is decided for you. In 1 month, we make games that are similar to other games. This month, it's almost over. We got a week left. This month, the game that we are making is like SkiFree. It is a SkiFree like. In that link that I gave you, you can try out the game that we're basing ours on. This is SkiFree. You're going down a mountain, moving on down, avoiding obstacles and stuff like that. And so here is mine so far, assuming I haven't broken it because I'm in the middle of working on it. Hopefully I haven't. I'm just gonna unload that just in case. So mine is about falling down a mountain. There's some UI element showing on the screen, but that's okay. I think that's because of the remote tab being up. There we go. So mine is about falling down a mountain instead of skiing down a mountain. The entire time you're falling to your death. Just constant falling to your death. Like I said, I'm in the middle of fixing some things, so it's a little broken. But that's okay. Alright, let's... I can't quite show you because I'm in the middle of editing it, but hopefully you get the idea. Lava is chasing you all along the way. You love my voice? Thank you. Sometimes I'm a little insecure about it. But also, you know, I kind of stopped being insecure about it after live streaming. I was like, you know what? Let's just let my freak flag fly. Like, I could talk like this, and I could be, like, up high and stuff, but, like, then I wouldn't be real, you know? It would probably slow you down to implement this at this point, though. You may take this with a grain of salt, but I tend to have a game state machine for the global state, and then another one for the substates in the gameplay. Yeah. Each layer of state's their own. Yes. So I actually did that in my last project. And my last project for the last Game Like Jam was Puyo Puyo was the game that we made it based on, which was a match 4 game, and kind of. And so it was a little bit more complicated. The gameplay was fundamentally more complicated, and so I did approach it that way, and I thought about approaching it that way for this one, but I just didn't. I don't know. I just didn't. I just didn't. I don't know. It's sort of. And this is me being kind of new, right? I'm just sort of trying out things. I'm practicing. I'm learning as I go. And part of that is, like, I'm not sure what I want to do every single time that I make a game. Let's hear. What was the game called? It was called Blocky Dig and Match, which I think I just called Puyo Like in here. So I did end up doing that for Blocky Dig and Match. Which, if you want to try it, it's here. So this is for the last Game Like Jam. And there was just like a bit more complexity to the game. And so I felt like it was necessary. But, you know, do I want to do that every single game? Do I always want to make sure that I have 2 different states or not? I just don't know yet, you know? I'm still kind of learning what my normal approaches are. And so for this one, there's the state that decided, are we in the main menu? Are we in the gameplay? Are we in game over? And then there was a secondary set of states that would say, right now, the piece is falling. Right now, it's calculating where the next piece is. Then it's calculating if the garbage is falling. Now that the garbage is fallen, it's trying to see if there's a new match. There was a lot more layers in that one because, again, it just had like a bit more complexity to it. You know, maybe in the future I say let's always do that, but at least for this project I didn't go that route. But maybe I should, or maybe I will in the future. Let me see if I can find and show you kind of the way that I did it. So the way that I did it for this game was I created 2 different state types, and I called one not the most unique names, but one was gameplay states. So again, whether we're in the menu, just kidding, sorry, gameplay states was not when we're in the menu. Gameplay states is if we're moving a certain way, if it's adjusting, if the grid is updating, if the piece is currently falling, stuff like that. That's what all these are. And then the other state is called game states, and that is main menu, pause, gameplay, game over. And then both of those would exist together. And it was nice. It was really good, and I'm glad I did it for that game. And I guess, like I said, I'm not sure yet if that's something I want to do for every project. You know, I just don't know. I guess I could see, like, maybe that was helpful for this. Yeah, I think at this point, and so that's the thing, right? Like, if I decide, you know what, actually, that is a really wise thing to do every time, because by the time I realize I need it, it might be really hard to wedge it in. I'm trying to think, like, how that would help me here. I guess it would. Yeah, well, because here's the thing, is it's not, like, as linear of gameplay. Like, it kind of is. I guess I think if I was gonna have, like, a different state machine, I might want it for the scene transitions, right? So, like, are we transitioning from the main menu to the gameplay? Or are we transitioning from the gameplay to the game over? Currently, those are the only two real states. I mean, maybe not. You might say that there's a pre-gameplay transition state. There's a post-game over state. So I think that's a really good thought, and I think maybe I should be open to creating another state machine specifically that handles the scene transitions, because that's where a lot of the gameplay either starts or doesn't, depending on certain things. So that's something to think about. Yeah. That's a good call, Sport. I used to be in tutorial hell at one point in my life. I don't know when I got out of it. I guess my attention span, I couldn't get into tutorial hell to begin with, you know? Because, again, I'm watching a tutorial, and when I get what I need, I'm out of there. And I remember one time I was streaming, and I was looking at a tutorial, and someone was like, "Why didn't you finish the tutorial? You need to finish the tutorials." And I'm just like, nah, I can't do that. So I think I'm just not compatible with tutorial hell. I'm too scatterbrained. I want to jump to the next thing, you know? Because sometimes, I guess the reason why they said that is because I learned something from the tutorial, and I went to implement it, and then I had a problem, and if I had just kept watching the tutorial, maybe they would have mentioned it. But I think what also bothers me about a lot of tutorials is they don't often deliver, like, what I want, you know? Like, I guess I've kind of learned that sticking through a tutorial doesn't always teach me everything I need. Because, let's be real, why do people make tutorials? Really? I mean, really, why do people make tutorials? The main reason. They make them for engagement. They make tutorials because they want to get more likes, they want to get more subs, they want to get more views, right? And sure, that's not to say folks don't want to also help, because they do. We do want to help. But I know, especially as a content creator, that number one priority is to make something that is entertaining and to make something that gets clicks. And that isn't always compatible with making the most helpful tutorial. And you know, some folks will their tutorial is basically just telling you what the code is, right? Some people walk you through in totally different ways. So there's that component, right? That it's there for entertainment. The other component is that people have different teaching styles. Some folks will teach you in a way where they're holding your hand and explaining everything along the way. Some people will just give you the code. Some people are making more careful decisions and only explaining some things. What about the example? You know, if you're learning how to make a character controller, like how to make a 3D character controller in Godot. Okay, well, what kind of 3D character controller, right? Is it first person? Is it third person? Does it need to be ready for a gun to be drawn? Does it need to have jumping? Does it need to have running? Does it need to have crouching? You know, so how do you even come up with an example that works for every situation in the tutorial? It's unlikely that your exact problem is going to be represented in the tutorial. It might be, So, you know, I guess just with all of these things in mind, and then just some videos just aren't that good. Maybe they have the kernel of truth in there. So I find it tough for me to get in tutorial hell because I don't trust the tutorial enough. I'm just like, I don't have the patience to sit through the video and find out that it was a waste of my time. But I'm glad that you're out of it, Jord. I'm happy for you. Maybe you just found really good tutorials that just were still never perfect enough because it's never going to be exactly what you need. And being told what to do isn't always what you need. You never thought about states having states. Sometimes states gotta have states. Well, and these were kind of independent as well. So it's not like there was, like, it's not like a state was, well, kind of. I mean, kind of. Because I would be able to check and say, hey, if I'm in the pause menu, then we should never be in that substate. So I guess, yeah, kind of. That actually does kind of happen. How long have you been programming in Godot? Yeah. Let's see. I actually streamed live. It's actually the first live stream on the YouTube channel. Twitch doesn't let you save VODs like that. But if we do go to the YouTube channel and we look back, we can see what my first live stream was, and that was the first time I streamed Godot. Now, I did have that. It's not really my first live stream ever, but it's the first live stream on this channel. And it says 1 year ago. This is literally the first time I tried Godot. I tried Godot for the first time here. And you guys will see the same thing, right? You guys helped me learn. I am so glad that you guys were there helping me, right? It was like everything. But this was specifically September 14th, 2023. So since then is how long I've been programming in Godot. And frankly, that's about as long as I've been programming. I did try making games in like no code, like a no code platform or two, and that was not great. So I did have that experience, but I never really was using text code until this day. So this was not only the first time I used text code, but also the first time I used Godot. September 14th, 2023. So what was that? Year and 6 months ago or so? That makes sense. So instead of making substates, perhaps you could register the state at the exact moment you exit the menu. Yeah, exactly. I might do that. We'll see. You gotta explore different... Yeah, right. I'm in an exploration phase. Precisely. George's been using... Yeah, how long have you guys been using it? You've been using it for 4 years? That's a long time. You've seen it through like a lot of different phases. I never even had Godot 3. I mean, you can see, like, Godot 3 wasn't even a thing at this point. You've been sticking with Godot. Nice. You've probably really seen it become a lot better than it used to be. For me, I've used it for a couple days. Really? Wow. Well, you've done other types of coding, surely, right? You seem like you've got some experience. That's cool. Well, welcome to Godot. I love it. I mean, look, I was at the time, I was live streaming, and the live streaming was a part of me just trying to figure out what engine I wanted. I was doing Unreal Engine, I was doing GDevelop, I was doing Unity, I was trying all these different engines. And when I got to Godot, I was like, this is it, I'm done. I don't need another engine, this is the engine for me forever. And I hope that you also have a really nice experience working with Blitzar, or working with Godot Blitzar. You know the basics, that's fair. Dungeon says, I can't believe how close together we started in Godot. Yeah, it's cool, right? It's perfect. We're on a learning journey together. Your first project was a Halloween jam in 2023. Dang! That's really cool. What am I doing? States. If we're in gameplay after the main menu, do this. Otherwise, don't do any of this stuff. But then we'll never get on gameplay transition finished. Which is why we have to say prep gameplay after transition whenever we go back to the gameplay state after unpausing the menu. Well, no, don't run that. No, we do not want to run that at that time. Incorrect. This only gets run. This needs to get run after game over as well. So I would want to say that if we start a new run, and it's not after the menu, then do that. That's what we want to do. So I'm going to go to start new run. And within that, after everything is prepped, correct, I want to say if game states if we're starting a new run and we're not in gameplay, after the main menu, hopefully this works the way I want it to. I'm a little afraid. I'm a little afraid. Then prep gameplay after transition. I don't know, we'll see. We'll see about that. I still remember the first time I found out about the pause mod function when I was making a menu cursor for my RPG. Wait, what's pause mod? What is that? I actually don't even know what that is. Oh, the modulo. Is that like the percent sign, basically? It's a variant on the standard modulo. Unlike the standard modulo operator, which can return negative results when the dividend is negative, PosMod always returns a remainder in range 0b, where b is the modulus. Whoa. So it's kind of like absolute value, except you're defining, like, the parameters or something. Oh, she's all the way in the corner. Besides moving the camera, I don't know if I can get her. Wow. Thank you. I'd never heard of this. Returns the integer modulus of x divided by y that wraps equally in positive and negative. Wow. So it is. It's like absolute value for modulo. Is that? Am I correctly understanding that? It's pretty cool. I love that. Oh, but you're also defining. Posmon -1.5 would be 4. Cool. Neat. And in 2020, I thought Godot was 3D only. So I refused to use it. Really? Wow. I always hear the opposite. I always hear folks being like, I thought Godot was only for 2D. So I refused to use it, which was the worst mistake of my entire life, cat being PNG. It's just it's a cat being PNG. It's a PNG of half of a cat. Wow. All right, let's see if I broke this or made it less broken. It could go either way. It could go either way. Goodbye, cat beans. It's probably still broken. Am I ever gonna make the character creator today? I mean, look, these were fundamental things I need to fix, and if I'm gonna be trying to wedge in a freaking character creator, I friggin' better have this stuff sorted. Okay, so far so good. The lava, let's make sure it approaches correctly. It does. We got lava. So the pause menu is still in the wrong place, but that's okay, we can fix that. Okay, so yeah, it's still resetting the lava every time that I unpause the menu. So you could just say, oh, you know what? I don't want the lava near me. I think I'll just pause and unpause. So that's incorrect. If we end the run and then hit continue, everything looks good. Lava approach is good. We end the run, go to the main menu. Okay, the menu, we're not returning the menu back to the right position, so I gotta fix that. But that's okay, we'll circle back to that problem. Bye-bye! Bye-bye, lava wave! Okay, so that's the last remaining issue besides the position of the menu. So, why? The only reason the lava is getting reset is because this is running. Prep gameplay after transition. You don't want to run this. No. Wrong. You don't want to, because if you run this every single time we go back, lava's going to restart, which is not good. No, we do not want those there. That's the opposite of what I want. Do I even need this? Settings counts as menu somehow? I don't know what you mean. Wait, but something's missing though. Yes, what's missing is you want to say that if game over, we want to say if in gameplay after, do we have an after game over? After main menu or game over? That's not true. So, okay. All right, give me, I need a new state entirely. Or a new state check function. So we'll make it just like this. I should be able to figure this one out, right? It should be easy. In gameplay after game over. So what we're doing is we're tracking the last state all the time. And I could just type this, but I just think it's easier to just have a function. So we're just say if the last state is game over, when we get to gameplay, then run that. Okay. Should be easy! Final, it is famous last words. It really is. I know. Okay, if we are in gameplay after game over, then run that when we start a new run. Okay, then I gotta figure out the position stuff. So remember, the pause menu and the main menu, they're sharing the same, like, control nodes. They're literally the same. The only difference is we're swapping out, like, what is inside of them at those moments. But what I need to do is figure out what position it's supposed to return to. Okay, so let's let the lava creep up a little bit. I also need to see, I think the map markers are going to be fixed now, which is good. Pause, unpause. No! It still got rid of them. Why did you do this? Why have you done this? Okay. I'm gonna need some more feedback here. Give me, here, print this out. Maybe that isn't what I thought it was. I want to say globals post transition gameplay prepped. Okay. I want to see if that's printing. It is not. Really? So then how is Start Lava running? I think I know why. It's because of this. It's this right here. We're saying every time we're in gameplay, change the lava position. Wrong. Incorrect. This needs to be more particular. After game over, main menu or game over. Gameplay but not after paused. Ah, actually that sounds pretty good. I kind of like that. Let me see what that feels like. What does that feel like? Okay, hopefully that will actually update through the runtime. Lava has inverted lighting, but I'm okay with that right now since we changed the code. Nice. Okay, so it's not receding. That's good. Okay, now if we hit continue, it did recede, which is good. And now it should creep forward. Excellent. And when we pause and unpause, it doesn't go away. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's try the main menu. Obviously, it's offset incorrectly. Excellent. Hell yeah. Okay. Whoo! Great. So now, the menu problem. What is the menu problem? So I have this constant here somewhere in scene transitions. -231 as the menu default position. But I think that is misbehaving. Now we actually move the entire menu up when we're transitioning it away. And I want it to go back to the center afterward. But that center that I've chosen is incorrect. So we can see here it says -231 as the Y position. But, you know, this is likely different or something? I'm not exactly sure what that deal is, if I'm being honest. -231, that's the same number. So I'm gonna look at the remote tab. In the remote tab, we see that it is at -231, although I think the game hasn't actually loaded, so it's probably not true. I might be able to make the character creator today. I might actually make it. Okay. It'll be a nice break. I mean, I'm really glad I'm getting this stuff sorted out. Okay, so back on the remote tab. It is not at -231, it is at -11.5. Now what happens if I adjust this? That changes dynamically. So this is in different positions depending on the size of the window, which is gonna make it very hard to reset it back to a default spot. Now why am I not using shrink to center, which actually makes that work a lot better? Well, the reason I wasn't using shrink to center is because otherwise apparently it was messing up my map markers. Because apparently my map marker position, oh no, they're still messed up. Those are supposed to be snapped to the edges, but I broke that. So actually, that didn't even help me. I mean, in that case, I might as well just set this back to shrink to center. How long have I worked on Godot? Apparently, we just found this out. Apparently, I have been using Godot since September 13th? September 14th, 2023. This is my first Godot stream, linked in the chat right there. It exists, it is known. It is a known number. Separate UI containers, yeah, exactly, Blitzart. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But I'm really not sure how the map mark. I'm actually very confused how the map markers got messed up. Let me check. I have an old version actually uploaded, and I'm kind of curious if that, like, is that bug really from what I did today, or is that just an old bug, and I'm just misattributing it to today? I think that that's possible. I think there's a good chance that that's what's happening here. So I'm gonna go look at an old build of the game that is not as up to date as this one, but hopefully it can illustrate whether or not this is a new bug. Okay, so I'm gonna let that load. In the meantime, we can get this menu right. Okay, so that looks really good in the center. Now, if I reset the position, it shouldn't matter. It matters. What if I do full rect, but shrink to center? Okay, there we go. So now it's actually in the center as it should be. Perfect. But I want the position. I'm gonna reset that. There we go. Okay, so now it can be at 0 and it's just fine. So that wasn't even it. Okay, so we're gonna come back. Default position, we'll put it at 0, which means I do need to restart it. But also, welcome, Vetschew. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah, I'm kind of new. I'm kind of new in a lot of ways, truth be told. I feel new. I still feel like I have a lot to learn. Okay, this is an old version. It's a little broken. Don't worry about it. We're not here for that. I want to see if the map markers are in the right spots here. Is my question. When did that bug get introduced? I'm kind of hoping I see it here, because that means I'm just going to ignore it for now and come back to it later. Oh, nope, nope, see? It's new. It's a new bug. Okay. Alright. Okay. Good. Good. Great. I love new bugs. Okay, so the pause menu is now going to be in the right spot, which is excellent. But our map markers, I need to go study what they're doing. That's used from Twitch. Upload the vid there. The vid link. Oh no, it goes on both. When I paste a link, it pastes to both of them. That's so thoughtful of you, Blitzar. Yeah. No worries. I've got a single place where I can send all the messages. And it's only on the right. So it's like it's linking it to the top left. The window size. It works. Wait, it did? Wait, what happened? Which thing are you saying that to? Not the map markers, right? Are the map markers? I actually didn't look. I missed it. Are the map markers in the right spots? Nope, they're not. They're in the center. But yes, the menu stuff works. The menu's good. But this is not supposed to be the center. That's supposed to be all the way on the side. So it's calculating that incorrectly. And I'm not sure I remember why. So let's go find out why. Let's go look. And then maybe I'll get to the character creator. Not map marker, but a different script. We're bouncing all over the place. Wherever we gotta go, you know? Okay, so this is some code. This is some code. Loads up the map markers. It keeps track of whether gear has spawned or been removed. In process, if any have been spawned, it gets all the markers. It's iterating through every marker. As long as it has a target, it's going to update the marker tracking. Gets the markers. I don't think this is really that important. Spawned, recycle them. None of that matters. Gear removed, remove map marker. Not important. Container that covers the whole screen may work. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to figure out. What is it looking for? Because I don't remember. Update per marker tracking. If marker target, if it has a target and the target is visible, then find the position of the target, screen position, camera unproject, viewport size. Well, that's strange. If it's getting the viewport size, we shouldn't have a problem here. So this is where it's determining the screen margin. Right here. And what it's clamping it to. So it seems to be clamping it a little too early. Minus margin, which screen margin 24. It looks like more than 24 though. We still have the game up? We do. Okay, and there's a marker right there. That one is supposed to be further over. So I wonder if I start getting creative with it here. Oh, I didn't even realize she was still there. But now he's there. There's the big sweet boy. Hello, sweet boy. So I don't know if this will happen in real time since the game's paused, but we can always unpause it to see. Morbid curiosity. What if we don't have the margin here? What is that like? Oh, you saw it moved just a little bit. So the margin is it's a very small margin. It's barely moving it. It's literally getting the wrong viewport size. How? How can the viewport size be read incorrectly? It's the viewport size. Can we get like a breakpoint in here real quick? And then I'm gonna look at viewport size 876 by 612. I mean, that's right. That's what this says it is, 876 by 612. Maybe it's not that. Maybe the problem is where these markers are at. Okay, this is starting to make some sense. Okay. So where do we keep the markers at is my next question. The markers, I don't remember. There's a collector. I think it's over in UI. I didn't even mess with this though, is the thing. Did I? Here. This is just in a totally different place. Let's look at the remote tab. It might be the order of the stack, the marker is called, and then it gets transformed before being printed. Ooh, maybe. The thing is, like, why did this change? What code did I change to make this happen? There's an issue with that. Like, what happens if it is exec in the corner? That method I mentioned would make it so half 3/4 off screen when in the corner. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to reinvent the code. Just something happened that made what worked before not work right. So in the remote tab, we go to the UI canvas layer. Canvas layers don't have any position unto themselves. Right, they're positionless. Then there is a margin container here, and the margin container is called Map Markers 2D. It does not have any margins, and its container sizing. Oh, right, this is remote tab, so it's not going to show it in the same way. You got a bunch of XP? I guess it depends on like when you make the chats, right? Like if you chat over a long period of time, I think you get more. I don't even know where the container sizing is here. So I'm not gonna look at there. Let's look at local. Locally, it's easier to find. Container, it's full rect, and it's set to fill horizontally and vertically. And you can see it reaches to the right edge just fine in the viewport. Okay, so then there's the map markers collector child. its container sizing is horizontally filling, and it's going to inherit the anchoring, the full rect anchoring. Then there's the map marker spawned. Map marker spawned is where they go. The collector is holding all the potential markers that could get placed on screen. Map marker spawned are the ones that are actually visible on screen. Map marker spawned is probably also set to fill on each side. So it should be totally full. Let's look at the remote tab, make sure that that is still true. And map marker spawned. Now the size says 1545. Is that right? Is that just because I resized the window? Let's see. Adjust this. Wait, why isn't the game resized? Oh, we're at a breakpoint. My bad. Continue. Oh yeah, so that's just changing dynamically. That's why that looks different. Okay, so that makes sense why that would change in the remote tab. What if we do like, here, I'm gonna shrink this down. And now what if I try, so I'm looking at that map marker, what if I try doing like a horizontal expand? That's not making a difference. Let's do it in local instead. I find it a little easier to look at anyway. So it's already doing fill. Yeah, alright, so none of that even matters. But just to see things happen, if I do like shrink end, there it moved to the wrong, now it's like gone. So like things do happen, which is always nice to see. What if I do shrink center? Oh, that's better. No, it's not. Wait, is it? Hold on. I know the cat's in the way. We have the game open twice. Here, don't do that. Oh, wait, the map markers are in the wrong place there too. Wait a minute. Maybe this is an old bug. Oh, this is an old bug. When I did shrink center, for some reason that looked better. Why? Let me see, but is that gonna mess, obviously there's not enough margin, but is that gonna mess up other ones? Yeah, oh now you can see on the left side, it's in the wrong spot. What the hell? Okay, so this is actually just a bug that we have. Honestly, reassuring. Love that. Love that that's just a bug right now. So I might just skip this and deal with this later, because I don't need to just squash every bug that I see. But if something I just did caused the bug, I would like to look into it, you know. But otherwise, what difference does it really make? Oh, he's gone anyway. Dungeon. As soon as you said that, there he went. Okay, waiting for the map markers to show up. I know. The cat thing is just still there. Please don't be. My computer's chugging because I'm running the game twice in the browser and otherwise. There it goes. Okay. I know. Give me some spawn markers. There they are. They look good on the left and the bottom. this actually seems kind of alright right now. There they are on the right. They're a little far from the right, but it's better. It's not worse. On the left, they're not padded too far. It's almost like it's not centered or something. See how there's just there's a little too much padding? Okay, now if I shrink this down, what's gonna happen? They're snug to the left, and now they're shorter on the right, and they're in the middle instead. You're gonna go and think of some ideas / unique things you can make about your game? Nice, good luck. And if you want, let us know what you're working on. I love hearing about what you guys are working on. You got this, Blitzar. It's been a pleasure. Okay, so this is very telling, and I have a feeling that that was true even before. So I don't know. I don't really know what's happening or why it's happening. And maybe I'm okay with that. I do see that the transform size is like set here, which is kind of weird. It occurs when there's a collision. It does? Is that when it happens? Okay, but if I make the size 0, that's not good. We want the size to be the size of the canvas. That is true. But shouldn't it also be like dynamic? If we go full rec, there it goes. Okay, right, so it presets it to that. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Is it when there's a collision? I didn't notice that. I don't know, that's a weird one. I'm probably just gonna let it go and mark it as a bug to work out. Again, since it's not a bug that I just introduced. No, I'm not necessarily collided. If by collision you mean when I'm bumping into a rock, that's not when it happens. But you probably mean something else. Oh god, I need to make it so I can't die. To do fix, exactly. Exactly. It makes me wonder if there's like an optimal size where it's designed for. I wonder if it's just like not updating it correctly. Like the viewport size is fundamentally incorrect. Because you would certainly think if we're returning the viewport that size would be correct. Returns the node's closest viewport ancestor. What do we do on the mouse canvas? Because there is a place where this is used effectively. Get viewport size changed. But I think that's running in the process, so it should be fine. Get viewport, get visible rect. Ooh. Sketchy normalization equation the LLM gave. What do you mean? The clamp? Oh yeah. I've been refactoring this. Yeah, I don't think I had kept that. So that would need to be a rect too. But now this isn't gonna be designed for that. You know, often the LLM will help me like get the base idea, and then I have to fix it to make it be gooder. Oh, we get size from that. Gotcha. All right, yeah, let's try that. Maybe this will be more accurate. Let's try it. I don't even know that I fully realize what the difference is. Get visible rect. As opposed to viewport. I mean, it did say get viewport was getting like apparent size. Or something. But if we're saying visible rect, maybe somehow that's different? I don't know. I'll look into it, but first let me see if it actually helps. What happened to the menu? What did I do to mess up the menu? Hey, Orion, welcome. How you been? Oh, the menu isn't messed up. It's just long, I think. No, it's messed up. Okay, perfect. Look, now it's on the side. Let's go. That was it. Yeah, I've been good. I'm glad you're doing well. Yeah, so I haven't been on Twitch in a minute, right? But ever since I kind of walked away from Dreams, a PlayStation game that you can make games in, I walked away. It's so dramatic. I just started learning stuff other than Dreams. I've been streaming on YouTube and learning game engines, and I love using Godot. And I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome. You're still making music, right? You're still making dope music. I hope you are. And so now, but I'm back on Twitch. I'm back on Twitch, sharing the stream that has been forged in YouTube. And I'm glad to be back, especially reconnecting with you guys. So glad to hear you're thriving. Yeah, you know, it's still making music. That's what's up, that's what's up. Yeah, I'm thriving. I love making games. I just love making games. That makes me happy. I got some new medicine. I got some new ADHD medicine this week. That's helping me thrive. I got it right here, baby. I got your medicine right here. You need it, the medicine, right? Right? Or making music. Both, probably both. Okay, so this was the right answer. Now, why did that fix it? Hey, Rorik. How was Fallbird customization? Dude, I literally have not even started doing character customization. I haven't even started because I've just been like fixing bugs. I've just been fixing bugs. What color did I get? Mine are blue. They never used to be. They're blue. Green screen's probably messing up the color a little bit. Let's see. No, not really. It's blue. Yeah, I know it's blurry. I don't have autofocus on because the autofocus sucks. So it's not gonna focus it. They're blue. They're standard release. I used to always get extended release. I haven't taken ADHD, like proper ADHD meds in like 2 years. Whoops. I hope I get some blue ones. I hope you do too. Dude, and they're sweet. They taste like sugar when you they have like sucralose in them or something. When I was a kid, I remember distinctly the Ritalin that I would take was super bitter. Technology, am I right? It was comparing your position with the position of the main menu canvas, which was the same size unless your character ended up decentered. Nice. It's a snowball kind of bug. Okay, get visible rect returns the visible rectangle in the global screen coordinates. I mean, it's kind of confusing to me because I would have thought, since get visible rect is a method of get viewport, I would have been like, well, get viewport is obviously the top. It's obviously the biggest, right? Apparently, get visible rect is bigger because it's getting a global screen coordinate. But if I just get viewport is which that's not even. What's get viewport rect? Get viewport is returning the closest ancestor. Yeah, specific to Godot's API. My instinct would take over and I'd start chomping. I know! I'm like, you can't make this taste like candy. This is not okay. Gotta get some Smarties or something to deal with the craving. Or just get loaded. Wait, now what is that? What is get viewport rect? That's a canvas item. Returns the viewport's boundaries as a rect too. Chomp it until you make it. I was gonna try to rhyme it, but it doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna see if an LLM can help me here. I'm gonna say, what is the difference between get viewport rect and get viewport dot, what was it again? Get visible rect. Just like lay it out for me. I want to learn right now. Sometimes I want to learn. And get viewport.get visible rect. GD script 4.4.1. Help me understand here. What's up, Noya? Good to see you. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Noyane? Noyane Rain? Hi. Working on my game like jam game. Get viewport node. Access viewport properties and methods. Okay. Returns the viewport node. Rect2, get position plus size from canvas item context. Get visible area accounting for stretch mode. I mean, that makes sense. Just Noya is fine. Got it. I mean, yeah, that's what I want. Because I want it to change based on if the window is wider or not. So that's why this is the most important. But all of these are literally saying the canvas item or whatever. Or something. You never seen SkiFree? Just getting the hang of it? Nice! Yeah, I mean, look, at least when I was in school as a kid, they had this on the computers. And then I feel like I had like a floppy disk that had all these games on it. But at least on Windows 3.0, this came with it. And I think after that, you had to get it separately. Yeah, exactly, Orion, exactly. Yes, precisely. So we're doing the game like jam right now, and I'm making a game that is similar to SkiFree. So the game is actually embedded on the jam page if you want to give it a try. And you move your cursor around, or you use the arrow keys, and you can move this little skier down a mountain here. You gotta avoid obstacles and other snowboarders and things like that. And indeed, Indeed, the trauma that many of us experienced, which is when you go a little too far in this game, a monster gets you. Now that was actually added in because they couldn't make it endless. They wanted the map to like cut off at a certain point. And so they added in the monsters so that way the game wouldn't go on and on and on and on and on. But in ours, it's actually endless, although you are being chased by a monster of a such. But yes, this is the one with the Yeti. We could try to get there. It takes a long time. This is, to me, one of the most frustrating things about SkiFree is it's like, I feel like I never really feel free. I feel like I'm always running into something. But that's why in the game that I'm making, I want to add in abilities that you can unlock to potentially break obstacles in front of you. I was planning on working on that tomorrow, but we'll see. It's hard. Okay, so it happens in about 1,000 more meters. It's pretty small. Let's see. Will the zoom? Is the zoom? Oh, the zoom's perfect. Is that what this zoom was configured for? Oh my god. It's running at a bit of a low frame rate here. That's okay. Okay. A little bit more. A little bit more. Yeah, it's nightmare fuel. It is nightmare fuel. You just never know. You never know if a Yeti's about to come get you someday. Don't travel too far. Be careful. Be careful out there, everybody. I hit the dog. At least the dog doesn't get upset. It's just like, woof. Okay, 500 more meters. It's crazy, right? Because this is like, it's long. It's a long level. Right? They're not doing endless wraparound yet. It does wrap around, but it only wraps around once you get past like a very far distance, farther than this. There's actually a resource if you go to the Jam page and you check out the community tab. I posted a Reddit post where someone actually emailed the creator of the game, and oh, here it's about to come. There it is! Bam! It's funny. It's funny. Yeah, you got, all right. You don't have to gloat, you jerk. It's fast. It's scary. I mean, imagine you're like 10 years old and you're just like skiing down a mountain, and apropos of nothing, you get freaking mauled fast. It's very frightening. It's very upsetting. But yeah, so they intentionally limited it, which it's interesting. I'm surprised they did that. You remember playing it? I don't even know, because I didn't have Windows 3. I had Windows 95, same. I started with Windows 95 too. Yes, Minesweeper, that was on there. The flipper, like Space Cadet, maybe? Yeah. So, but you could still get these games if you like downloaded them separately. I think Windows made it pretty easy to grab them. But it was only ever truly bundled, as far as I know, with Windows 3. Yeah, Space Cadet. That was a candidate for the Game Like Jam. So the Game Like Jam is just all about making games with a known scope and something that's possible to actually finish from tip to tail within a month. And really just all of those Windows games are super good for the Game Like Jam. 3D Pinball Space Cadet is definitely a contender someday. Dude, Minesweeper, I don't want to ever do Minesweeper. Maybe. I hate Minesweeper. I hate that game. It is confusing. No, even though I like understand how it works, I still always screw it up. And it's just, I don't know about you, but I have like a little aphantasia. You know my aphantasia? Like, basically it's really hard for me to like form pictures in my head. Here, let's see if this image. Okay, so like I'm like a 4, if I'm lucky. I'm like a 4, right? So if you like think of an apple, right? What do you see in your mind? Do you see an apple? Is it fully detailed, or is it like partial details? For me, it's pretty dim and vague. So Minesweeper really requires you to imagine where things are. So I'm just like, forget this. I'm out of here. It's a cool game though, right? The SkiFree. You never saw it? I know, it's such a classic. I feel like, you know where else? I feel like it got a resurgence. It got a resurgence in the Flash era. And I think you could find it on like Addicting Games and Newgrounds and stuff like that. So that could have been a place where people find it as well, I think. Ski contained. It is contained. It really isn't free. Getting eaten by the getting eaten by a Yeti is goals. You're just like at the store and you see a Yeti. Excuse me, Mr. Yeti. I was wondering, could you maybe eat me? Fine. I started with DOS, IBM 2, and then Windows 95 with an Aptiva. What's an Aptiva? Dude, that's hardcore. I remember I had a friend as a kid whose dad had a computer that was only DOS. That was crazy. Aptiva computer. What is that? What does that mean? Whoa, nice. Look at that. Look at that delicious retro. With all the LGR I watch, I would have thought I'd heard about it. Is this literally LGR? No, it would say LGR on it if it was LGR. Delicious. Delicious. You can barely run StarCraft. Classic. Dude, I love watching videos about retro tech. I'm not like knowledgeable about retro tech, but there's something very comforting about other people being into retro tech. It's good enough for me. Yeah, it's like 4 for me too, unless I'm maladaptive daydreaming. Oh shoot. If you're maladaptive, of course then it's really strong. It would be a pretty unique way to go. That's true, right? If you are going to go, getting eaten by a Yeti, at least it's unique. And a PC that I had to use cassette tapes to play games. Whoa, cassette tapes in a computer? When you say cassette, do you mean like floppy disks? Or do you mean like an audio cassette? An Amstrad. Whoa. Look at this. We're learning things today, y'all. We are learning about stuff. Okay. For real. Beta tapes. Amstrad computer. Whoa. Wow. Look at that. I feel like I can just smell these computers. What a pity that I just learned today this jam. It's hilarious. Yay! Yeah, there's only a week left. Exactly, that's where I was going with this Noya. We do host it regularly every other month on the odd months. I gotta make sure I'm not misspeaking and saying even. Sometimes I say even. On the odd months. So January, March, May, July, September, November. We've done 3 others. We did Frogger, Balloons, and Puyo Puyo. So it started this year. January was the first one. And you can actually click through and see all the winning entries and stuff from the past ones. And yeah, the next one's going to be in September. It's going to be a spooky one. Since we skip October, I want the next one to be... Welcome, Sable. I want the next one to be a spooky one, so that way, like a horror game, so that way we are ready for Halloween. Because if you think about it, like, okay, if we had the Halloween jam in October, you wouldn't have a game to show off in October. You'd be walking around in November like, here's my scary game. No. we're gonna work on our horror games in September, so that way by October we're ready. So yeah, the next one, it's coming up. It's gonna be here before we even know it. Betamax tapes before floppy disks. I've heard those words. I've heard Betamax tapes. Dude, to me, floppy is like, that's like the earliest I know. I don't know any other computer media storage. I thought those were like just for music. It's really cool. Last time you made the major joke. Now I can't type private in my script without thinking about it. I bet you're feeling proud. That's true. What was it even like? We got a major problem here. Major problem. Oh man. Private variable. You're welcome. You're welcome. You needed that in your life. Invasive thoughts. But at least they're not upsetting invasive thoughts. Okay, so now we understand what get visible rect is. It's very helpful. It's the best. I'm so glad I switched to it. Is my game bug free at this point? I don't know. Didn't I mess up the menu position again somehow? Didn't I break that once again? I think I did. And then can I finally make the character creator today? It's actually cool because we can't really play this game in French. What? Do I know what you mean? Yeah, it's all the way down there. Please don't be down there. Evasive thoughts is a much better way of describing it than intrusive thoughts. Did I say the wrong term? Are those like the same word? Intrusive and invasive? Okay. Shrink center horizontally, but it's filling. We would want both. Wait, what did I do? What have I done? Why are you like this? Okay, that looks correct. But if I reset it, it's wrong again. Okay, shrink center, not the way to go, evidently. Volcano, yeah, that's the name of the game, it's Volcano. I know, right? Like when I came up with this name, I was like, okay, this is the game. Like half of the reason why I kept moving forward with this game idea is because of the name. And the name is not taken. The only thing I could find that was called Volcano was a user created Fall Guys map. The menu is not off scale. I honestly don't know I don't even know what I did to break the menu. Like if I do fill, that's no good. What did I do? How did I break this? How the heck did I break this, man? This was fine. How did I friggin' break it? I wonder if I'm resetting the position more often than I want to be, or something. Thanks, Noya. As soon as you schedule the next stream, I'll XP farm as long as I can. Whoa, I wonder if that works. On a stream that hasn't gone live yet, but is scheduled. That's a good test. We should test that. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Orion. Oh, it was gorgeous to be seen by you. Much love. Mwah, right back at you, Orion. Keep being your fabulous self. It does let you score points? YouTube. YouTube, get it together. What are you doing? Dude, how did I break this so bad? What if I just set it to center instead of full rect? Like, what is that like? What do you think about that? Like, is that okay? You know? What if we just anchor it to the center? That should be fine, right? Let's see. So test it at different sizes. This was working so fine, but I decided basically today what I've been working on is getting the menu to like move down whenever we or move up whenever the camera moves down. You'll see. And so it just kind of reconfigured. It opened up a lot of problems I didn't know there were. And so I've been fixing those problems. Okay, this looks great. This looks super good. So you'll see it right now. When I hit start, the menu, friggin' better, rise up, I hope, and the camera's gonna go down. So it kind of looks like we're leaving the menu behind. No! Now the pause menu's in the wrong place. Okay, but what if I do shrink center? And what happens if I go back to the main menu? But that's because you're resetting the position, and the position is not... Dude, this is so confusing. It's actually a little difficult to get just right. Because if I do full... This is kind of playing a little bit of a whack-a-mole here with the size of this. It's a bit of a whack-a-mole game. Because I need to reset. Once I move that menu up, I want to reset it back to the place that it's supposed to be. But the problem is... that position is not always the same depending on the size of the window. So like that means I have to calculate it based on the window size and then plug it back in? I guess I'll do that. Okay, now we're on full rect and this looks fine. It goes away. When I press pause, it's in the right spot. When I end it and we go to the main menu, it's in the right spot. Wait, why is it better? Why is it fixed right now? Why is it fixed? You're not supposed to be fixed if I don't know why you got fixed. Okay, it looks great. It looks fantastic. Why? Why is it why is it fantastic? Okay. Well, I guess we don't question it. Commit it. Get that GitHub up right now and commit it when it works. Ask no more questions. And if it breaks again, okay, then I'll worry about it. For now, I bask in the success. What do we do? Map markers and menu positions, super great. Menu transitions up, it's awesome. Okay. That's a commit. That's like a commit. I think there's worlds where I could construe that I did a good job. Okay, great. And it looks fine. Okay, good, great. Oh my gosh, guys, I think I'm finally ready to move on to the character creator today. So at the start of this stream, I declared that I would be working on the character creator today. And we are 5.5 hours in, which is still not even halfway through the stream length. So we still got time. We still got plenty of time. Awesome. Yes. Look at that. Boom. I do think that now that the menu slides up, which again, it doesn't look like, uh-oh. The lava color is wrong. You know what? I don't care. I'll fix that bug later. I'm not fixing that bug right now. That's like a weird timing issue. I'm literally gonna fix that later. But now that like the menu slides up, and it doesn't look like it's sliding up, but it is. I feel like the UI popping in is so much more noticeable. So maybe I'll make that slide up too. We'll see. For now, I'm happy with what we've done. Let's make a character creator. That's what my passion is today. So let's get to it. I'm gonna hide the debug because I don't actually want it to be visible. And so what do I want to do to start with this? What I want to do to start with this is I want to make that when we first start the game, and in the center is like the character floating there. Here they are separated into many pieces for some reason, but this is like the main menu character right here. And I want to make this character be a clickable, oh my god, I want this character to be a clickable button. Okay, so when the main menu starts, we can actually press on it, and that's going to take us to our character creator. So I'm just going to get that put together first and foremost. So let's go to the main menu, and actually let's set up the reference. Do we already have a reference to that? I think we do. Character designer container. We do. Okay, great. So the character designer container should have like focus entered. I'm not sure if it's actually going to work the way I want it to, so I'm going to run some tests. I'm going to connect in the ready function character designer container focus entered. That's obviously not detecting. I don't even know if there is. I mean, we could do mouse entered, but yeah, we could do mouse entered. It worries me a little bit to try to do mouse entered. You know what I could also do? I could just like, let's just make a button. Why am I gonna suffer? Let's just make a button. I don't want to construct a button. I don't know, it's boring. It's super boring. Instead, let's just use what Godot already gives us. And it's just gonna be like an invisible button, basically. Okay, here's the character designer container, specifically. Let's add a button as a child in there. So the button is currently taking on the theme, but I don't want it to take on the theme. So we're gonna do a little theme override here. Literally, it's just gonna be empty. It doesn't need to look like anything at all. Well, it kind of would be nice if stuff happened when it's hovered. Although we're not gonna have signals for that, per se. So I would need to hard code that in, which is not the most fun prospect, but it's okay. All right, make sure all of these are style blocks empty so we don't actually see the theme. And then you're leaning toward a jump scare? What do you mean? For what? Button character designer. Access it as a unique name. Leaning towards a jump scare, but a cute one. For what? When you hover? Like the character goes, ah! I was thinking just like it's a glow around it. Button, oh, let's put it in order. I like it to kind of be in order. Let's do it over here. We need to actually set up a reference to it. Right there. Button character designer pressed. Connect. On character designer pressed. Okay, let's make that function. Right before start function happens here. On character designer pressed. Returning nothing. It would be nice just to make sure it works, but what I want to do, I actually want to create another state. So I don't have a state for this. Oh, this is its own state. Wow, that's scary. Making a new state is scary, because there's implications. Wow. All right, we can do hard things. We can do hard things. So let's say character designer, new state, who dis? game states, character designer. This is just a match statement that ensures that something, or in this case nothing, happens whenever we change that state. Is there anywhere else? Okay, I'm sure I'm gonna realize this is problematic for some reason, but it's okay. Cross it when we get there. Okay, so if we're in game states, character designer. Let's make sure it's saved. Just one more lane, I mean state. Wait, what is that even referencing? One more lane. Character designer. I promise it'll fix traffic. I mean my workflow. Whoa. Like for engineering roads? Wow. I think this is more useful than an extra lane. So when this happens, now this I think could be refactored differently. I'm never sure like what the different actions are gonna be, but like once I kind of understand what the actions are, I think this could be like refactored to not have quite so many things happening in here. But for now, I'm okay with my little mess. Bless this mess. So I actually want all of the buttons to disappear. Except, I do kind of want a back button. Should this be a sub menu? I have a sub menu. So the sub menu is like when you go to settings. Oh, dude, this isn't a main menu. This is a sub menu. I forgot about that. Okay, so remind me how we handle the sub menus here. Just make it pass for now. Because I don't remember what happens. It's been a minute. So what are the sub menus? Assuming I haven't broken everything, I'll show you what a sub menu is. It's basically another, oh, okay, sure, close the game. It's basically another repurposing of the main menu. Except it's also not. Oh, look, gear menu has its own. Oh, okay. Actually, I think that makes more sense. To not make it a type of main menu, to not even make it a type of sub menu, but to make it its own independent menu like the gear menu over here. You see that? So these are the 3 different menu types that I've got, apparently. So if I open up records, for example, this is a sub menu. I've been meaning to put a background in there. If I open up settings, this is a sub menu. And so what it does is it hides the main menu and it reveals a sub menu, which has its own state machine. But these are the records and settings are both very similar. And in that they would be scroll containers where you scroll down to different options. I was not imagining this being a scroll container. But what's nice about the sub menu is there's a back button. So you can press back and you come back here, which I would want this to have a back button. So that way we can go back to the main menu when you're done. But I guess you'd almost want different menus like save, right? Or reset, which this also has a reset. This one too. I mean, you could just refactor back to save and quit. And then like add a save button. Maybe this is a sub menu. Maybe this is a sub menu. I think that makes more sense. The submenu is not very wide. It's harder to tell here, but if we open it up here, You can see that's how wide it is. So I don't know that that's particularly enough space for what I was imagining with the character creator. But obviously, well, maybe it is. Even if we're here, you know, if the window is smaller, now it's filling up the entire window. So maybe this is okay. Maybe we do use a submenu, and maybe we do have the scroll bar, and like the character is right at the top, and then you scroll through the different settings here. And then maybe we can have the buttons. Okay, actually, let's make it a submenu. I think that's better. Okay, so that that means we're not gonna create a new game state. Thank goodness. I mean, we're creating a new state in the submenu state machine, so that's still a lot of, you know, still some things to think about, but it has less far-reaching implications, which is nice. Oops, I deleted the wrong one. Oh yeah, just Control-Z that. Control-Z it out of here. Okay, back to the main menu. There is no character designer. Okay, so how do the submenus work? Submenus have their own enum or state machine built in. Oh yeah, I'll show you the current gameplay. You got it, Noya. Let's go. I'll distract myself. No, the reason why I'm so the reason why I was so ready to show you, Noya, is because I haven't broken anything yet. Sometimes folks are like, I want to see the current gameplay, and it's just all broken because I've been working on it. So I would be happy to show you the gameplay because we are in a good place to show you. Before I'm about to break it. I'm likely about to break it. And so then what I'm setting up is that we can click on this little character and customize it. So yeah, I'm actually gonna reset it, the scores. Do it. Programming streams are just like that sometimes. The demo effect. I love that. I love that. Are you streaming game dev too? So, yeah, one way that I found to get around that is to make sure I'm like exporting my builds. So that way, if someone comes through, I have the export to show them of the last best version. But then also, that's like effort. So I don't always do that. All right, so we fall, rolling around. We've got distance, we've got speed, we got health, and we've got gems. And basically, this is the game. You fall down a side of a volcano, and you avoid the impending lava that's coming after you. You can collect some gems, which currently don't do anything. Sometimes game devs knows open source stuff. That's awesome. I love that. Noted. Well, I would like to give you a follow then. And the gems currently don't do anything other than be high score opportunities, but I want to someday add in like cosmetics and upgrades that you can buy with the gems. But for now, they're just there. It just adds something nice to like aim for. And once you get consumed, you're dead. Yeah, the lava. We got some nice juice. I really wanted, the reason why I wanted that stuff is because this is a game that I enjoy playing it. I love like pulling this up on my phone and like trying to get a high score. I love seeing like my high score get updated and stuff. So that's kind of like where this has been coming from. Normally when I'm making games, it's not iterative. I try to, but usually I'm trying to get the game done in a certain amount of time, and I just get the game done in time, and so I never really get to build on the game. But in this case, the game was so simple, the source game, SkiFree, that I had the gameplay right away. So now I've just been able to be like, okay, well, what do I want? I want high scores. What else do I want? I want gems. What else do I want? Ooh, you know what would be fun? Is if there was gear you could collect. So that's what those giant white columns are. That's an incomplete feature at the moment. But what that's supposed to be are like little gear bags that you can collect. And then when you get the gear bag, if you can get it and not die, which is not the case for me, If you get the gear bag, you'll get a little roguelite sort of ability menu where you can choose an ability, and you'll see one is already unlocked down here. I just haven't gated it behind an ability collect yet. And, okay, oh god. Oh, get it! No! They're going to be a little easier to collect. I haven't got the gear implementation spawning in the way I want it to yet, so sometimes it'll pop in a little too early. Oh god. Oh, yes! Okay, good. So when you get it, you get to choose one of 3 gear types, and then it'll have different abilities. And then, for example, this is the climbing axe, and so when you use this, it's like an extra joystick, and it actually makes it so you're not bouncing anymore, which currently slows you down a bit much to make it worth it, but it's actually not bad as long as you don't move too far left and right. As long as you kind of stay near the center, it's pretty good. But this would have a cooldown in theory, so there's still a lot to add. I finished the game pretty early, and I've just been adding extra features for the rest of the jam. And now I'm trying to catch up with making those features whole. Look, I didn't need to make the creator for the character. That is totally not necessary. I just want to indulge my overscoping a little bit. I probably should be working on the gear abilities, but that's okay. So that's pretty much it. That's the whole game. It's very simple. I've been working on it for the last 3 weeks, and I've got 1 week left. And I'm probably going to keep working on this after, because it's just like, it's like a fun little game, and I'm really enjoying it. So there you go. Thanks for asking. I've only done 1 jam so far, but what I learned from the community is that it's cool to have the game finished after 50% of the time, so you can iterate on it. Exactly! Like, I've done 3 of these, the specific jam, the game-like jam. And this is the first time, again, that I actually had it ready to go. I got too many windows open. So, like, my last games were, it was for Frogger, and for Bloons Tower Defense, and then for Puyo Puyo. So, like, look, Frogger was a pretty simple game. It did have some surprise hidden scope that I got hung up on. But it was also, like, really the first game-like jam that I did, and the first time I made, like, a game bigger than Itty Bitty that had a deadline. So I was still learning a lot with that one, so I was a little slow. But I think now I could finish it early and iterate. I think it's possible now. Bloons Tower Defense, that was tough. That game was kind of complicated, because you had to do a lot of vector math and make sure, like, the targets could be aimed at. It's just basically a tower defense game. That was tricky. Puyo Puyo was by far the hardest. Oh my gosh. I mean, really, right up to the last second, I finally got it done. So I didn't get to have that iteration vibe at all. Yeah, 50%, I love that. I love that. This one, I look, maybe I'm falling into a trap, right? Because I kind of finished it at like 25%. So, like, I've had a lot of time to iterate, which means I might end up putting a little too much. I might be getting over ambitious with the stuff that I'm adding, but that's a lesson that I'd like to learn. How far can I push this extra time that I have? Yeah, iterative game div is the way to go. It's the best. Just glad I actually have the chance to do it. And I'm going to keep working on this one. This one, I think, is the best one that I've made so far. Which I say every game like jam, so we'll see if that continues to happen. Okay, we've got record submenu, settings submenu, and reset records submenu. So this one is just to, like, double check, make sure you actually want to reset the records. Probably should do that for your character creator. That does kind of raise questions, like, should you be able to save slots? Dude, maybe, okay? Maybe. Let's not. 50% is what I did for Bloons. You finished that fast? Dang. It was nice not being in a rush and being able to add quality of life. Yeah, so Sable actually won one of the Game Like Jam categories. So this was Sable's Balloons Like game right here. Hi from Twitch. Not the full project, just the base version. So this was Sable's balloon game made for the Balloons Like Jam. And Sable won most like the original. Since the stuff you have is good, you can just cut half implemented content if you can't. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, totally. Exactly, Dungeon. So this is the game that Sable's talking about if you want to check it out. And it is like very similar, with the only exception of art being different. But it is like one-to-one Bloons tower defense. Kind of amazing how similar that this turned out. Really, really impressive recreation. So it looks fine, it looks normal, right? But I think you're saying that, yeah, the super seek, right, exactly. So that was the extra thing that you added. It's a good joke. The Kinja Niwi is a good joke. So if you go to the settings menu, there's this little secret setting. And what it does is it activates like a roguelike feature. So now, in between rounds, you get to like get upgrades, like modifiers and stuff, which is pretty cool. Wait, when do you get the upgrade? Oh, you have to earn them at like different points, right? I can't remember the point that you get it. I guess we're playing balloons now. We're literally just playing balloons at this point. Every 4 rounds, gotcha. But it's a cool little iteration, right? Like, what would make this more fun? What would make this more fun? Roguelite stuff, obviously. Oh, I'm gonna try to get it. In. Oh, you can't build. Oh, you can build. Oh, I couldn't afford it. I was trying to build something I couldn't afford. Okay, there we go. Bam, pop, pop. Okay. That was a close one. You can build. Sorry for almost accusing you of not adding a fundamental feature. I really apologize. Okay, after this round, you'll see it pop up. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome to be able to build on stuff. That's cool to know that that's how it came about for you. All right, I'll just wait. No, take your time. Take your time. Take your time, balloons. Take your time. It's not a missing feature, it's difficulty. All right, so now you see this. This isn't normally in balloons. Little extra thing. Med pack, 10 lives. Hell no. Oh, give me the money. I will take the money. Yes, please. I love that because it basically is almost impossible to really get any of these other towers until late game. That's nice because it gives you access sooner. So yeah, that's a great other example of that same point that Noya was making, that when you finish the game early, you get more time to build on stuff. Those are filler augments because I couldn't design enough for the game X. Filler augments. Filler augments. You mean like you wanted more than the ones that are there? I see. Well, it turned out great. So yeah, I definitely recommend checking that out. If you just like balloons, you get to play the original Balloons game, except if you want, with roguelite features. Can't go wrong. I guess I'd want this to be above it, since technically it's listed first. I wanted to make meaningful augments with things like ricochet and stuff. Oh. Money's a nice one though, but okay, that's fair. The workload was getting too much to actually design enough to fit the 3 per 4 rounds. Gotcha. Dude, upgrades are a lot of work. So I've currently got like 7 upgrades planned. I'm probably maybe gonna get 1 or 2. I'm gonna try to get a bunch, but wedging in like upgrades into an existing game is really difficult. I made those basic plus raw stat, which cost nothing to develop. Right. Dude, I'm actually going to take a page out of that if I don't finish the abilities in time. Maybe I'll just do that. It'll just like give you extra gems or some basic stat that's easy to adjust. It's a good idea, actually. Noted. That way at least it's something. If we're in the submenu, character, designer, stuff. Open submenu. So I'm going to need to run open submenu. And we'll say what submenu it is. Now I'm definitely going to want that viewport to appear in there. How do I want to do that? I guess an instance of it is probably the best way to go. Upgrade is what I got in the category of you need to make a lot of projects to be able to anticipate and create a fertile ground to plant your seeds later on. Whoa. Upgrade is what I put in the category of you need to make a lot of projects to be able to anticipate and create a fertile ground. I feel like I need to paste that into ChatGPT to understand what that means. Okay. I bet it makes sense, and I'm just like not reading it good. What does that mean? I want to know what that means. I'm gonna see if ChatGPT knows what you're saying. Guys, I literally do this if I don't understand what people mean. What is Sable talking about? It doesn't have any of the context of our conversation. It sounds like Sable's spirit is using a metaphor to describe the creative or developmental process, likely in the context of personal growth, skill building, or artistic evolution. Oh. When they say upgrade is creating a fertile ground to plant your seeds later on, they're suggesting that an upgrade, whether in skill, mindset, or tools, isn't just a one-time improvement. It's something that comes from repeated effort across many projects, which helps you build intuition and foresight, recognize patterns and opportunities, lay the groundwork for future success. In other words, you don't just level up by doing one thing. You evolve by doing a lot, learning from it, and eventually becoming able to anticipate what's needed before it's obvious. If Sable's talking about game dev or creative work, this could be a nod to how experience lets you design smarter systems, write cleaner code, or build more immersive worlds. Want to unpack this idea further or apply it to your own workflow? No. I feel like that's not what you meant, because it also doesn't have the context of upgrades. I think a skip option or one choice per set being a small monetary bonus is a good idea. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, skip is a really good idea. So if you don't like it, you can move on. So player isn't forced to take an augment. Well, that's kind of a decision, right? Like, do you want the player to be forced? Maybe you do want it depends on your game. Because maybe you want them to build up negative augments or mess up. You want to force them to mess up their build. But depending on the game you're making, that's a very nice thing to do, to let them skip it. You need a lot of experience making games with upgrades in order to make good ones. Oh, maybe that is what it meant. You've been distracted by Sable's balloon game? That's awesome. Oh yeah, I gotta follow you. I gotta give you a follow. I wanna know what people are up to. I wanna know what people are up to. Alright. What I meant is you need a lot of experience to make a game with a project structure, which will make it easy to implement upgrades in the future. Oh yeah, even if you have no idea what they will be. Totally. Totally. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I agree. I totally agree. I know. I mean, look, I think on one hand, you could plan what your upgrades are all going to be ahead of time, but like then that kind of betrays the iterative process. But right, like you could also try, it's kind of getting it. You could also try to like build the system so that it is able to receive upgrades. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I feel like that's just like experience helps with that. Of course, Noya. I feel like experience helps with that, right? Is making sure that it's just knowing what if I want to add something, make sure I have this variable exposed and I'm not just hard coding this or that. I love little details. The messages when you finish a wave are very sweet, right? Yeah, I like the story that Sable crafts, or like the personality that Sable puts into the game. And if you've played the original Bloons, the original tower defense game, it also had those messages at the bottom, which is very Flash era, to have like the developer like talking to you. I mean, one of the few games that ever does that anymore recently is Getting Over It, which is made by Bennett Foddy, who made QWOP, which was like one of the most well-known Flash games of its era. So what I like more about Sable's messages is I just think they're a little bit, they have a little bit more personality even than the original Bloons ones do. I used custom resources in Rusted, but they were mostly linear stat buffs because it was hard to give more than that. We do what we can. We do what we can. With my current project, and that, by the way, the game Dungeon's talking about is Dungeons Bloons-like. That's Dungeons Bloon-like. Bloons. That's Dungeons Bloons-like. Why was that harder to say than I could have ever wanted it to be? What's up, Crafty Kaiju? Welcome. All things being equal, let's shout out Dungeons Bloons-like as well. Wasn't it Varsal? Oh, wait. Oh, Rustin was their Frogger-like. You're right. You're right. Rustin was her Frogger-like. I get so confused. Okay. I get so confused. Where is that? There it is. Found it. Okay. Also a game like Jam game. Not the most like Frogger. This is not very much like Frogger. But you can see once if you know that it's inspired by Frogger, I think you can look at it and see that, which is cool. I think that's actually really nice that you don't play it and immediately think to yourself, this is like Frogger. Instead, it just feels like a game in its own right. It does. Oh my god, you're right. It does say it right there. It's like Frogger. Oh yeah, give me some audio settings. And so it's kind of, it's a bit like a, I don't even know how to describe it. You just have to play it. I don't even know how to describe this game. You build towers in the blue area, and then it spawns little units, and then you can control the first unit, and then any units you select after that, and you're just like going into darkness. So it's like Frogger if you couldn't see, and if you could spawn a bunch of automated Froggers. It's actually an awesome iteration on Frogger. It's really, really interesting. Super, super unique. Oh, I can't afford a tower? Okay. Frogger Blind Edition, exactly. Exactly. Okay, oh, I can't afford. Oh, you hover over it, 1100. Okay, there we go. Nope. So we just gotta stick with this one. And then you might like run into something that hurts you. Now I've got $2,000 though. Yeah, this game jam is awesome. Get involved, Kaiju. Get in it. We're doing the next one in September. Every even month. Odd month. Every odd month. I knew I was gonna say it wrong. Every odd month. So now I can place another tower. Let's put it over here. And then when I start it, that one's moving on its own, but I can click on it and start controlling it and switch between them. And then there's some different tower types you can unlock as well. Yeah, I'm making so many games I can't keep up. I know. Dungeon is a certified jam rat. So yeah, really, really cool iteration. And that's what I love about the Game Like Jam, is like, some folks make a one-to-one copy, which I think is really valid and is great for learning. That's kind of one of the main purposes of the jam, is to help you learn systems that maybe you wouldn't have otherwise built and how to have specific known scope. But if you do want to get really creative, you can. And then we just get these like unique games that would never exist because they're literally trying to be creative based on the original game. And I think that has turned out way better than I could have ever imagined. Because again, we award a couple different categories. Mainly, most like the original and most creative twist on the original. And then overall runner-up is just like whoever got the highest ranking without winning one of those two categories. But it means that folks are either determined to make one that's just like the original, or making one that's just like the original but different. I love this game jam. I'm gonna be doing this game jam for the rest of my life. I don't know if I'll participate in every one, but I want to be hosting it. Are there teams, or is it all solo? It's whatever you want. Some people have teams. Yeah, we've had teams make games. Actually, yeah, right there. This game, Slime Fest, was made by a team. People in the Discord or in the community tab find people to work with together. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. It's up to you. It's up to you. Even the main menu has more personality than me. Wait. You made a tower game for Frogger but not Balloons? Well, to be fair, Dungeon didn't know that Balloons was coming when Frogger happened. But yeah. Yep. And I remember I said to Dungeon, after the Frogger like jam, I was like, Dungeon, you're gonna like the next Game Like Jam theme. And like, right after I said that, she was like, is it Balloons? And then for the Balloons like jam, she didn't even make a tower defense. She made a Vampire Survivors like. So look, I've come to the realization that Dungeon is just going to be contrary when it comes to these themes. Like, whatever it is, she's gonna do what you'd least expect, but it's still gonna be a really creative and awesome game. Oh man. Sable says, I've loved delving in Varsal to find all the references to balloons. That's awesome. So yeah, so okay. Alright, let's shout it out. Dungeons Balloons like is Varsal. I mean, it is a Vampire Survivors like. Alright. It is a Vampire Survivors like. With that said, it does take inspiration from balloons. Namely, the things that spawn. So you get like the enemies that, okay, here's what we kind of decided was like a defining balloons quality, was that when you attack a unit, if it's a red balloon, it dies. If you attack a blue balloon, it breaks down into the red balloon, right? And then the next tier up, it keeps breaking down. Except when you get to a certain level, it breaks down into two of the smaller ones, right? So that's sort of like, you know, nesting of the enemies breaking down into other enemies. And so that's pretty much what she did, was have the enemies break down into smaller versions of the enemies. And in a Vampire Survivors like. And then I think like the units all spawn with the same like data as balloons. So like when balloons has whatever it is, 8 or 9 red balloons at the beginning, this one has 8 or 9 tier 1 enemies at the beginning. And it just follows that same structure pretty much. So it was balloons inspired, but it really plays like Vampire Survivors. I would absolutely play a game called Ghostbusters. Dude, Ghostbusters was freaking hype, dude. Ghostbusters, so this one won Most Creative Twist for the Balloons Like Jam. It is so good. It is so freaking good. Besides the name being good, this one was by Jonas Newhouse and I think a couple others as well. I think we had a team here. Yes, so there's a few people here working on this game. It's like Bloons Tower Defense, except musical. So you have like instruments that you place. Look at these, look at this menu. Look at this delightful frigging menu right now. This one's the easiest because it's not the easiest, but it gives you a bunch of stuff. So there is one that has a map just like Bloons, but this one gives you the most money. Oh, I think I muted it. Hold on, let me unmute it. Oh no, it's not muted. Okay, good, great. Well, I do have to stop because the music is too important. The music is essential to this game. Okay, so if I take a melody tower, and look, it gives you like different instrument types. Drop a piano in here. I got so much money. Let's put some drums down. Put them there. So those have like, they have different effects. This has like an area effect. It's really just the same idea, except let's get a front rat in there. Front rat is really powerful. Put some more drums. Let's get some more melody. Let's put some strings in there. Okay, let's run it. So every time the towers attack, they play an instrument that's relative to what you set, like whatever you set down, that's the instrument that plays. It's super cute. Such a cute little game. Right? Right? It's so good. It's so good. Just like such interesting iterations that people come up with. Yeah, it's just been such a great prompt to just have a game be what people are basing their games on. I love it. They recorded the singing rat with a squeaky door. Is that true? Welcome back, Blitzar. Oh yeah, I should really put a Discord command. That's actually a really good idea. We should do that. I'll do that. Let's make that. Let's make that. I've been streaming on YouTube exclusively for a while, and I only recently went to Twitch, and so I gotta get these things together. So let's do it now. Let's not despair. Despair? Delay. Don't despair either. But specifically, don't delay. Okay, not a timer. Command. You want a command, not a timer. It's the suggested one. Now it exists. Done. Does it immediately start at... Yes, the start of each month. Yes. Day one. Day one. I used to kind of experiment, like for the first one. I didn't make it the first of the month. Or I did. No, actually, no, it's always been the first of the month. What I experimented with early on was ending it, not on the last day of the month. But that was confusing to folks, so I stopped doing that. But yeah, so there's a calendar on the jam pages. This changes for each jam, but this is the current one. So it starts first of the month, and then it ends on the last day of the month. And I put up a nice little clear way to see when the voting's going to be. We do a showcase, a live stream showcase and stuff. That's after the voting ends. And make sure I break it all down for you. Try to give all the information you could possibly want. And then this is how you can know what month it's going to be. SkiFree like is going to be a Tetris, while Puyo Puyo is a tower defense. I know, right? Dungeons. I don't know. She said she was working on one, but I don't know if she still is. It's probably going to be very unique, whatever it is. I may try that since a month is more than 10 days. Yeah, that's like, I'm telling you, like, I totally understand the experience you were talking about earlier of feeling stressed making games. And a month feels really good. It feels really good. And hopefully this jam helps because, again, it's giving you the known scope. So you already know the boundaries of what kind of game you need to make. And I think that helps keep you from making a game that is like overly complicated. You haven't been working on the SkiFree like. You've been working on your main project that we hope to sell. Okay, that's important. That is a reasonable reason not to work on it. I can see why you're doing that. I was going to remake the Windows 95 desktop and all the classic games. What in the world? That would have been amazing. You know what? Let's put it this way. I feel like you're still going to have a chance to do that someday. There's about a 100% likelihood that we'll do another Windows bundled game. You know, they're iconic. They're often pretty doable. There's a good chance one will come back around. All the weapons are based on towers from the series. Oh, the weapons in Varsal? I didn't even notice that. Maybe I noticed that. When I realized the weapons are designed after the turrets, I was like, oh, I did notice that, but maybe not as well as I could have. That is very similar. I tweaked some of the waves to make it a bit more fun. Right. In Varsal versus Bloons. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. 450 XP after 3 messages. Dude, the XP is so weird. YouTube, like, what is it even doing? We don't understand your system. Yeah, you found it. Well, at least it's there now. It works. Let's go. Are you the creator of the Game Like Jam? I am the creator of the Game Like Jam. I am. She is me. Zora at the top. You know why? Because of the dono. Zora's dono. Put her at the top. Wow. Rorik, you're up there? Let's go. I'll need to find a team because I don't know Godot yet. That's fair. But if you need graphics or sound, I can hook you up. Nice. I might reach out about that. You may have noticed I have not worked on any sound in my SkiFree leg. I was about to say Bloons leg. I love those Windows 95 games. Please do Chips Challenge. Okay, so Chips Challenge, here's my thing about Chips Challenge. Chips Challenge is gigantic. It is so big. There's so many levels. I agree that it's awesome and that it's good for making like in a base system way. But and I do have it on my list. So I have a list of when you guys suggest things. It's on my list. But my biggest problem with Chips Challenge is just how massive the game is. And something that I try, and I'm probably gonna change this someday. Okay, but for now, something that I try to hold to is to make sure that the Game Like Jam games are theoretically completely doable within a month. No, I have a feeling I'm gonna go against this. Because there are some games I really want to do. And we might just say, okay, just make 1 or 2 levels, right? And in which case, Chips Challenge, it goes right in there. So Chips Challenge is a possibility. But I haven't yet gotten to the point where I'm ready to say, let's not commit to making the entire game. I think it's inevitable. I'm almost absolutely certain I'm going to eventually break that rule. And when I do, Chips Challenge comes back on the board. Chip Challenge. I'm only 275 from beating the pay-to-win XP. I learned to split my game into different parts for easier modularity. Yes. That's a skill. That's a skill to learn. I also made a liquid shader today. Game Dev Star. Nice. A liquid shader. That's awesome. Making shaders scares me. But like a liquid shader, I feel like that's like a classic one to make. Like if you're trying to learn how to make shaders, everyone should make their own liquid shader. It sounds awesome. Nice work. I was gonna try to make a star with my hands, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can do it. Good job. Add Black Desert to the list of Game Like Jam. The online multiplayer game. Come on now. It's not a Game Jam game, it's just a beloved classic. You can do 3 levels of Chip Challenge. Yeah. There is a very specific game that I have my eye on for the Game Like Jam. And it is definitely too big to finish in a month. Unless you only do a couple levels. So I don't know, we'll see. I haven't decided yet because, you know, to me it's just like I want it to be as easy to approach for anybody as possible. Low intimidation. If you're an absolute utter beginner, there's no confusion. And so here's the other thing is I planned this game jam as like an antidote or a medicinal or a therapy. It's scope therapy. Right? For those of us who are trying to learn how to scope better, this is scope therapy. And I feel like it's like triggering to somebody who has game scope issues to offer a game with massive scope. You know what I mean? And so it's like part of this being a safe scope space, a scope safe space, is only even presenting you with a game where you couldn't even make it too big if you wanted to. But we'll see. I'm just not sure yet. We'll see. I'm gonna avoid it as long as I can. I confirm the scope therapy. Completely doable. Never mind. Yeah. Black Desert Online? Probably not. If you set up tile builder system well enough, you could churn out levels for a Chips Challenge. Like, that's true. Well, so and so there is a game I have. This is probably going to be a while till we do this one, so I'll tell you what it is. It's one of the Bomberman games. I don't remember which one. I think like the Super Nintendo one. This one, we won't do this one for a bit, so I'm okay. You'll forget about it by the time we do it. I don't think it's called Super Bomberman. It's something else, because I don't want to do the Nintendo one. Yeah, Bomberman would be sweet. This one will be next year at the earliest. But I don't know if it's this one. I wrote it down somewhere, so don't worry. But one of these are pretty doable. They're pretty doable. The only catch is there's like a lot of levels. But the levels are really, really, really similar. Very, very similar to each other. Trying to see if I can find the one. Oh, I think this is the one that I'm thinking of. This is the one. This is the game, the 1990 Bomberman. This is the one. It has a lot of levels, but they're freakishly similar, right? So this definitely applies to that. I don't know if that applies to Chip's Challenge. I feel like Chip's Challenge offers a lot of variety in each level. But still, that you could find a way to proceduralize that, maybe? Yeah, basically the only difference between worlds in this game is like the ground color is different, and the enemies are a little different, but it's otherwise pretty similar. So I think this one fits because it would teach you that skill of building a system where you can just have the levels self-generate and you don't have to design each level by hand. I'm not yet convinced that Chip's Challenge fits in that. Sharing my shame, I never made or used shaders. Thank you for sharing that, Sable. Thank you. It's surprising, actually. You should just start using ones from Godot shaders. Yes, Godot shaders is the best! Godot shaders is the best! Just go there. Just do it. Just find some. What do you want? You want liquid? We're just talking about liquid. Get some liquid. Look at these. Look at that. Sick. Click on that. Check the license. This one's Shader Toy license, so you got to think about that. It's Creative Commons with attribution. So make sure you attribute. Look at that. The attribution's built right in. Easy. Copy it. Paste it. Done. Yummy liquid shader in your game. No problem. Sable says, actually, I've been counting the days since I started my current project. I'll see where I'm at day 30. While super chilling. Nice. Nice. Good work. Let's go. Join the Discord, and for some reason, when reacting to the rules, it doesn't give any roles or let me in. Uh-oh. There has been one other person that this happened to, and specifically the problem they had was they actually didn't have a react option. But you might have reacted to the wrong thing, Blitzar. It's a little confusing. There's two. I need to set up onboarding in the Discord. I've been trying and then I procrastinate it and I stop. So let me show you just what you gotta do. So on the rules, again, this is a bit antiquated. I think it would be better if I switch to the onboarding, but the onboarding stresses me out to set up. So at the top are the rules that you click on here to get the role. Below that are the notifications. So this will give you like a notify. You react to the top one? Okay, let's see what happened. Let's see what happened. Blitzar. Now, let me try to help you out. Let me help you out. What do we got? Did you get the role or not? I got you. I got you. We'll figure this out together. Yeah, you definitely didn't get the role. And you're sure you clicked it? You're absolutely sure you clicked it? I can just give you the role too. Blitzar is in the react list. Same with Crafty Kaiju. Wow. What the hell? You can give it to him if you want. Why has this happened? Why has this occurred? I'll give it to him. That's weird. Bot machine is broke. Okay, yeah. I know, right? How many other people didn't get the role? Whoops. People coming into the Discord like, what is this Discord? There's nothing here. That's weird. That's very weird. I'm going to have to fix that. Okay, I gave you guys the role. I'm gonna have to look into that one. Previous people have the role. Thank you, Dungeon, for confirming that. Just like today, it's just like down. The bot is just like down today. Wow. This is why we need onboarding. I gotta set it up. Alright. Thank you, Dungeon, for helping confirm that. Luckily for me, I have Vencord, so you saw the hidden channels. Okay, great. Perfect. Yeah, I gotta do onboarding. It's the way to go. I love the Bomberman game so much. Me too. The thing that makes Bomberman great is couch competitive mode. That's true. I don't remember if that one has it, but again, you know, hopefully it doesn't, if possible. But yeah, I agree. That is one of the most fun things about Bomberman. I'm with you on that. You right. Chips Challenge has hundreds of very careful. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's complicated. It's hard. Just upgrades for what tiles you can or can't walk on mostly, if I remember correctly. Maybe. You might be right. Is Tempest? I don't think it is. Tempest game. Whoa. 1981 arcade game by Atari, designed by Dave Thur. It takes place on a three-dimensional surface divided into lanes. Nice. This looks awesome. Dude, this is so pretty. Whoa, this is cool. This is not on my list. Yeah, this is neat. I love the 3D perspective. This is definitely going on a list. 100%. Oh, these cool shapes. Whoa. Okay, this looks hard. This seems kind of difficult. Oh my god. This might be hard. Because you have to make sure that your character control. It's not that. No, I can see how we could do it. You have to make sure your character controller can like snap to these different positions. That's really cool. This is awesome. I love this. This one goes right to the top of the list. I can't believe this is as old as it is. This looks like what a game from the 80s would like imagine that games in 50 years would look like. Primitive procedural animation looking stuff. Yeah, right? Oh my gosh, you're right. The way that things are like moving around, especially the character like crawling around. It does kind of like, I don't know if it's literally a rhythm game, but it does kind of look like it, doesn't it? Like with the way like the bars are laid out. I think it's more akin to like Space Invaders, except instead of being on like a flat plane, you sort of have these wacky shapes that define how you play. And then it seems like, I don't know if it's just visual, but like sometimes these disappear. Really, 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 really cool. I love it. This is awesome. This is such a cool game. Couch co-op seems like a fun thing to set up. Yeah, it does. Just set it up to read controller inputs as player 2. Yeah, couch co-op doesn't sound like too bad. So far you didn't play any of the theme game before jams? Really? All of the Game Like Jam? Which ones did you do? You definitely did Bloons. But I see, you just mean in general. You had never played the theme games before. You never played Frogger? I never played the original Frogger, but I've played things like Frogger. Only Bloons. It used vector graphics, not pixel-based animation. Completely different technology from what eventually got adopted by every game developer. Whoa. so it's math. That actually makes the most sense for how they got it to move to every shape. To just like mathematic it all. Dude, that code is probably crazy. I went for a little Puyo Puyo like on the side, but didn't finish it. Just got what I wanted from it. Oh yeah, you're making like, what was it? Like a tower game where it like stacks them up or something? That looked cool. Dude, this is hypnotic. I'm just like pretty. Awesome. Columns, that was it. Okay, totally will add this to the list of games. Undoubtedly. Really, really cool. Really unique. I do find myself prioritizing games that hopefully people have heard of. This one seems a bit on the obscure side, which is fine, but it might not be super soon. Like I would expect we do Bomberman before we do Tempest. But you never know. I've been known to do surprising things. What are the genre of games called where you have a fixed screen that is constantly moving forward? You are constantly shooting and enemies move in from the top. You get semi-random upgrades. Shoot 'em ups. Shmups. Okay, so I do have the list. Tempest. This was suggested by Crazy Kaiju. Yeah, this game is awesome. I love it. I love it. Do it. I'll put the video in here too. Tuhu. Tuhu is like just a game and it's just a shoot 'em up. It's not even always shoot 'em ups. That's more bullet hell though, isn't it? One of those would be good. Shoot 'em up? Yeah, totally. Yeah, shoot 'em up would be good. Okay, we'll just do like a general shoot 'em up. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. A shmup. Just a shmup of some kind. Jokes aside, there's shoot 'em up, Denmaku, bullet hell, bullet curtain. Yeah. I like Tuhu. I played a Tuhu game. It was fun, and it was like fun to animate characters. How can you go wrong? Love it. There's also a place on the Discord if you want to suggest stuff. Speaking of Discord, let me just make sure I leave a note for myself to fix the bot or something. Dude, look at all these tabs. Oh my god, what happened? Close the tabs. Close the tabs. Oh my gosh. So many tabs. Okay. Whew. Game dev. Right. Making games. I wanted to make a character creator. Where are we at? 6.5 hours? Pah! Plenty of time. Okay. It's making the characters editor submenu, so I need to figure out where it gets opened at, right? If I remember correctly, we do open submenu. Is that what we're doing? Making games, huh? I think? I can't remember. There was a bright white light, and then I ended up here in front of an IDE? I thought we were just hanging out. A little bit of that too. Honestly, since I just started taking new ADHD meds, it's made me able to like converse better. I've noticed this away from live streaming and live streaming. It's like I can be working on something, get distracted, and come back instead of being like, oh god, I can't handle that. Oh my god. It's nice. I can actually like talk about stuff here. Imagine getting out of a blackout and landing in the middle of a live stream. That's Black Mirror right there. You got kidnapped to be someone's entertainment. Not even in a live stream with a lot of people there. Just a few people. Oh, how did I get in this live stream? Oh god! Only 3 viewers? Just kidding. Okay. It sounds like the plot of The Sims. I started it on ADHD meds 2 years ago and had exactly the same experience. Really? That's awesome. Coming back to a task and picking up where I left off on is wild, right? Like, I took ADHD meds when I was like a little kid, just a tiny little baby, and again, not a baby, but I was very young. And I would take them like on and off, but I haven't had any ADHD meds for the last 2.5 years. And really, like, live streaming has been my Adderall. Like, I've been able to work on stuff while I'm live streaming so much better than when I'm not. But it was time. It was time to go back. It was time to get back on the meds. And I feel like when I take a break and I return to it, I really notice the things that it does. Sometimes I get a little too used to being on the meds where I don't even realize what it's doing for me. That's really affirming to hear that you also notice that. You had no meds for 20 years! Oh gosh, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. You deserved those meds sooner. You did. Glad you got the help you needed. And it wasn't another 20 years. Yeah, that's gotta be huge. To have coped without the meds for so long. Wow, respect. To me, The Sims just seems monopolistic, and just all around seems boring. Monopolistic? Oh, you mean like EA is just trying to like make money with it? And they're trying to like corner the genre? Or do you mean like playing The Sims makes you a monopolist? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I liked Sims games a long time ago. The first Sims, I loved that. The first Sims was so good. But I kind of lost interest after a while. I don't know why. Why did I lose interest? I don't know. I feel like it got like a little more cartoony. I liked it when it was more, like it felt more like, I don't know, different. Cash grab kind of thing, but less low effort, yeah. That's because I think it's still a fun game, but I don't know, I just lost interest in it somehow. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was just like novel. I feel like when it came out it was novel, and I really liked that about it. But once I kind of got a sense of what it was, I realized it's not necessarily my kind of game. That's because he played The Sims 4 and not the actual fun games from the past. They were crazy hard and chaotic fun. I only ever played Sims 1 and then some of the expansions. I hear Sims 3 was like a really good one, right? Is that like a pinnacle? I don't know. It's like up there, right? I never played it. My partner plays Sims 4, so I've seen them play it, but not played it myself. When settings pressed, it opens submenu. Okay, so this is what I would run. Okay, so let's grab this, and then we're gonna go to... Are we on the main menu right now? We are. Oh, okay. So when the character designer button gets pressed, we open the submenu, except instead of settings, it's character designer. Okay, good. And then when that happens, nothing happens. So I gotta make sure certain things get unset and get reset. Check for new record, don't care about that. Hide the others. Yeah, that I do care about. It's not settings, it is not records. I don't think we have a script for this yet. So in submenu, we have... Okay. So deep down in here is where all that lives. Sims 3 was still very good. Starting to shift from hard to play to make it do what you want it to do. Right, right. Oh, you're saying it became like a lot more creative rather than challenging. If I had to make a comparison, Modern Sims is like playing an RPG, but you one-shot every enemy from start to finish no matter what. Wow. Interesting. Sounds like a very good critique. Plot of One Punch Man? I'm gonna take your word for it on that. Someone else can maybe confirm if that's accurate. But I can't. I don't know. Okay, this still has the submenu in it. Oh yeah, duh, that's the submenu. Okay, so we hide the main menu, we show the submenu. This has the records menu open. That's the records reset. That's the settings. So if I want to make a new one, let's do settings. That one already has like a slider on it and stuff. Mostly accurate, at least in the show. Let's duplicate the settings, and then we're gonna call it character designer. I'm gonna move it to the top since technically it's above it in order. And then we just want to change it a bit. That's basically One Punch Man, but he's really disappointed about it. Alright. 99% of the enemies... Oh, right, because One Punch Man... Right, that actually makes sense, right. He can one-shot anybody. Okay, gotcha. It's his thing. The 1% left is a mosquito. Can't one-shot a mosquito? I can one-shot a mosquito. I don't one-shot mosquitoes all the time. Talk about some... I'm a killer. What can I say? I know. Actually, I did not try. I have absolutely not tried punching one. Okay, that's a good point. Mosquito, Cosmic Garu, and the guy at the end of the second season. Okay, so you guys are actually talking about references. Mosquito you can, but it's just inaccurate. Wow. Yo, I gotta know Hyper Game Dev community a little better here. Y'all know One Punch Man. Y'all know it. Noted. Hyper Game Devs know One Punch Man. So obviously I don't want it to have this stuff, but what I do want it to have is the character designer container. And I guess I'd want that to be at the top. So there's like the settings down here, and then up here are, okay, this is good. The button, I feel like I'd rather put that at the bottom rather than at the top, you know? I think that would make more sense. That's all you know about it, the mosquito scene? Am I hungry? How do I know if I'm hungry? That's called something. That's actually a ADHD / autism symptom. What's it called? ADHD body signals. What's that called? Can't remember. Interoception. Interoception is the sense that allows you to feel and understand what is happening inside your body. It helps you recognize internal signals like hunger, thirst, pain, body temperature, and a full bladder. And also, I don't know, that's fun. And also plays a role in recognizing subtle cues related to emotions and emotional regulation. Individuals with ADHD experience differences in how they perceive and interpret interoceptive signals. Yeah, me too. Also am. Why am I'm not trying to like diagnose you, Sable. I'm just like, oh, I know that. So I can tell if white blood cell 1 named Joe kills bacteria. And can you? You know if you're hungry when you're hungry. Said like a true neurotypical. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not saying you're neurotypical. But everybody's different, right? You can have ADHD and experience certain... Maybe you're good at detecting if you're hungry, but not when you're sad or something. Nah, you're right. I have a blend of both, so they kind of balance each other. But we all know it doesn't work that way. Hey, I love my ADHD fan. Same. That's probably why we're both here. You have high interoception? Does that mean you're good at it? I think that's what that means. Nice. You know if you're hungry when it's been several hours since you last ate and you know that you should probably eat. Yeah, that one. That's it. That's the best we can do sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, am I hungry or is it just something random? Right? Probably hungry. Honestly, I feel like if you have the inkling, just go ahead and go for it. You know? If it's nice and nutritional, what's the worst that happens? What's the worst that happens? So we could start with like a basic color. This would probably be good to like have instantiated scenes of, because it's so repeatable. It's fun asking people, how do you know when you're hungry? People know but can't really describe it. Yeah. Totally. I mean, look, I'll say this. Like, for me, I start to, like, I feel like my brain is a little weaker. Brain. I feel like, I don't know, my brain's just, like, funny to me. I'm talking about my brain. Why is that funny? I don't know. Like, I feel a little empty. I feel a little, like, not low energy, you know? When you have more than normal amount of stomach pains, it's about time to eat. I was gonna say pain? I don't think hunger should hurt. Are you okay? Oh my gosh. It's like kind of concerning. Like grumbles, like maybe it's like some sensations of a such. I could start with skin tone. To me, it hurts. Sable says it hurts. I got some kind of digestive issue. Yeah, I understand. Sable's like, no. It just hurts. Yeah, man, this could easily... Dude, you have to duplicate this. There is no reason not to... Actually, there is a reason. You know what the reason is? The reason is so you can get the values separately. And I don't feel like dealing with that. tell you what we don't need. We don't need to change the label name. But the slider value, I definitely could afford to design this differently. Maybe I should. Maybe I will. Digestive issues is super comorbid with autism. Oh yeah, that's true. It's like easy hurt. It's an easy hurt, okay? It's not like ow. It's like ow. You know, easy. You know, actually, maybe I will. I think I am gonna make this an instance. I'm gonna call this VBox slider. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad I was able to represent your description well. Let's save this in UI. Oh, actually, I think this is in the menu folder, submenu, and we're just gonna say components. Let's call it that. And we're gonna call this a component slider. To me, it's more like, wait, why am I hurting? Oh yeah, food. Yeah. I mean, definitely like overall, I feel like dis-ease. Body demands input. Please use public send food method. That's so real. Just like thinking about your everyday life with code. You guys do that? Sable does that. I do that. Sometimes I look at things and think about the topology that they would have. Sometimes it's not that good. I'm like, that doesn't have good. That deformation is terrible. Okay, and then this has a script on it. Right, well, no, that's not the one you want to... Wait, where'd it go? Oh, there it is, VBox slider. Okay, I do want a script on this, though. So just every slider is going to have its own script. And then how do you fetch the information? You could... We could iterate through them. We could save them in like an array. Because really the data that I need is like, in this case, the slider info, right? So I could just have like all the slider datas and map them somewhere else. So if... I'm starting to regret this a little bit. No, I don't think I am regretting it. I think this is going to be, because I'm going to make a bunch of these, it's going to be a lot easier if I make them, like, modular. You're right. This is the time for a signal. Okay, you're right about that. Just emit it with its name or an enum. Okay. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I like name. Okay, I'm gonna give you credit for that, because I'm probably gonna do that. I'm probably gonna do that one. I'm gonna call that Godot consultant. That's a Godot thing. Signals. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a script. This is gonna be a generic component slider script. You don't even have to give it this script. You could make it a class, a base class. We'll see. Let's just start here. Let's start with this. We'll go from there. So we want it to take in its slider. You should make it accessible as a unique name, because you never know if you're gonna change it. That's true. It's not a vertical slider. I probably should, actually, I should probably refactor it to say that it's an H slider. Because what if it's a V slider? What, am I gonna have it be able to like toggle between the two? I don't plan on having a vertical slider, as far as I know. Let's just call it slider. Change that if you need to. Okay. Signal is a really good idea. Now I just need to make sure that it can be listened to, right? So I have to set up this slider somewhere. So here's the other thing, is I think actually this would probably be better if we put it on like a character designer thing. Maybe we put this on the sub menu. That would make the most sense because there's sliders on other sub menus. And this one is, okay, that's probably the best idea. So let's say signal slider updated. Let me see the way I've been tracking the slider that I do have. That has been on settings. Value changed has been the one that I've been using. Okay. Got it. So back on component slider, not on component slider, on submenu, we can take in slider updated, and I'd want it to call with a string, a node. Because what I'd want to happen, I mean, why even? But like, why even? No, I guess I would. Because we could have it be, I don't know, yeah, I'm not sure how I want this to be structured. It's always so hard to like build this ahead of time and figure it out. I just gotta like get in there and do it and see what happens. So definitely in the ready function, I would want to connect slider value changed, and we're gonna connect it to on value changed, which of course is gonna come with a value. I think that's all it comes with. Yeah. New value. And then we're gonna send this using the submenu signal slider updated. And we want to emit, so we could either emit the value. I think I like the value, but still it needs to know what value, what to do with that value, right? So we definitely want to send it. Yeah, we want both. Trying to decide if I want it to be a node or a string. I don't think node is necessary. I think a string will be sufficient. So let's do string. So we're gonna emit just its name. That's it. So if we come back over here, slider updated, that's gonna call with slider name. Really, it's a node name. That's a string. Okay. Which means we're going to want to receive that. On slider updated. But I don't really want to receive that in submenu. I mean, you do. Oh, because we also need to know, is it a setting that we're doing, or is it a character designer? So it knows what to do with it and where to put it. Okay, I have another idea. Let's not put it on submenu. I'm gonna put it on the submenus themselves. So now it's time for me to actually make the character designer script. That currently just has the setting script, which is super wrong. So let's detach that and add on a new script. In menu, submenu. It's got its own special folder. Character designer. Character designer.gd. Ooh, kind of want to be more specific here. Because I already have a character designer script. Wait, what is on that script? Wait a minute. Oh, I don't have a character designer script. Wait. I don't? Oh, this is called character designer icon. Okay, that actually makes sense. Can we rename the scene then, just to like keep some consistency? Character designer icon. Okay. Alright, great, beautiful. So back to over here on the character designer node, for the submenu node, I'll attach a script and I am gonna call it character designer, but we're gonna put it where it belongs, in here. Character designer.gd. Okay. And I broke it. Wait. I can't believe I can drag that into a script. I guess I can believe it. Okay, so this is gonna be class name character designer. Have I been not putting an underscore in these? So this is where I actually want to put the signal. Slider updated. And then in settings, I can give it its own slider updated, right? I think that makes sense. Node name string. That way I don't have to tell it like where it's going. We probably want the value as well. So value, that is gonna be an integer. I think it's a float. Okay, so then we'll set up the ready function again. Hook up slider updated. Func on slider updated. Which of course we'll call with node name and value. Oops. Comma value float. Returning nothing. And then stuff. So what's stuff? The stuff, well, we know the stuff is, but where does the stuff go? Well, that's what you have to figure out. The thing is it depends on the node name, right? So that's any slider. I guess what's nice about it being the node name is we could conceivably construct a string or construct a function based on the string, which is a little crazy. But I kind of like it. I'm kind of into it. It's just, you know, it's like a syntax that's very... What I don't like about this is that it's it's kind of confusing to like understand how it works right away, which isn't great. I don't love that. But I also can get over it. So in this case, this slider is going to be called skin color. Except don't put the capital letter. Because remember, I want this to be able to be constructed into a function name. Which I think you can... I don't remember. I know how to do a call deferred constructing a function name. I'll construct function from string. I just don't remember off the top of my head. I don't know if I've ever constructed a function name without call deferred. You can't directly construct and execute a full function from a string, but you can evaluate expressions or simulate dynamic function calls using a few techniques. Really? What about call deferred? It takes a string. Call deferred does take a method name as a string. Allows you to call it later after the current. Super handy. Yeah. What's a string-based equivalent that doesn't... Is it just call? Is it just called call? Let's try that. Open up the character designer script. So let's make a function called on skin color updated. And that would literally just pass these same values in. For now, we could just print it just to make sure it'll actually work, if it is going to work. And it can print skin color, and then just tell me the value. Okay. So when the slider updates, what if we say call, which looks for a string name. I think you can use a symbol to specify string name. So this might not work, actually. So I guess I'd want to say this might not work. Variable func string the node's name is a string name. Interesting. Yeah. So if I say equals I don't know if this is good here. How to make string name symbol. I found this the other day in the docs and I was really shocked by it. No. Okay. Alright, well I was gonna have more fun, but you just inferred instead of anything that I wanted you to. Genie script symbol. Yeah, I got you. Hold on, just hold on. You can just say node name equals string name. Oh, okay. But I just wanna know what this is. G-script, yeah, but I'm a little distracted now, in a good way. G-script symbol, string into string name. Ampersand. Dude, check this out. This blew my mind. I just want to show you this because it blew my mind. I don't know why. So you could use an ampersand. Look what happens. Look at this. It changes color. Yellow, brown. I just couldn't remember what it was, and I wanted to see it. So yeah, I know I can do that, but I don't just want that. I want to add the on skin color updated. I want to add all that. And so I want to see if I can use this here for fun. Okay, so we're gonna say start out with underscore on underscore, see if we can concatenate it, plus, oh yeah, and then call this a string name, plus node name, plus, hey, thanks for hanging out, Noya. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad that we were able to catch it before you went to bed. I'll keep an eye out for your streams. Sleep well. On updated. Okay, so now if I were to say call func string. Oh wait, how do I do the arguments? Calls the method on the object, the method, oh, dot, 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 just put it after. Dope. Okay. Func string, and then we just say node name and value. Okay. Let's see if that works. I don't know if it's gonna work. So basically what I would hope to see is that when I start adjusting that slider, it's gonna print the value, assuming this works. I probably did a lot of things wrong. We'll see if I can even get to the menu first. I have set up a lot of things and not tested it yet. Yeah, of course, Noya. Yeah, follow the gym. I hope I see you in one someday. No pressure, no pressure. Bye for now. Let's go. Game like jam strong. All right, menu opens. Love that. The text is wrong, but that's okay. No problem. Does the back button work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, but let's see what happens if we get those prints down here when I adjust this. Oh. Ah, right. It's not on submenu anymore. Oh. So here's the thing, is like this, we're gonna code this in. I mean, you could look to the parent, right? If you're putting this on something, yeah, just look up to the parent. That's surely not gonna go wrong for some reason. Get parent, that's not fragile. It's okay. You know what, cross that bridge when I get there, let's make it work. It's a game jam, let's make it work. Take your time, go ahead. Sure, you got lots of good stuff. I want to make a loading screen that's different than the Godot one. Okay, click on this, keep an eye on the output and see if that value prints. A bunch of debugger prints are showing up, or debuggers are happening. You can use export variable here. Oh, that's true. Ooh, good call. Nice. Method expected 2 arguments, but called with 1. What? Oh, so it does. Ah, right. Of course. I see that now. Wait, but why is that? No, wait a minute. Oh, slider updated. I need to put new value in here. There we go. That's the problem. Understood. But yeah, you're right. Export video would be perfect here. That is okay. Credit where credit's due. And see, sometimes y'all make a suggestion and I immediately understand it. Sometimes you make a suggestion, I'm just like, huh? What? But I got you. All right. Credit where credit's due. That was a good one. And export. I mean, okay. Yeah, it's probably better that way. And export data target. Send data target. It's the data target. And what even is it though? Just a node of a such. Doesn't matter. I mean, a control. It's probably going to be a control. We can assume that. Might be safer just to say a node. You know. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, but let's assign this to the target. Let's do it right. And then instead of saying get parent, we can say data target. Call dungeon. Okay, data target slider updated, emit new value, new value. Cool, 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 cool. So that should be good. Alright, let's see if it's better. Building stuff like this, I always have to bump into issues on the way to it working. Just feels like part of it to me. And that's okay. I love the process. This game's a loader. Okay. Start. Oops. Not start. End run. Main menu. Okay, here we go. See if I get even more XP by messaging later. Oh, yeah, yeah. That tends to be what sets it off. Is it going up? You're at 475 right now? Okay, click on this. Start moving it. Hey, it worked! It worked. No thanks to the chatbot. Awesome. Oh, because it's doing... I think this is adjusting the lava speed slider still. Wait, no. Wait, what is... $525 is the max? I mean, you can get more than that. Dude, what is going on with the lava right now? What is that? Why is it like that? Genuinely no idea what's happening with the lava right there. Max for this hour. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. It is cool. But, like, I don't know why it happened. Okay, no weird lava stuff. Lava looks fine. Lava looks good. I don't know what that was. That was crazy. It looks fine. I'm working on my character designer right now. Alright, it looks like we're good. I mean, there's no way for me to really exit this right now. I haven't set up a way to exit it. We're just gonna assume that was not a real problem. Okay, dude. Beautiful. Okay, so now let's go back to the character designer script. And only took 7 hours to to actually get started on it. I know. That didn't happen. I know. I mean, I got distracted by fixing bugs. Minimal amount of time to get a task. That's right. It's required for it to at least take that long. That's right. Yep. Correct. That's why I'm here for 12 hours. Now, I'm guessing this debugger warning is because I'm not using that variable in this function. So I'm not going to worry about that. Because we will, right? Actually, we don't need to pass that. We only need to pass the value. Sable, you forgot to hit the thumbs up button? What you mean that little hand with one of its digits extended in the air? Yes. If you're on YouTube, pressing that button helps a lot. Makes more people potentially find out about the channel, the community, and the game jam by extension. Thanks for pressing it, Sable. Appreciate it. You need to put both thumbs up, not just one thumb up. It'd be pretty hype if you could double thumb up something. Okay, we don't need this. This is not necessary here. We only need the value. Okay, great. So this is good. Let's get some design things in order. So now that that works well, I want to make this submenu not be friggin' about the wrong thing. So it's automatically filling in the name of the text, which is quite surprising. I don't know why it's doing that, but it shouldn't. Let's fix that. So in submenu, whenever we're in the character designer, I want these to not be visible, and then when I want to become visible, oh, we should make it class name, static variable ref set to itself, and it'll initialize itself, making a singleton of it. Ref equals self. Then go back to submenu, and we'll say character designer visible true. Although I am gonna want to put the false one in the others, at least until I refactor this into a better system. There we go. So if it's settings, hide the character designer. If it's reset records, this one's kind of unique. I'm gonna skip that one for now. I may beat the donation XP in a few hours. Thank you for finding that out for us, so we know how much chat a donation is really worth. One small caveat, 2:30 a.m. Do you need sleep? I mean, look, I went to bed at like 5 a.m. so last night, but it's only because of the new medicine, mostly. So I get it. I understand. But look, if you gotta sleep, don't stay up on account of the leaderboard. Jesus, YouTube, what have you created? People are losing sleep over it. Your sleep schedule's already ruined. I relate. Sometimes our sleep schedule just isn't, sometimes it just isn't like fundamentally compatible, you know, with the norm. Welcome, Insane. I think I am officially at that age where I cannot game for long without a break. That area on your back just below the neck is aching. Good for you. Good for you! Take care of yourself. Maybe it always bothered you, but you just never noticed it. Welcome, Insane. What an opening. Well, thanks for taking a break here with Hyper Game Dev. I see messages from Lise at like 8 a.m. sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. It's not because I woke up at 8 a.m. It's because I haven't gone to bed yet. What do you mean good for you? You're in pain. Wait, what did I say was good for you? Maybe I meant what's good for you is taking a break? Or you're not saying you are taking a break? Insane is the perfect describing word for programmers. It's synonymous, I suppose. I don't feel insane when I'm programming, do you? Certainly I could see there being like mad scientist vibes, actually. Alright, so we're gonna skip the reset records. I need some work on its own anyway. I said that and you said good for you at the end where I describe where my aching pain is. I don't remember. Yeah, what I meant was good for you for stopping. Depends if there's a bug I can't break or not. Yeah, that's true. That can drive you insane. Oof, ow, ouch, my bones. Good for you. No. No bone hurting juice here. Drink this bone hurting juice and like it. Actually, thank you. Thank you, Lise, for the hydrate. Thank you, me. Okay, right, so I'm designing this menu to look real, making a character creator. I've been working on pretty much everything but that, even though that's been my intention. That's okay, we're here now. Got a little rogue separator. Probably want that back for some reason. Oh, actually, you know what I want to put in there? The friggin' character that we're creating. That could be nice. It looks really weird in that. For some reason, it like the body parts start separating. I don't really know why. But it's okay. It's fine. It's not hurting. But Lisa, you actually want this to be outside of the V-Box. So please do that. Here, take these. Oh, no, but you actually want it out of the scroll bar. Oh, wait. Oh, H-split, button back. Technically, I want it up here. Is camera clipping into the... It isn't. It isn't. I don't know. It's some weird bug. It's not. I don't know what's happening. Who knows? But you can see in the actual scene with the viewport, it's totally fine. There's no issues whatsoever. So, I don't know what's happening. It's not really a problem. See, now it's fine. It's just I needed to reload it. Curse your demonetization for preventing us from listening to Black Sabbath Ozzy on stream. Oh, that would be nice. A tribute. Yeah, man, he died. He was getting up there. He's been through a lot. Lab playing games. IAB. Oh, IAB playing games right now. Hey, what's up, Sonic Battle Framework? Thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the subscribe. That's very nice of you. Thank you, Sonic Battle Framework. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. How many limbs are there? Well, there's... It looks like there's 8. I don't know, man. There's only 4. There's only 4 limbs. Yeah, it's a 3D game. So the game I'm making is hopefully not broken when I go to show you right now. The game I'm making is based on SkiFree. I'm doing a Game Like Jam game. Game Like Jam is about making games like other games and So SkiFree, which is a game about skiing down a mountain and avoiding obstacles. In this case, you are sliding and tumbling down a volcano and also avoiding obstacles. If you want to learn more about the game like Jam, I'm sure I'll have a link for you eventually, once I find where it is. There it is. And I always like making 3D, it's just the way I like to express myself. I just enjoy making games in 3D. It's just what I like. So yeah, we're tumbling down the mountain. It follows the cursor. You can also use arrow keys and other stuff, touchscreen and things like that. The lava constantly chases you, and as you ragdoll down the side of a volcano, it's gonna be not gray programmer art columns, but for now that's what they are. Those will be something else. And right now I'm making a character creator because I have no chill. And the character creator is for now just gonna let you change the colors. Maybe someday I'll extend it to do cosmetics and things, but for now it's just gonna do colors. So at least I have that framework set up. So yeah, that's my game. In the preview, it looks like more, yeah. That's what my crying GIF was for in our DM. Okay. I don't know what that was. I mean, if some person sends me random crying GIF, I don't know what to do about that. But it's because of playing too many games. I'm glad he got to do one more show just before he passed. Oh, about Ozzy is what it was for. Gotcha. One more show before he passed, going out on his own terms. Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny because I feel like a lot of bands do like these like farewell things. And then they just like, they do another farewell and another farewell and another farewell. But he timed it right. He figured it out. He did it correctly, which is really amazing. Like, he must have known he was on death's door. Yeah, it's crazy. I fixed the stomach content is null error. King go back to game dev. Nice. But yeah, rest in peace, Ozzy. Love Black Sabbath. In the older one, it looked like that. Yeah, I got you, Blitzer. If you like Sonic Battle, you'll like the channel. You know, I did. When I was young, I played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. That was a game that I played. Null stomach content? That sounds bad. Floats shouldn't be able to null. That's silly. Volcano, inspired by Yellowstone National Park. Oh yeah, there actually is volcanic activity there, isn't there? Another weird thing about the lava is its speed slows down when you do. I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't. It goes faster when you go slower. Yeah, it's completely designed to go faster when you go slower. I don't know what happened to this float. I'm a terrible body manager. Should hire someone else. Any reason why the effect that appears when lava gets close isn't the same color as the lava itself? Any reason why the effect that appears when the lava gets close isn't the same color as the lava itself? I mean, I tried to get as close as possible because it's like you mean like this on the sides? It does get brighter at the same time. But yeah, it's not a perfect match. If you go at high speeds and suddenly stop, it doesn't change in speed much. That's a good point. I mean, it does though, but it does. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Anyway, this is not my task. All right. I'm not gonna get baited into working on things. Sometimes it's nice when you guys make suggestions to work on stuff, but I have a task now, so we're doing that. Sponsored, not inspired, making an ad joke? Okay. Yeah, thanks Thanks. Honestly, Sonic Battle, the self promo is a little annoying. I'm gonna be real with you. Bless your heart. But maybe don't. Maybe don't do that. That would be great. Okay, so this is in here. It's okay. This is in here, which is good. I don't want it to say lava debug. This is gonna be a big menu, and then let me just try adding some more sliders in here because I want to see if the scroll bar looks good. The other thing is I don't want this to be there all the time for every sub menu, so I need to make sure that this only shows up sometimes. So this, we're gonna call it sub menu character designer container, and I'm going to make it accessible as a unique name, and we don't want the button on there. At least not now. So I'm gonna delete that button. That was more for the other one. This is just here for now. Yeah, it is frowned upon. That's true. Some people have to be told, you know? And that's okay. I understand. Scroll submenu. This is my PSA of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Mod, for that wonderful PSA. If I had cookies, I'd give you a cookie. I would. Okay, so this is going to be normally not visible. Just because of the way things are organized, I need to put it there. So I want to say that whenever the character designer menu is open, that's when that appears. I'm going to put the separator in there too, so that way that appears also. I don't think the separator is doing anything here. I don't think it's helpful. Actually. So we'll leave it out. So it needs a little adjustment. Let's put some margins on it, perhaps. I feel like this is taking up a little too much space. Hopefully not. We'll see. We'll test it. We'll see. The way the XP system works, it goes up in increments. 25 up to 75 per hour. Saves per stream. And the person can rejoin if it's the same stream it saves. Yes, that's correct. Okay. So I'm going to reference this in the sub menu here, or make sure I have an onReady variable connected. I'm going to call this character designer preview. I don't know what the XP stuff is, but it sounds neat. YouTube just like inexplicably just released a feature nobody asked for, I guess. Where they have like a leaderboard now, and it's based on like chat messages and donos and stuff. And it's a per stream kind of thing. So then people in chat have like little crowns and numbers next to them and stuff like that. It's nice. It's just mysterious, and it's unclear how it works. So we're all just left guessing. Now you know. Where's my cookie? Character designer. We do want the preview to become visible. In that case, if it's records, we do not want it to be visible. If it's settings, don't make it visible. Really, if it's any of these, don't make it visible. It's a cookie emoji. You know, there is a cookie emoji. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's almost as good. Yummy. Okay, so hopefully that will show up correctly. Or not, if it's not supposed to. Back on the character designer. Let's add some extra ones. So there's skin color. Oh, the name, right. Oh, that could also be, oh, we could use an export for that too. Let's say export variable input title. That'll be a string. And we can just say slider by default. Now I do see that we have that question mark for the default value. So I would want to make sure that its current value does get set. So let's make sure that it does that. It would need to, so this is kind of a whole thing, is loading in the values, right? That's going to be something to work on, but I'm not going to worry about save load right now. That's the only cookie emoji you can find. I mean, in the standard emoji set, you know, regular emojis. Twitch really doesn't like you using regular emojis, do they? If you're on Windows, you can press Alt period, and it'll pop open the emoji thing. I think. Is it Alt period? No, Windows period, not Alt period. Windows key period, but only if you're on Windows. Windows key period, and it'll pop open. Little thing. And search for cookie. But that's a Kappa cookie is still a cookie. Okay. So I'm not gonna worry about the value going in there. There's our cookies! Look at those beautiful circles with dots. Is it? I don't think it is changing. We do need that to be set up on here. So let's get that label. I'm gonna make sure that's accessible as a unique name. Drag it in. We're gonna wanna make sure the title also, so let's just say label value actually is what I'm gonna name that. Label value. Drag in label title. And we could put that in ready. That's a good place for that, I think. We'll want label title text. Oh, let's make that accessible as unique name, just in case things get reorganized. Label title text equals input title. And then whenever the value changes, I'm gonna want it to take the new value and add it as the labels, label value we'll say. Labels text will equal the new value. So stringify new value, so that should get put on there. I could also have this as in the ready, but technically I would want this to pull from a save file. But for now we could do that, but this is very temporary. This would change at some point. But for now, we can just make it that, which will be 0. Okay. So, what now? Now, I'm gonna go back to the designing of it. Right. So we'll just say slider for now, question mark. That looks good. You've been looking all over for the Windows key on my Android phone and you just can't find it. I bet you can't. I bet you can't. I don't know why. I mean, I gave you very clear instructions. I feel like I was very clear. I said if you're on Windows, you can press Windows key period. So that's on you. That's on you. Directions are hard. I know. I understand. It happens to the best of us. Okay. So I've got a generic slider here. So let's add another slider. Duplicate it, and we've got a scroll bar now. I'm a little worried that it's not gonna fit, but yeah, we'll see. We can readjust things as needed. The trick is the screen itself is the Windows key, since in and of itself is a window, but it's quick fickled. True. It's quite fickle. Yeah. That's true. If you're using Windows, I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like that's a stretch to call that a window. I hear you, joke heard. I don't think we need this separator here, but well, we kind of do, because it's, yeah, I don't want that separator. Get it out of here. I do kind of wish there was a separator up here, though. Do you? Here, just delete it. Oh, I want to make sure that submenu title actually shows up. That was something I wanted to do. Here I was trying to find a way to stand on my exterior windows. I know. Oh, labels, submenu, title text, submenu, keys. Oh, it gets it from the key? Okay, but there's a space in there. But that's an underscore. I guess I need to rename it. Designer, creator, customize. Let's call it customize. That way it makes more sense when it renames it. Okay, good. So now this says skin color, that says skin color 2, it says skin color 3. What are some other ones? We have hair color. And eye color. It's not great UI, but just to get it working. I'm more interested in getting it working. We could say top color. And bottom color, and then shoe color. I think those are all the colors. I could be wrong. We'll find out soon enough. Okay, so that means I need a function for each of these. That way it doesn't give me errors on errors. How many do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So instead of skin color, we're gonna say hair color, eye color, top color, bottom, and shoe. Okay. I don't really need these prints, actually. That was a bit unnecessary. Actually, you could probably just select one, and then Control D, and it'll select all of them, and we can just say pass for now. Okay. Let's see where we're at. Let's make sure everything's working. If there's not, make sure it's not too chaotic in the menu. Oh, one thing I do need to do is make the back button work. I really want to put a background on the submenus. There is a background on the submenus when you're playing the game, but when you're in the main menu, there is no background because the main menu doesn't have a background because it looks better without one. But I do want the submenus to have a background. That's a bit of setup, but okay, so click on that and we crash. Ah, because I renamed it Yeah. I changed the name, but I didn't refactor it everywhere. Ah, yes. No. We call it customize now. It's got a new name. Alright, sweet. So you can see it's pushing off screen a bit, which is not ideal. I would also love to have some dividers between these. I think that'll make it look a lot better. A little hard to tell the difference between what's what, especially because the names are all the same. Whoa. Oh, okay. I guess because the number is changing the size of it. Interesting. But certainly I don't want it to go off screen like that. So what do I want to do? We could move the character a bit. Customized indeed. Indeed. I mean, really, I think we should just nerf the slider space. I think that makes the most sense. So, to do that, do we have like a minimum size set in here? We don't. Container sizing, fill horizontally and vertically. What if we shrink to the center? That does nothing. None of these do anything. Cool. And that is the right thing. It is. That is the V-box. Cool. Great. It's a bit, taking up a bit of space. We do have a margin container up here, but this is like overall stuff. I don't want to change this for every, oh, but that doesn't even do it. Yeah, I think maybe I do want to make the, I mean, I could add a margin container for every V-box that's in here. I could do that. That might be the right thing to do. Did I just stick that in the wrong place? This should go over here. I think that's the only way to limit the size. I wish there was like an easier value I could just change. But I think not. Alright, I'll do a margin container, I guess. See where that gets us. So if I pop this in there, oh, that did not work at all. Okay. What if I put the margin container, and there already is a margin container there. But that one also doesn't do it. It has to be the scroll. Basically, you have to change the scroll menu size. Does that one have? No. Okay. All right. Oh, that has, oh, that, look, that has a minimum size of 600. What if I make that like 400? There we go. Okay, that's what we want to, let's go. Okay, get rid of this. So we could say that when we're in the character creator, make it smaller. Look, it's either that or the icon gets, the preview of the character gets smaller. Which I think we could do, no, maybe not. Yeah, all right, let's do that. So if I put the scroll menu minimum Y size to like 400, it fits in nicely. We could even do 500. But it feels risky. I don't know. We could, let's do 500. And if it's a problem, we can always fix it. Okay. So it's at 600 usually. So back on the submenu script, I want to say, let's establish a constant. Actually, I'd rather that be underneath all of this. And I'd even rather it be below that. I'm gonna make a constant called scroll container min height. It's a long one. Scroll, let's say scroll min height default, and then scroll min height shorter. And I'll make that 500. It's not much, but it's enough. And then depending on which one of these that we're in, it'll change. So if we're in customize, then I want to say scroll, which should be a scroll submenu. Scroll submenu. I'm not actually sure how to change the size, the custom size. Oh, it is called custom minimum size. Gotcha, okay. Wow, I never noticed that it was custom. I guess that makes sense. Okay, dot custom minimum size Y equals scroll min height shorter. Except for the rest of them, it will be default. Okay. Try it now. Oh, let me hook up the back button. So if we're in the customize submenu and the back button is pressed, what do we want to happen? We want to hide the submenu, of course. Hide record record icons if needed. That's not an issue here. We're also hiding. I kind of wish I called it, whatever, character designer, called it customize so it was consistent. Ref visible equals false. And then the main menu becomes visible. Seems like that's the bare minimum that we need. So that way I can actually escape the menu. Would be great. Okay. Let's see if it fits better now. Oh, I wanted to put dividers. Between the sliders. That could be built in to the slider component. We'll see. Do we have any of those in here? Yeah, this one at the bottom. Okay, so paste that in, and we'll just put it up at the top. Now, the thing is, the size might be kind of weird, but it's okay. right. Open up this. Great. Nice. It fits. It's tight. It's a tight squeeze. A little concerning. It does look like the input is overlapping the back button. So I'm like trying to click. Is that true on all of them? Almost. It's less bad. But I can get... You know, it is kind of there on these others. But you know what? I think it's because this has like an extended size, but that doesn't actually extend the margin of the clicking area. I'm actually surprised that we can... Oh, I do actually know what that is. That's because that's implementation that I did. Okay. So what's blocking this? Actually, no. Oh, it must be the viewport itself. So in this case, we don't actually want it to be able to be clicked on. So I'm gonna set it to not be able to be clicked on. Oh, those are a little snug on there. There's not a lot of margin between those dividers, the separators. So let's give it some more margin. See what that's like? Better. Okay. I kind of wish the... Well, no, it's fine. What was I gonna do? Right. Make sure that we can't click on this guy. So I'm gonna make the mouse ignore. Hopefully that just fixes it. Let's try resetting it. I don't know, it's just like it's not highlighting as readily as I'd like it to, which is bothering me. So that like touch to scroll thing is actually something that I set up manually because it didn't exist. I was trying to use it like on mobile and I felt like it needed like a touch to scroll implementation. I don't even know where I put it. Oh, there, input. Here. It's just oh, it's getting the global rect of... Is that the V-box? The submenu V-box. It's in the global rectangle of the submenu V-box. Okay. Which is, of course, above it. I mean, you could just have it get the scroll submenu, right? Instead of the overall submenu. So we could say scroll submenu, oops. Assuming it has a get global rect. It does. Okay, let's try it again. Restart it might help. We try. It's a loader. This game's a loader, I'm telling you. I front load all of the textures so that way they don't lag mid-game when they pop in, but it means it takes some time to load the game. Okay, click on it. Dang. It's still grabbing. I'm actually surprised that it's still grabbing it from outside What are all these warnings? Oh, yeah. Don't worry about that. Don't concern yourself with that. Why are you the way you are? Why are you like this? It does say get global rect, though. Turns the position size of the control relative to the containing canvas. No, not the containing canvas. I'd want it to be the actual scroll area. So we actually need a different one. Okay. I don't know which one. Alright. See if a chatbot can actually help me here. It's a very context-specific thing. Could be useful. It might not be. But what if it is? Okay. Instead of get global rect, I want this to get the nodes rect. It is a scroll container. Hey, welcome back, Techmancer. Looks like you have a textured character. I do! Materialed. I would say materialed. Jesus. Scroll submenu rect size. Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you very much. But will the has point? The has point thing might not exist though. Is has point? That's an every rect. Okay. That's all I needed. You didn't have to do all that. You did not have to do all that. But is that real rect size? That's not real. You made that up. Ain't no rect size. Rect size doesn't exist. GD script 4.4.1. Welcome back, Techmancer. Yes, and I'm gonna make it so we can change the colors of the character. Just size? But will size won't return a rect, right? Or we gotta do it ourselves. Yeah, it looks more lively, right? Thank you. Yeah, so what I did on Monday in the member and Twitch sub stream. Here, let me just unbreak this real fast. So what I did was I added some extra limb bones. So the arms and the legs have an extra joint in them. And so it lets, they're just like longer and exist. Whereas before they were just these little floaty orbs. But now, it's like a whole person. I love it. I think it looks so fun. Like, it looks like this person is having the time of their life. Just falling on down. Yeah, it looks so good. I also adjusted the ragdoll to be a little more properly responsive. Yeah, I'm really happy with how it turned out. I was kind of afraid that it wasn't going to work well with the ragdoll when I added more joints. But it did. It turned out super great. And now I want to be able to adjust the colors. I've set up all the colors, the materials, to be modularly changed. So the eye color, the skin color, the hair color, the top and bottom color, and the shoes are all able to be affected modularly. So now I'm trying to hook it up, make it do it. In some cases, it looks like the character skipping la-ti-da, there's lava coming behind me, but I'm so happy nonetheless. There is something kind of jovial about it, isn't it? Oh, I'd love to make like different like personality cosmetics where you could have them be more like happy or sad or angry or something. Then you could really have it living its best tumble life. Alright, ChatGPT is not helping me here. So let's go to scroll container, probably container, control, canvas item. Take me to canvas item and show me all the wrecked stuff. Get viewport wrecked, but that's gonna go to a parent, right? I don't want the parent. I want its own wrecked, but it doesn't seem... Here, let's try a control next. Back for my hourly return. Was just chatting in a Discord of a game I enjoy, but I'm back for a bit. Welcome back. Get global wrecked. Well, no, see, I don't want the global wrecked. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. That's funny. Yeah, I'm just getting the character customization menu designed, and I noticed that there's something over the top of it, so I'm just adjusting how that works. Literally, it's just get wrecked. That's all it was the whole time. Okay, let's try it now. Yeah, so there's this this way that I set up so that way we can touch scroll on it. Godot is throwing hands. I know. Like, excuse me. How do I do this? Get wrecked. Jesus. Okay. Gosh, I just wanted to learn. That did not work. I'm still able to scroll out. What I want is it to, well, but, okay, but is the rect that, maybe the rect actually is that big though. Hold on. Actually. No, it's small. That's how big it is. Look at that. Yeah, you can search the docs within Godot. I knew you could quick search specific things, but by hovering, but just like search for it. Yeah, you can. So there's probably like a shortcut. Help, search help, F1. Little F1 will pull it up. Bam. And then you can search for whatever you want. And it will tell you all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Godot documentation is amazing. Like, and not only is the Godot documentation amazing, but it's integrated well into the engine itself, so you like never have to leave the engine. And if you do, it'll link you to its documentation. Really nice. Yeah, I'm surprised that it's, I want it to give me this area, only that area. Still trying to be pay to win. Alright. Good luck. Does get wrecked not do what I think it does? Returns the position and size of the control in the coordinate system of the containing node. I don't even know what that means. In the coordinate system of the containing node. Like, that almost sounds like it's what I want. Alright, I think I need to pivot and come up with a different way to handle this somehow. And then I have to ask myself if this is even actually really the problem. Oh, here, comment this out. Get it out of here. See if it makes a difference if you get rid of this. Oh! Oh, dang it. I forgot to update this other part of the function down here. Okay, that seems important, actually. Whoops. Wow. I wasn't actually truly testing it. Or is it just told the output to get the Rex, so now it's sad and didn't output? That would be unfortunate. If your IDE started catching feelings and it doesn't actually understand the context of anything. I don't know how often you use the animation tools, but I found some issues with some of the tracks. It auto-creates when you make a new rotation or audio track. You have to delete it before you create track to function. Interesting. Yeah, I've noticed some funky things for sure. You're saying specifically when you make a new rotation or audio track. I usually don't make new tracks. I mean, I usually just click on the key, if that's what you mean. I don't know exactly what you mean, but I believe it. Oh, it worked! So now I can't click and drag out here. I can only click and drag in there. Nice. But it didn't liberate my back button still when I hover over it at weird places. Okay, well, great. I'm glad that's better, but that's not what I meant. I have to look at it again. Yeah, I don't know if I've had that exact issue in particular. I actually just did rotation when I was animating that character. But, so I didn't actually go to add track and then 3D rotation track and then click on it. I just got like the armature and would like click on a node and then, or not even a node actually, I'd go to the armature skeleton, click on the skeleton. It's actually a little complicated because it's messy. I have a lot of problems with animating in Godot. It can be really upsetting. But I don't, when it comes to rotation, I don't, especially, or particularly in 3D, I don't mess with these quaternion values because it'll get broken. But if I click this little pencil down here, it'll generate temporary Euler parameters. And then I can drag those and set the rotation. So I'll like adjust it, and then I usually just press the key right here to stamp down whatever I did. So like if I do the head, or let's do a new track, the body for example. So if I move it like that, and then hit the key. Now it does always ask if you want to create a reset track. Sometimes I do. Usually if I create, and maybe that's what you mean. So this is kind of wacky. You don't have to create this. I'm just gonna hit cancel for now. But at least in this case, I like to make sure I set it to 000 if I haven't created the reset myself, and then I stamp it down and I hit the key and I let it create the reset track. So now in reset, it's all in default positions. And then I'll make sure on top of that point that I just made, which now is just the default, then I'll modify it and then key it down. And then I usually find it works pretty well. But I wouldn't be surprised if weird things happen too, honestly. It would not surprise me. For example, an audio player track, it creates the audio clips And when I add a keyframe, it creates a new track under that, and you have to delete the audio clips it created. Audio player track. I've never added tracks like this. I've just never done this. The only time I've ever done this is for call method. So I don't even know. Well, I guess I need audio for that to work. Like normally what I would just do, personally, is I would, you know, find what I wanted to change and hit like a key or something. But let's try it. Audio playback, audio stream player, okay. And you said it's creating something underneath? That's weird. It didn't create anything underneath for me. Did it? I don't think it did. So then if I want to insert a key, here's my key, and we can change it as needed. That's strange behavior. I wonder why it's happening to you. That audio clips is what you mean. It's doing the thing that you don't want? Where? What's it doing? Oh, you want this. Oh, I see what you're saying. Ah, gotcha. Oh, that makes sense. Understood. Yeah. Okay. So, like I said, I never actually click add track and do this. And I mean, I would even say don't. I would even maybe recommend don't do that. Apparently. Because yeah, you're gonna have to delete it because it seems like it's just assuming which one you want. Right? When there's multiple possible tracks. Right? This is only for time, stream, offset. Whereas if I click on this, I have this animation player up, right? And now if I click on the audio stream player and it's up in the inspector, now let's say I want to do playing. So I'm going to click the key and it's going to ask to create a new track for the property playing and insert the key. So whatever this is at, which is currently off, if I hit create, now it creates the right track and it didn't create that extra one. And so now you can, you know, let's say I want it not playing there, but then later on, oh, I'm in the reset. Okay. Here, put the key down. Later on, I want it to come on. Oh, there's nothing in there, so it won't let me do that. Okay, that was a bad example. All right, let's do a different one. Volume. Keyframe that down. Now we got volume. Change the volume, and then press the key, and now it adds a different one on there. Which, of course, you can also do the insert key too if you want. But yeah, hopefully that helps a little bit. You know, playing in audio clips, and I guess audio clips was stopping it. That's crazy, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even bother creating it here. That sucks. It sounds like it sucks. All right. Don't want an audio stream player. As it happens, I'm not interested. Oh yeah, still with the friggin' something is covering up my back button and it's just really irritating me. I'd like to fix it. Oops. Weird thing that happened in the previous jam game, I played an audio track when the player dies, but it only worked half the time for some reason. That is weird. That is weird. That sounds frustrating. So what is covering up my back button? I kind of wish, and I don't know, maybe there is, but I wish there was a way I could just like view all of the stuff like on, like at once. I guess I could select all. No, I can't select all. Okay. Okay, there we go. That actually kind of worked. Okay, so I clearly see some stuff covering it up. Doesn't exactly help me know what the stuff is. Oh, you know what I could do? I know what we can do. Godot recently added this feature where you can actually click on things in the live scene. It didn't always have this. You can click on things in the live scene and it'll tell you what it is. I forgot about that. That probably could have saved me a little time if I had remembered that sooner, but you know what? Better later than never. Okay, so the way you do it is we have these options up here, input, 2D, 3D. If I click on 2D, now when I click on it, you can see it's selecting the thing. So now I can go check and find out what it's selected, and oh, okay, so the icon itself, gotcha. Let's go. Okay. So I wanted to ignore that, please. Mouse, ignore. Let's see if that helps. Nice. Okay, now it's responsive again. Let's go. One of the best things I found during the game jam was using await get tree to create timer timeout so you could actually hear the button click sound effects before the button takes effect. Nice. That's a good use for await. I like that. So you can say, play the sound effect, wait a second, and then let it do it. That's a good tip. I like that. Nice. Awaits can be really useful for stuff like that. Alright. This is much better. Great. And we got all the sliders in here, which is nice. This is not picking up my scroll wheel as well as I'd like. I'd actually rather put, if that wasn't the issue, I'd rather put that input back. Use it all the time now. Nice. Yeah, as long as you're not awaiting things that are too, like, code heavy or, like, affect, I don't remember what the situation is, but certain process-based things, it can cause like, undesirable desync. Especially if you're like queue-freeing things can get weird because an await will just like exist in the tree when maybe you don't want it to anymore. But for like little quick things like UI stuff like that, it's really good for. Did a similar thing on player death. It waits a second to play explosion effects, which didn't work half the time, then switch scene. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried to really cut down my await use. It's sometimes it's almost too convenient, but it just depends. It depends why I'm using it, right? I think for cases like that, that might be okay. They then got you in trouble while trying to make AI. Yeah, they can. Awaits, you gotta be careful with the awaits. But there are perfect use cases for awaits, for sure. Alright, I'm gonna put this back to global, because I think it's fine. I think that was not really an issue. And I don't even think we need to say scroll submenu anymore. That was just a theory that maybe that was interfering with the back button, but it's not. And now it responds really well. Pausing physics was a fun can of worms. Yes, right. You gotta be careful with that. And when you say pausing physics, you mean like literally like making the physics stop happen? What? Yeah, I guess it depends. Do you need the whole game to pause or just the physics to pause? Because if you just want the whole game to pause, Godot makes that pretty easy, potentially. But it can be hard too if you only want to isolate it. Is the main drawback to awaits the fact that it awaits and doesn't do any other code in the script? Something like that. I don't remember. You're gonna make me try to remember? Alright. Let's find out. GD script, problem with awaits. You would pause everything in the scene. And that's what you wanted? You wanted it to pause everything in the scene, or you didn't want it to pause everything in the scene? I thought there was like a Reddit post or something someone ever made about this. There's a Medium article about it. This is just hating on GD script. I hate GD script. Shut up. Yes for victory or defeat pop-ups. I don't know what those words mean. Okay, this is before it was renamed to an await. It was called a yield. So this, we'll go with this. I'd like to get a better understanding of where it is appropriate to use yield, which is await. Up until recently, I wasn't even aware of it, but now I know it exists. I've been using it a lot too much, I suspect. Take the following code, for example, blah, blah, blah. Okay, stuff happens. Whoops. We have a term for what you describe. It is a code smell. Sometimes a UI label that says either of those things. Yes for victory or defeat pop-ups. A UI label that says either victory or defeat. Oh! So what was the question I asked? It would pause everything in the scene. And I was like, do you want it to pause everything in the scene or not? And you said, yes. I want it to pause everything. Can you remind me what you're responding to? For my death screen, I just stopped the gravity velocity, which gave an effect that it stopped. Yeah, you have to play around with it. We have a term for using a code smell. Sometimes yield can be an indication of a bigger problem. That's true. Right. Also, there are cases where it's not safe. No cancellation. You yield on a signal and there's no way to cancel that. No auto disconnection. If the object that yielded is free, do you have a runtime? Yeah, that's pretty much one of the worst things. Scene tree timers. They don't pause when you pause the game. Exactly. I had that very issue where I was pausing the game. Like in another project I was working on, I had like bullets that shot out from an enemy and they were awaiting between the bullet cycles. And so when you paused the game, if it got caught on an await, your character would get hit with a bullet while you were paused, which sucked. So now we landed here, but it makes me think about this website, Refactor and Guru. Interesting to look at. Oh. Using yield in the correct object and signal will avoid timing issues. Using yield on signals that must happen will avoid the code from being awaited until teardown. Anyway, I'm not going to go through this, but look it up. There you go. Link in the chat. Check it out. Look what Sable's looking at. Refactoring Guru. That looks cool. What is that? I don't know what that is. I have no idea. It's a website? Nice. Alright. So this is looking good. I don't love how that moves us up and down when we click on these. That should absorb it. If you're clicking on a UI item and shouldn't be scrolling up and down, that is very incorrect. That is shocking that that's happening. To escape the scene back to the main menu, I had to put in a line to restart the physics process before opening the main menu scene, or the button wouldn't do anything. Escape the scene back to the main menu. Put in a line to restart the physics process before opening the main menu scene. Alright. Did it work? Sounds like It sounds like it was some work to get it to work. Reminds me of my first time playing Dark Souls, and I pressed pause, and the enemies kept moving, and I panicked. Oh, hey, you're not supposed to do that. Oh, yeah? Oh, because you can't pause in Dark Souls. Yes. Accidentally made a Dark Souls mechanic. Oh, she keeps going just off camera. She's just off camera. Okay, I would like this to not run when I'm pressing on a UI element, but I'm not really sure how to do that. We could say if event is input screen drag. I think it's gonna be a little difficult if I'm being honest. Has this always been happening and I just didn't realize it? Oh, she moved. Has this just always been happening? It's annoying and I don't like it and I don't want it. Technically, this should only be happening on touch. So you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say this is only if you're on mobile. In which case we still might have a problem, but at least I don't have to think about it right now. So that's always nice. But I think this is mobile device though. If it input event screen drag. I see, we're emulating touch events right now. That's why. Which normally I like to leave that on, but I kind of don't want it at the moment. So I'm gonna cut that off. Just so I can have some sanity here. Goes through a lot of design patterns, how to smell when they are poorly implemented and may create problems in the future, as well as methods to fix. That's awesome. Yeah, that looks cool. Thanks for telling us about it. Yeah, it looks interesting if you like that kind of stuff. Sounds useful. I watched Branky's GDScript tutorial and made a list of things I think I should learn how to use. Whoa. Signals, setters, getters, clamps, classes, inner classes, dictionaries, inheritance. Nice. All very useful. Okay, great. Now it's not jumping all over the place. Perfect. Okay. Okay, now that we've got these like quality of life things set up, right? Let's make these have different names. So that's all handled in export variables right now. Oh, thank you, Sable. That's so helpful of you to share with Blitzar. Blitzar just started learning Godot. I love that period of just like discovering new things and wanting to just fill your head with as much of it as possible. You're gonna go far with that approach. Okay, so for each of these, I want to rename them. So this one is skin tone, hair color, excuse me, kitty cat. Using index for the Game Jam game was one of my high points so far. Using an index? What does an index mean? Hair color, eyes color, clothes color, top, we'll say, an array. Nice. Dude, arrays took me a minute to like be a part of my toolbox when I first started. Like, I found them pretty intimidating. but like once they become like something you know you can reach for, super powerful. Clothes color, bottom, shoes color. Okay. I think I have to restart it. That's all in there ready. Okay, let's make them do stuff. Now the sliders exist, I have a menu that I can go back and forth to. I want to make it actually apply to our character. Now, the values aren't gonna save yet. I want to set up a save system that takes all those color values and holds on to them. I think hex code is going to be the easiest to use for this purpose. I really need a background on this. It's not the best design visually here, but I'm just not going to prioritize that right now. I really want to get the base code set up. Oh, I'm going to need to set up the range for it, for each one. This is often where I struggle a little bit when it comes to components, right? It's like, okay, how much do I have to externalize as export variables all the time? Is there a preferred method you have to approach making state machines? Personally, enums. I love using enums. So I think that's probably the way to go. So what I'll do is I'll create a couple different enums. First of all, not an enum, one enum, but a couple different variables. So first I say variable, in this case, game state. You're not gonna explode. Why do you say that? Game state, and then I reference the enum that I've made. So my enum is all the game states. So list of my game states in this enum. And then whatever state I'm currently in, I update game state with one of these game states. And that's just kind of the way I'm used to doing it. I also like to create a little signal here, update game state, and wherever I am in the code, I can just say emit this with the state I want to change it to. And I like this because then across different scripts, I can have different things happen when that state gets updated. But yeah, I like using an enum myself. It may be better to have the selections as instead of floats. I think it'll look cleaner. Oh, you mean, yeah, I could see that in the game. Yeah, totally. I agree with you. I actually think that's something I agree with. Yeah. Enum state machines are fine for small state machines, but I really encourage looking into more complex state machines with classes or nodes if you want to go full Godot. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends what the application is for. Nice. Alright. So let's get these values actually doing stuff. Would be nice. So the way I'm gonna have them do stuff, over on the player script, the player design script, max 4 states, as soon as you have to handle state transition rules, a signal to use the higher tier. Alright. okay, so the way this code is set up, it's actually storing a dictionary of data for each part. So, in player parts, we've got the head, the hair, the body, the arm, the leg, the hand, and the foot. And then it's able to duplicate this across all of them. So I would want these sliders to update the different dictionary keys. So if we start with skin tone, we can pump that right in there. Transition rules are like when state can or cannot switch to another. Yeah. Attacking is possible if the character is on the ground but not in the air. That's what state machines are good for. So if I want to change the skin tone, there's actually a couple different things that get updated. So I might want to rethink that a little bit. So by default, I kind of think if we're going to do skin color is a little bit tricky. I think I would want to have it check to see. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. Let's go to the... I kind of think we could save and load per... Let's make a special save and load system. I'm going to look at the game settings, which does have its own save and load system. Save data... Load settings. I'm just gonna grab all of this. Because I do want to load the character design choices that the player has made. So let's add this in here. I don't know why I set that to always. I guess I needed to at some point for some reason. It's a little scary. Oh, we already have a load design. Oh, interesting. You found a game a couple months ago that is VR. It has unique controls. Control the earth around you with poses. It's an earthbending game. That sounds cool. What's it called? What do we do in load settings? Right. So that's like proper load save stuff. So maybe I'll rename it Rumble VR. Oh, I've heard of that. I don't know what I've heard about it, but I think I've heard about it. Let's call this Apply Design. Hey, what's up, Pierogi? Welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. You can find that on Refactoring Guru. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna rename this to Load Design. Welcome, teacher from Brazil. Good to have you here. Thanks for stopping in. Rogi is currently using geometry nodes to make text type out like a typewriter for a short. Using geometry nodes for that? What? That's crazy. Like to animate? I guess geometry, right, because geometry nodes, you can have like generate things in a certain way. And so if you like animate the values in the geometry node, that's hardcore. I love that. I'm doing really good. Thanks for asking, teacher. How are you? I'm making a game. I'm working on a game that I'm making. Oh, I think I'm hungry. Oh, how do you know if you're hungry? I think I know. How do I know? Energy depleted? Need boost? What the heck is a geometry node? So in Blender, there are things called geometry nodes, and geometry nodes are like a way to modify. It's kind of like coding. Have you ever used like a shader graph? Like if you're coding like textures or materials or anything like that, and you have like graphs you plug in. Yeah, it's a Blender thing. It's a Blender thing. So it lets you kind of run code on different operations in Blender, except it's like a visual noding kind of thing. Geometry node is the mitochondria of Blender. Right, and like a lot of that stuff is already happening under the hood, right? This is my first time using geometry nodes. It's very cool in this situation, so here's the animate. I've never used geometry nodes. I've watched other people use them. One day I'll use them more. One day I'll use them more. You saying that gives me confidence somehow. Drawing things. Coding an entire algorithm to make an entire YouTube short or video would be cool. I know people have done it before. The node thing made me think about it. Yeah, that would be cool. You only know Godot nodes. Yeah, that's okay. So my game is for the Game Like Jam, which is a jam where we make games like other games. I love this jam so very much. This is the 4th one that has existed, and it is about making a game like SkiFree. SkiFree is a game from Windows Entertainment Pack 3, where you ski down a mountain and avoid obstacles and stuff. And so this game jam is just about taking a month to make a game similar to, in this case, SkiFree. So we're just kind of skiing down a mountain, running into stuff, or not. And so mine is about falling down a volcano, the side of a volcano. Today I'm working on a character creator of a such, where we can adjust values on our character. There's our character falling. So when we start the game, we fall down and we flop around on the ground, and we try to avoid obstacles similar to SkiFree. I've added some collectibles for funsies, and you can see there's some big giant columns that pop in. That is a work in progress feature where you will be able to pick up gear items and use them to help you play the game better. I haven't fully implemented that feature yet, so it looks a little rough. But yeah, so lava chases you down and you avoid it. I actually do see what you meant about the... It does kind of feel like the lava should jump ahead more when you run into an obstacle. But then again, I don't know. I think it kind of makes sense. I think it actually looks pretty good. Because if you think about it, why would it speed up? Anyway, it doesn't matter. So that's the game. You get consumed by lava, and hopefully you don't get consumed by lava, but here we are. Does SkiFree use falling physics? Doubt it. No. I don't think it does. I don't believe that it does, but I don't know. Probably not. GL compatibility for shaders is something I ran into recently. Uploaded my game to web and my shaders broke. Oh. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't think I've had that happen. Private disconnect production site signals. Private disconnect production site signals? I don't know what you're talking about. Or hold on. You know what? You helped me realize, Eduardo, I need a snack. I'm gonna be right back. I won't be long. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working along with me, bodily doubling, whatever you want to call it, bodily doubling, body doubling, I'll be super right back. And I wish I could just let this run, but I can set like an auto animation in the background, but I can't. All right, I'll be super right back. Thank you for hanging out. Go get a snack. Take care of yourself. Behold the cat. I hope the cat stays there. Alright. Hold on. And Laze isn't here, we can do funny stuff. Yeah, you can do funny stuff. Try to hack them. Do not try to hack my machine! Do not try to hack my machine! You are not allowed to hack my machine. How dare you? Alright, I'll be right back. You might get some ads, that's true already on Twitch all the time, but especially on YouTube, you might get some ads during the break. Alright. Be right back. I gotta get some food. I'm hungry. I'm a little hungry. Alright. David doing funny stuff. Get my IP or something. See the screen pixels? I'm not farmed any XP because I'm working and not chatting. Okay. Oh, she gets up as soon as I come back. You're still like up there a little bit, right? Oh no, you don't have the crown. Can't relate to not having points. Fortunately for you guys, it's XP farming spam time. Anyone enter the GMTK Jam 2025? I am not. Are you? Let's get first place. 3 messages is all it takes per hour. It does not require to use Game Maker. That's a actually not unreasonable question. I never even thought about that. That's a reasonable question. That was the main thing that drove you away? Wow, they should change the name. They won't, but that's really funny. I've come to the conclusion, same conclusion, 3 comments is the hour cap. Yeah, I think you guys are right. Yeah, it's any game engine. No, it's not Game Maker only. It's just the name of the YouTube channel. I don't know if I could enter. I always come motivated, but I need a good quick idea. Yeah, they're pretty short, right? They're too short. They stress me out. Doesn't say one way or the other, it seems. Some past themes did click in me, so I ended up not participating. Didn't click. Gotcha. Alright, I'm heating up food, so I'm waiting for it to stop microwaving. It's probably done by now, right? It's probably done by now. What am I gonna do when I come back? Right. Ugh, save load. I have to do what I have to do. Alright, let me see if the food's ready, and then I'll be right back. And then Michelle Dev. I always had the first week of the Game Like Jam to think on what to build. That's important. Perfect. Plan it out. Spend some time doing that. Sometimes I feel like I'm cheating because I think about it before the game starts. Okay, we got some spicy chili. Let's get that energy back. I still got hours of game dev left. Oh yeah! I ain't done yet. Okay. Signed up. I have like a week to increase my skills in preparation. You're gonna try to make a SkiFree like in 1 week? That's awesome. I mean, look, of all of the Game Like Jams we've done and maybe we'll ever do, maybe, this is the one to try to make in a week. I think it's doable, you know? Like, you're not gonna have all the extra time to add fun, wacky things, but that's okay. You're gonna go with your background. I used to be an artist before learning code. Nice. Almost XP reset time. I have now been live for exactly 9 hours, 4 minutes. So maybe that was the reset point. It was the next hour. Techmancer is learning code, mainly GDScript. I have a background in game design and quality assurance, but haven't only recently started making your own games. Dude, can we watch that other like game? What was that? That game was freaking sweet. That Tempest game. Yo, that was such a great like visualizer. Someone was suggesting this as a game for the next Game Like Jam. Not the next one, but a next one. Of course, it's gonna take 10 years to load when I need it. What the hell? Don't scare me that my internet's bad. Is it YouTube? Is YouTube being slow? YouTube, you can't be slow. I'm streaming on you right now. What the hell? Okay, there it is. There's just one slow moment. Dude, that's crazy. This is the full game. So, I mean, I was gonna say it is short, scope-wise. Dude, I'm spending more time loading this than it would have taken me to finish all my food. I'm just kidding. For clarity, you signed up for the GMTK Jam. Okay, good. You probably have more time for that. I hope you do, for your sake. You got 25 from the almost message here, Max. Okay. All right, good luck. Good luck, man. Okay. Nice. It's spicy. It's not too spicy, though. I can handle that. Got some chickpeas in there. Got some tomatoes, some spinach. I also put okra in there. I was feeling like I need some variety. So we got okra. Oh, I also put celery. I was like, what do I have? What's around the house? Put it in a pot. C# scripts got your full attention the entire night. Yes, it's time to move to Blender. What does that mean? Because the C# scripts have your full attention, you're moving to Blender. Okay, all right. Wasn't it Tempest that gets confused for Polyp? I don't even know what that is. What is that? A popular urban legend said to induce psychological effects. What? It's not a real game, but that's what people thought it was? Okay, that's actually freaking cool. Your logic is done, now let's make a map for it. Nice. So it's like a creepypasta in a way. That's really funny. Neat. Tempest is on the Wikipedia page. Somebody proposed Tempest as an influence. Abstract and geometric game that requires intense focus and was inspired by the nightmares of its creator. Tempest was inspired by nightmares? Oh, I actually heard about this. To catch drug sales occurring in arcades, the FBI rigged classic arcade games with surveillance equipment. I remember that there were like, right, winners don't use drugs. I remember there were games that had that, arcade games that had winners don't do drugs on it. So weird. 80s was weird, man. You have a 3D UI to interact with the node and farms, but they're just random inputs floating. They're yearning for models. You must create them. You must make them real. Every time I go to the homepage and you're live, it's first on the recommends. Let's go! The story of Polybius is weird. I mean, clearly I need to like study it for fun. Everywhere I go, I see everywhere. Oh wait, that's like, what is that even referencing? Everywhere I go, I see her face. Yeah, this game looks super cool. That's awesome that it's like inspired from someone's nightmares. I'm almost scared to, now I'm scared to like try to make it. Spider-Man, oh. Gotcha. It's part of the confusion of Polybius being a government op to do MK Ultra style things. The video games are gonna hack your mind. They're gonna make you do things. Hilarious. Dude, the like panic around video games in the 80s was so funny. I mean, not funny for like people it wasn't funny for. But to me, it's really funny. They're just games. God, they're not even that good. Like now the games look so good, no one even cares. Although it's kind of crazy what's happening with like Itch and Steam right now, where like they're taking down NSFW games because like the credit card companies are saying they have to. So hey, I guess there is still some weird panic about games these days. Alright. See if I have enough energy to do this. See screen. Well, boy, I missed a lot. It's a game somebody recommended for the Game Like Jam. And it just looks cool, so I put it on screen while I took some bites of food. There's the video. It's called Tempest. I think it looks awesome. It looks so cool. Okay, just make sure I didn't put that anywhere else. Okay, good. It does look cool, right? And we didn't use this function anywhere. Okay, good. So I'm just gonna borrow a bunch of the save load stuff I already set up for settings since it's pretty straightforward. And I'm gonna put it after all this code. This is load design. We also want save to exist, so when a change is made, it can be saved, naturally. So we need the save data to exist. That is the save. Well, actually, no, we want to save a different file. Save design, save design. Could probably put that in a constant or something. Obviously wouldn't want necessarily just lava speed. We'd want things like skin color, right? Start with that. This would be really nice with the variable, honestly. Like, if we could just iterate through this, that'd be really convenient. I even wonder if we couldn't... Okay, let's make a... So I think save data is like what I want, right? I come to game settings. Dictionary defaults. Save data function. Right. that returns a dictionary. Gotcha. Okay. Save the settings file. And so that's essentially the dictionary. Got it. Okay. So back on player design, I'm gonna make sure that the... Here, let's put that in there. It's a little wacky getting it set up at first. I feel like I'd rather put this up here. Would probably be really nice. And then we just set it like that. I don't know if I love this. The fact that we're creating this dictionary up here. I feel like I'd rather say something like... Also, I feel like this should be an auto load. Because this isn't actually on anything, it's a class script. Yeah, I don't think this is the right place to put this stuff, actually. I'm gonna move this. Yeah, I don't actually want to put any of this code here. I've changed my mind. I'm gonna make an auto load. Because that's where I also have the game settings. So let's make character. Can I just call it character design? Hopefully that's not one that I've made yet. We'll find out. Character designer is different. Okay. So I'm even just gonna actually go to game settings. I'm just gonna grab it all. Although I did start to build this out a little bit. So we'll use some of this. Take all that. Put this in the trash. But I am going to want to pull... So here we're applying design this way. I am going to want to make sure we pull the save data here. This is going to be kind of heady. I'm going to be honest. This is going to be a little heady. Okay. It just is. And a bit rote, but I gotta do what I gotta do. Okay, game settings. I need everything but save and load. So give me all this. Come back to character design. I'm gonna have to refactor these names at some point. Can we refactor it a little now? Let's call this player design data. How about that? And then I'm going to rename the script accordingly. Player design data. Okay. So we're just setting up the variables at the top. I would love if this was like a dictionary. And that's where we pulled the data from, you know? We do have this defaults. That's perfect. It's very good. Extends node. So it's not settings, it's design. Save design. Reset design. Yeah, I guess I will want a reset. For property and get property list. So, oh, that's actually just looking at the variables in there. and it's looking for the constant and replacing it. Okay. Alright, that's actually pretty smart. I always get this code from all kinds of places. One of y'all shared a save script with me once. Found one online. I never know where they come from anymore. Okay. So we want to set up a constant and a variable for each one. And we want to save it every time they get updated. Oh, that's going to be very convenient. Nice. It would be nice if some of this was like more automated, right? Like, I don't want to have to type up a friggin' error log for each and everything. So I think this would be really nice if this was like a for loop of some kind. And it would actually just pull that name for each one and then just report the error or whatever. That would be really, really nice. And can we just push warning? I guess we don't need it. I feel like, look, the error checking is nice. I kind of just want to get rid of the error checking. I know it's so bad. It's like so bad. No, we'll say push warning. Push warning. That'll make more sense, I think. Here. So if skin color is defined up here as being connected to skin color variable, so we don't want lava speed. Right. I mean, this is the default dictionary, so I think if we just pull the key names from here, we should be good, right? Since they're all listed in there anyway. Okay, so I would want to say for each key in there, do stuff. If you have an hour to kill and want to learn about Polybius, ahoy, YouTube did a great video on it. Nice. I was just thinking, like, that sounds like something that would have a good, like, documentary to watch about it or something. Nice. Dope. Thanks. Noted. I mean, especially if I'm gonna do that game like jam, right? I would want to, like, that's such a fun fact. I should even put that in the jam list. That way I have it there. Or key in defaults keys. If content has key, blah 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 blah. That'll like probably work, right? So then I don't have to do it for each and every one. I know you've already got a system for skin materials, but you can actually give players a color picker. You know, I thought about that. Yeah, we could do that. You're right. I just added all these sliders, but I don't actually necessarily want them to be sliders. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just added the sliders in kind of aimlessly as sort of a placeholder value. But you make a good point. Is that a node, or does it have to be something else? Like code, color picker. Nice. What the friggin' heck? That looks awesome. That's a lot. That is doing the most. Jesus. Okay, we get it. You're a color picker. Like, relax. Oh my god. I mean, you know, that almost makes you want to do just have one color picker, and then you just like choose, you click on which body part you want to modify. Oh gosh, now I want to redesign the whole thing. Oh, you've set me down a path. HSV, rectangle, wheel, circle. It's pretty sweet. It's pretty friggin' sick. Color? Oh, the color it like starts with? Can't add swatches. Oh, okay. Jesus. It's a lot. You can do a lot on this. Something that I do kind of want, like especially, well, I guess not. No, I guess I was gonna say like limit ranges, color ranges, but I don't know if I actually care about that. Presets visible. That's pretty nice. Hex visible, you don't need that. I mean, that would be nice. Oh, these are nice features, actually. Sliders visible. Color modes visible. Sampler visible. Dude, we don't need all this crap. Hex visible. Presets visible. Which is kind of like the absolute most. Presets is nice though. Presets is very nice. I dig that. Dude, that's awesome. Good looking out, Dungeon. Credit where credit's due. I like that suggestion. I get down with that suggestion. What? I guess I should make an entirely new category for that. Character creator. Like, you did that. Thank you, Dungeon. Holy moly. Way better. Are you kidding me? And I see it's taking the general font that we have. General font. But please don't be. There's a point you were behind Bart's. There was a point that you were behind Bart's. Oh, you mean way back in the day? Wow. Dang. You caught up. Oh, no, you don't mean there. You mean in the... No, oh, yeah, in the credits? That's true. Yes. There was a point you were behind Bart's. That was pretty early. You know, Bart's, I've noticed, tends to, like, be, like, super helpful right at the beginning of the jam. When we're, like, planning out the game and coming up with the general game idea. General game idea. No, you tend to be pretty steady throughout. Yeah, I mean, you are now almost twice as twice as accredited. Where's like font stuff? Type variation? I'm a little disappointed that it doesn't, come on, there's gotta be a font size on here somewhere. Right, look how big that is. That's too big. That's too big. All right, you know what, forget the presets. Screw the presets. We'll skip the hex number. You can work with that. But it's got that theme. This is kind of a nightmare. To try to like theme. Pick a cursor, bar arrow shape circle, styles tab unselected. Oh, how am I even gonna theme all of this? Pierogi's still here? Any thoughts on the name Pierogi's Tutogies? I don't know if Pierogi's still here. Pierogi's Tutogies, perhaps? Maybe something you'd be open to? Pierogi's Tutogies instead of Pierogi's Tutorials. Wait, what's color picker button? What the hell is that? Is that different? I like it. I think that's delightful. Pierogi thinks it's funny. Okay, all right, that's progress to getting what you need. Color picker button, which is compliance. A button that brings up a color picker when pressed. Okay, that's actually a lot nicer. But then again, I don't know. I'm not gonna use it, but it's cute. Color picker button is interesting. I like the idea of there being a color picker. I've allowed this distraction. I have. I think this distraction is a good one. I do. I mean, I was definitely gonna run into this after I set up all that other stuff. Add preset, bar arrow, color hue, expanded arrow, picker cursor. Okay, but what about the like friggin' button? What about like this? Like, look at this. Alright, I'm just gonna not worry about it. I'm not thrilled with the way that it looks at all. But, you know what? Let's circle back to that. Okay, so if I were to make this not a slider, right, I would need to look at what the other options are. Color changed. Oh, that's an easy swap. We can swap this out. Easy. No problem. Get rid of the slider. Access as a unique. I will say also, I kind of don't want multiple of these though. Like now I don't even need that component. Because I think it'd be nicer if there was just one color picker and it just applies to different things depending on what you've selected. Okay, all right, hold on. First of all, Lise, don't freak out, chill. Take that color picker, leave this component. No, because you know what? I can use this component for the settings menu. I still need a component, a slider component for the settings menu. So all is not lost. I just did something that wasn't exactly what I needed to do right now. That's okay. No problem. Leave that be. Don't touch it. We'll circle back to that. I'm coming back to you, save. I'm coming back to you, save stuff. Something I definitely don't want is all of these. Don't want them, don't need them. However, I am gonna save this because it's awesome to be reused elsewhere. Dang, I kind of really gotta set that up to use that elsewhere. Okay. Because I want to put this on the settings menu now. Jesus. And that's this entire script. It's just the whole script at this point. Okay, go to settings. I'm just gonna slap this in here and comment it out. And it's just gonna be there waiting for me to add it all in proper. Okay? Yeah, I think that's fine. And then I'll just add like a temporary one of these into my settings, and I'll come back to it another day. So I'll take that slider and I'm gonna drag it to settings, and it'll just be there waiting for me. Okay. Good. And then the rest of these are gonna go in the garbage. I'm throwing them in the trash, man. I don't need them no more. I've become enlightened. So delete them, put them in the trash. Let's paste that color picker node, which Godot is not thrilled. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Godot didn't like that. Oh no, what have I done? Godot's mad at me. I think I killed it. I think I murdered it. And didn't like that at all. And I cut a node from like a ton of operations ago and try to paste it in a totally different place. That is, Godot does not like that kind of behavior. This fall person has Squid Game villain energy. Okay, can't unsee. I can't unsee. Oh, Godot with the save. Oh, wow. Woo! That was a long time. That was a long time. I have never seen Godot hang that long when moving nodes around in a precarious way and it actually pulled through. Very impressive, Godot. I'm a little scared that like somehow that was bad. Blender did that to you? Oh, Blender does that a lot. Yeah, especially if you're like modifying things that are that require like very complex calculations. Yes, Sable and Blender. I love you making 3D art. Okay. Well, the color picker has arrived. Okay, this is really good. This is gonna be so much better. Okay, so now, Mortis, welcome back. It's been good. How's it been with you? I've been grinding out games in the Game Like Jam, thing we do every other month. It has helped me be better. I feel so much better as a game dev, doing the Game Like Jam. Whoops, this is the wrong place. Not there, but up here. Reset button, we went somewhere else. You know life, doing 3 jams right now. 3 jams?! Can we get some jam rats in the chat from Mortis? someone didn't get emotes on the screen? Oh man, jam rat, there we go. Such a jam rat. I love it. That's awesome. Jam rats everywhere. Impressive, impressive. I'm usually only doing 1 myself, but hey, you know, to each their own. You're a multitasking marvel. Yes, I'm making my SkiFree light game for the Game Like Jam, which only has a week left at this point. Making a game like SkiFree where you ride down a mountain and you avoid obstacles and stuff. And my game is about falling down the side of a volcano where you avoid obstacles and stuff. And instead of a Yeti monster coming to get you, you gotta run away from a lava. You actually can escape it though, unlike SkiFree. There's hope for you yet. But you'll probably eventually die. I'll probably add difficulty scaling, potentially, maybe at some point. We'll see. Yeah, it's going great. I love making games for this game jam. I'm getting so much better as a game dev making games for this. And that makes me happy. So yeah, we be ragdolling down a mountain. I just had this vision. I had a vision for what if you're not skiing? What if you're just falling? The opposite of peak. Oh yeah, it is. I know, the character does kind of look like the little Peak characters, doesn't it? Yeah, but what if it was like, like, instead of helping your friends climb, you're trying to like knock them down? That's a totally different vibe. It's just you by yourself though. My first time snowboarding. Yeah, this would also be me if I tried doing that, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can relate to that. So yeah, and I'm working on other things, some abilities that you can collect like that. They shouldn't pop up in your face, but it's okay. And then you'll get some extra stuff. This one lets me cut through bouncing, so that way I could just move without bouncing. But more to come in a week somehow. And then if you let the fire get you, the lava get you, you die. And you're dead after that. But yeah, I'm really happy making this game. It's my favorite game I've made so far, which isn't saying much, but it's saying enough. And particularly at the moment, I'm making a way to customize the character. And yeah, okay, so things are a little broken. I have to fix things. The character designer V-Box doesn't exist? How can that be? How can this be? What do you mean? I am changing. I just realized I want to add a color picker thanks to Dungeon Martian. And so now, I'm adding a color picker because that makes the most sense. But in the process, I'm broken things, so it's time to fix it. Let's see what we got. Sub menu. Thanks for stopping in again, Mortis. What? You're really doing 3 game jams at the same time? Switch back to Unity and 2D stuff again. Alright. Very good. Very good. Gotta go where you're comfortable. Oh, 3D. Nice. That's okay, I forgive you. How dare you misspeak? Wait, it is gone. Oh, maybe that was because I actually don't know. Wait, where did it go? Working on the 2.5D right now. Nice, love that. There it is, it's right there. How dare you say it's not there? But that's in local. Scroll sub menu. Margin container, V-Box, character designer. Why would you say it doesn't exist? You're gonna make a 0.5D game? Huh? That's kind of fun, like just a theoretical game idea and then just like trying to see if you can execute on it. I love that. That's very execute. It's just like a line, but it's half a line. Why is that so funny? I don't know. Wait, what do you mean it isn't visible? How can you say this? Very confused right now. Have you seen the helper functions show and hide? I have, yeah. I never use them because I don't like them. But I've seen them. It's like everything else, it doesn't like work for everything or something. I don't know, it bothers me, I don't like it. Dude, what is it talking about? I'm so good. Oh, I got rid of the init, that's why. Whew, I was like, what is going on here? Okay. Man, I was like, what is it talking about? Gotta figure out an algorithm to rotate a sprite 3D to face the camera. Can't use billboard. Look at. Yeah, that could work. Depends. Look at's tough in 3D. I mean, it's not tough, but you just have to consider some things. It sounds like this could devolve into trigonometry quick. Okay, there we go. Character customizer. Oh, a little grabber. It's so small. Look at this. It's terrible. Look at that text. It's so tiny. Because you want it to rotate? I mean, look, if you're doing all that in 3D, you got some stuff to think about. you got some considerations to make. You're gonna have to get creative or get down with some trig. So look how awful this looks. It's just itty bitty. And I didn't see any way to modify it. But it would be nice if the user could, you know, remember things between settings. It's pretty hideous. Okay, what is the presets like? Probably also really gross and ugly. Oh my god, it's so small. It's so small. I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it. I wish it was just like up all the time and it wasn't like collapsed. There's just so few options here. I really don't like it. Increase the minimum size of the whole thing? Why would that help? I don't understand. I don't think that's it. I'm gonna guess that that isn't it. Like, I'm just talking about, like, for example, on this hex visible, right? Or this hex. Look at that. Look at the text in there. It's absolutely unreadable. It's so tiny. It's itty bitty. And then the input isn't even styled. What the hell am I supposed to do with that? I can't leave that in there. It's disgusting. It makes me sick. And then for the presets, I mean, there's a way to style the drop down thing, but I wish I could tell it to just be open all the time. I don't know, man. It's really ugly. I don't like giving up that much control to a built-in UI. It doesn't fix it, to my knowledge. So I did give it a theme, and I mean, it just gives you all the same settings. So like, there's the color picker settings here. And I mean, you can change the plus sign to be these different things, which I guess that's cool. Or whatever. Try edit theme for a text edit / rich text edit. Oh, okay. It's a good idea. Let's see if that works. So it does have this theme applied to it already. But, okay, alright. Do we have text size? We do. Okay, let's see. That's a really good idea. Maybe I just need to reset it? No, because it should happen right here. Okay, that didn't work. Didn't work at all. But you also said rich text edit? Rich text label. I don't see rich text edit. I see code edit, line edit, rich text, but that would rich text isn't, because that's just a label. So there's code edit, graph edit, line edit, text edit. Try code edit. No change. Awful. Someone else has to have tried this, right? Somebody's asked this. Godot, color picker, customize. Somebody's asked about this. Create a theme, enter existing theme, pop-up panel, pane. Oh, okay. Pane, color picker, margin container, Xbox, button, grid container, label, spin box. What is pane? Pop-up panel? Oops. To take full thematic control, you need to create a theme with overrides for all those types. I figured the color picker was made up of regular nodes, but I couldn't figure out which. Yeah. I changed the pop-up panel, and now let me edit the background of the color picker. Okay, so we just have to try these different ones. It's awful. Okay. I mean, if it works, I guess it's fine. Alright. What is a pane? Is that real? No, they meant panel. Okay. I'm like, that's nothing. Pop-up panel? But what is the text? What is that? Is there come on. There's not a list somewhere? Godot, color, picker, node. Oops. Okay, sure. Sure. Control O. Color picker, node. Not button. Just a color picker. Properties. Theme properties. Great. So that doesn't seem documented. Cool. Is that Reddit post the only list that I have? Color picker node themes list. Yeah, themes list. Turns out looking at it is the perfect solution. Yay! Let's go! Okay, there's a thing from 2018. It's a bit complex getting this set up. It is. Oh yeah, I bet it sucks on mobile. Well, nope, that didn't help. Alright, I guess we just have to experiment. I'm gonna open this up elsewhere so I can just look at these and try to add them in. This is kinda miserable. Okay, what else we got? Pop-up panel, whatever that is. Title font size? I don't think that's gonna be it. Nothing. Dude, I don't even know how to remove these. Oh, there we go. Pop-up panel, don't care about that. Code edit, don't care about that. Text edit, don't care about that. Line edit. Come on, be the one. Be the one! I just want to see that hex code font size be readable. Yes! Did you just guess? Let's freaking go. Jesus! Okay, and then does that have like a background and stuff? Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. Nice one, Dungeon! You opened Godot and tried it. Thanks for doing that. I really appreciate that. Let's go, dude. Oh my gosh. So much better. Just make it look freaking decent. Oh, corners. Hell yeah, dude. Silly Socks Friday. Silly Socks Friday. Okay. All right. I hear you. I completely hear you. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Okay. Great. So this is fine. Nine minutes till you beat pay to win. Dang. Good. This is so much better. Thank goodness. Okay, I hate this less. I hate this much less. Okay, I do want the reset to be below the color picker. So that way the color picker is fully there. I mean, it's still kind of taking up a lot of space, I will say. It's taking up a lot of space. I wish it wasn't. Right? Like, just don't. And then I feel like we can change all these little grabbers and stuff, but I hate scroll bars that scroll tiny amounts. Okay. Yeah, well, it's such a specific thing to be bothered by. I wonder how well it'll work if we squish it horizontally. So I'm gonna add in a H box. Adding tiny scroll bars to all future games. I got you. Whoa. H box. Put it in there. Oh, nice. Oh, it gets small. Let's go. Okay. And then I'd want to put a list so we can choose what part we're modifying. I mean, buttons would be kind of nice. Make the scroll bar tiny. Technically, the speed is proportionally average. Okay. All right. I think I might understand what you mean. I guess when you say tiny scroll, like, it depends. Like, what's tiny? Like, is it tiny because you, like, can't even grab it? Like, that sucks. You're cooked? Uh-oh. Make the list have a basically useless scroll bar. Why? What? Actually, to that point, this should really be outside of the scrolling. If you think about it, there isn't a reason to scroll the color part, but there is a reason to scroll the list. So I think I'll actually add another scroll in here, now you mention it. In the good work done today sense, I'll be off. All right, thanks for, yeah, I see, gotcha. You've done good things. Thanks for hanging out, Sable. Good luck with your blendering and all that stuff. Thank you for being you, Sable. Appreciate you. Okay, I'm actually gonna add a scroll container in here. And inside of it, what do I want? Do I want buttons? I mean, ideally it would be like really easy to just like, okay, so here's what I'm imagining. I don't know if this is clear to anyone else what I'm imagining, but what I'm imagining is a list of parts. You sent a sneak peek screenshot? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. I bet that's great. I bet it's really great. I just believe that that's probably really great. So whatever, there'd be like skin, eyes, Jesus, hair, blah, blah, blah. And then you could like choose which one you're currently modifying. So you click on one and it like highlights the one you're currently modifying. So you'd like select this, that means you're modifying skin. Select this, you're modifying eyes. Click this, you're doing hair. And it just would like switch between them, is what I'm imagining. I mean, it'd be kind of ugly, but I could do like a friggin' checkbox or something awful like that. Something just terrible. Sneak peek of Sable's project. Dang, look at you making terrain. Looks awesome. This looks like a proper mobile game. I love this. I love seeing your like, because you've done a lot of these kind of incremental type things. I recognize the Sable-ness in the UI, but then to see with some awesome visuals, it's cool. Nice work. You could make it so the character falls on top of the option and lay them out horizontally. What? That's a lot of work. Hell no. That sounds cool. If I knew what you meant, maybe I'd be like, that sounds cool. But I don't even know what that. It's rendering. This is your first time finishing a video in Blender? Oh, let's go! Finishing a video in Blender? You made a whole video in Blender and you're rendering it? Dude, Blender can do almost it all. It's gonna like be broken. It's gonna have errors that you didn't mean. Now you gotta fix it. I hope not. I hope that it turns out exactly as you hope it would. Had a plane mesh behind the UI and let the player splat onto it. Okay. Oh, I kind of see what you're saying. No, that's too much work. That would be very, very cool. That would be very nice. Very, very nice. I like the imagination here. Yeah, it would be funny to have the character on the options. So far it's really good. The only thing I can't test until it's done is the audio. Oh, nice. It's showing you the preview. Let's go. Blender Video Editor. It seems like it has a good video editor. Item list. A vertical list of selectable items with one or multiple columns. This is promising. Add a clear shape for every letter. And the pachinko machine. And then pachinko machine down the options. What? You're getting points again? You're number one? Blitzar is number one. Alright. Let me try this item list thing. You be paid to win. Insert almighty arm race scene. I don't know what that is. Okay, select mode single. Items. Add element. Is it supposed to look like something? You want me to put a minimum size? Wow, it's like you gotta give me all the data. It's a character's victory pose. Okay. Cool. Why does this look like nothing? Okay, see you later. Blitzar's like, I just wanted to be number one. Good for you. Good for you. Okay, I definitely want this to fill up more space. Ah, expand the scroll container. But we don't really need this. Well, maybe we do. Does it have scrolling on its own? The item list? Welcome, Stigs. You made a SkiFree clone once? Nice. I am having fun making it because, like, so this jam, the game like jam, it's a month long. And so, like, within the first few weeks, not even, dude, what am I talking about? Within the first, like, week, I had the game made. And now I'm just adding extra stuff for fun. So I'm adding a character customizer, because why not? I already did the game. And so, yeah, I am enjoying myself. And, dude, it's a fun game, too. Like, the game itself is just, like, fun. It just automatically is fun. You know? Because, I mean, you're just, like, rolling down a thing and moving around. It's freaking fun. The bop is in the details, to be real. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. So, yeah, mine is about rolling down the side of a volcano and lava is coming after you. But it's like the same thing. Like, I'm moving the mouse left and right and it's following, and then I've just been adding things on top of it. Instead of a Yeti coming to get you, there's lava chasing you. But you can actually outrun the lava if you're good enough. That's so cool, Stigs. It's such a good game to try to make, because again, it's just so simple and yet really satisfying, and there's some good, like, techniques to pick up in making it. Welcome. Love that. You've been fulfilling stretch goals since, like, day 3, right? Perfect. I found a nail the core mechanic in 3 hours. The rest was just frosting. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's all frosting. Yeah, really, really fun game to make. Awesome, well, welcome on in. I'm glad you came through. We're doing the game like jam every other month, so we'll see what the next one is like. Like a cake? Yeah, right, frosting on the cake. I understood that metaphor. I didn't realize I understood that metaphor, but now I do. No, like the snow and ice, because it's skiing. Snow is the frosting of Earth. Snow is Earth's frosting. Remember that. Game is such a silly premise. Humans have bums to fall onto. Wait, what? The game is a silly premise. Humans have bums to fall onto? SkiFree is a silly premise because humans have bums to fall onto? If you really think about it, snow is... If you really think about it, snow is Earth's frosting. That's right. Exactly. We don't die when we fall over. We don't die in SkiFree either when we fall. You just, like... You don't die in SkiFree. Although you can get injured pretty badly. It depends on how you fall. If you don't fall on your bum, you're in danger. So you gotta try to, like, you really gotta try to aim your bum at the ground. Speak for yourself. I died while skiing, thank you very much. Sorry. Jeez. God. It would be dope if this had a scroll. Let me just try adding more. So skin color, hair. I guess we should do hair. Hair kind of makes sense at the top, right? Hair, skin, eyes. I'm still lost somewhere out there on those cold mountain hills. Wow. Does the snow really taste like frosting, like they say? Texas Gold when you set a record on a leaderboard. Nice. Yes, Juice. My clone was Ninja Jam related, and I'm 2D, in a 2D, but it seems like a 3D friendly idea, right? Flips and tucks. Nice. Ninja Jam. Eyes. What else do we have? We have... I guess clothes top? That's gonna get very long. Can we just say top and bottom? it's gonna take up a lot of space. Floating appendage. I know they're floating. I don't know why they're doing that. It's a super interesting bug. Cause like if I come over here to the viewport and look at that, just like behold it, and then come back, it fixes itself. It's so weird. It's very bizarre. And then shoes. So obviously this text is very small. It's highly tiny. So I would love it to not be. There we go. A little more width would be good. Can we just have it like, make itself bigger? Thank you. There we go. Oh, it does have its own scroll bar. Wait, does it? Or is it just because I gave it a scroll bar? No, it has its own scroll bar. Oh, good. Okay, great. So I don't even need a scroll container. Hell yeah. Get out of here. But also, could it not need to scroll? Would be good. Seems a little unnecessary. Can't wait to Godot 5 when they put rich text box properties out front. Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. 4.5? Yo, if you're saying what I think you're saying, yes, tiny scroll bar. Beautiful. Poor Timeless. Are you talking about what I think you're talking about? Because I'm also very excited about that. Godot 4.5 text. There's like more like outline stuff. I don't know if this is what you mean. It may not be what you mean. But I am super pumped about this because I think it's way too limiting what you can do with label outlines and shadows and stuff. But in 4.5, grease pencil? Wait, there's gonna be grease pencil like stuff in Godot? Wow. Okay, Control F. Stackable outlines and label. Look at this. Look at that! I love this. So you'll be able to have like an array of different types of outlines, and you can offset them differently. I guess those are shadows. Which you can just make so much more interesting outlines this way. That may not be what you meant. But I am excited about it. So grease pencil, as I know it, is a tool in Blender. Yeah, outlines! It's a tool in Blender that lets you draw like, it basically, Blender has like a built-in 2D tool set, and it's called Grease Pencil. Actually, our friend Pierogigon, Pierogies to Togies. Wait, what did they rename their channel to this time? Oh no, they've been renaming their channel. Pierogies. Oh, what did you call it? Can I still search Pierogigon to find you? I hope so. What is your channel called? Rogies Tutorials, that's it. Okay. They've been trying to settle on a new channel name. Okay. Pierogigon actually made a freaking tutorial on how to use Grease Pencil in Blender. So all this stuff, Rogi has been making using Grease Pencil in Blender. So if you want to learn more about it, Rogi's got you. Dude, running this game at the same time as doing all this other thing. Okay, I need to close some windows. I got some things open, y'all. Can't even play a video. So yeah. Going to squat on pierogies, two togies. If you want it, you owe me. This is what you get. This is what you freaking get for not taking my idea. Yeah. Super, super powerful tool set. New favorite pierogi for. I know, right? I know. So yeah, that's Grease Pencil. The old pierogi was lacking. It's a new pierogi. All new. All pierogi. All the time. Yeah, it's... A scroll bar feels pretty absurd for this. It'd be nice if it could, like, go up off there. I would love that. But to do that... I mean, we could. Maybe I could. You know what? I think we can do that. Hold on. I have an idea. Let's get a little crazy. If I put a V-box inside of my H-box, which is inside of a V-box, because I heard you like boxes. Oh yeah. Now we got a lot more space on the left, and we got the color underneath and the character right there. Repair notes, it's the new meta. I mean, look, having like the... I mean, do you know what Access's unique name? You probably do. Gen Alpha talking about it? You are silly. You are silly. Honestly though, like reparenting is so fine when you've got things accessible as unique nodes. It won't get upset at all. I think the scene tree really needed more control nodes. I know. It's filled with them. But like, dude, making UI in Godot is like this. Like, you have to wrap in so many different freaking containers in order to get things to look right. It's the workflow. I do see we have a scroll bar here now, which doesn't seem very necessary. It kind of doesn't, if I'm being honest. But that's okay. Because it's not gonna give you much. Is the game still running? What happens? Oh, nice. I mean, it gives you the reset all, so that's like kind of useful. But it's not awesome. You like the color scheme of what you've seen so far? Alright. Let's go. Oh, dude, this is exactly what I want. But setting this up just right is a little tricky. Oh, I wonder if I can not make it so small. Because remember, I set up a way to make it smaller. It's so tough to get a good palette. Oh, you mean like for my game overall? Thanks. I eyeballed it. I have experimented with like properly using a palette and experimenting with different ways to get a palette. And used that in especially my Bloons-like game. For the Bloons game like Jam that we did. But usually I'm just eyeballing it, which is, you know, worth critiquing. Because I agree, it really is hard to get a good palette. But I am straight eyeballing it for this one. I'm trying to stay consistent where possible. So I think that was on the sub menu that we were changing the scroll height, but I'm gonna not do that because I think maybe I don't need to. Because that was just whenever I had that character up at the top. That's why I needed to readjust it. But if I don't have the character up at the top and it's now contained in the scroll section, I think I can get away with a little more space. I don't know. I could make the scroll just not appear. I mean, reset all I think is nice to have down there. I wonder if there's ways to make the color picker take up a little less space. Like, probably? There's different color picker types. Okay, that's not changing the size. Oh, none. Oh yeah, none changes it. We should nest the scroll bars. Psychopath. Get one for the player's camera window. What? I want to get a... You just scroll where the player is at. I want to get a loan from a bank and start a game dev studio. I would literally hire you. 10 out of 10, let's go. We'll be in touch. Let's be in touch. Hear me out. The scroll bar has its own scroll. To access the rest of the scroll bar, you have to scroll, naturally. Scroll bar and scroll bar and scroll bar and scroll bar. Now I want to make that. Why is this low-key making me want to make a game about scroll bars? Just like fractal level scroll bars. Like it's like commentary. It's a UX experimental performance art. You're credit worthy, but you're Canadian, so minus 10 points. What are you talking about? What does that mean? I want to make a game. Okay, you beat me to it. It's all scroll. You feel it, right? You feel this desire now to make that game. Hear me out. The scroll bar has no boundaries, and when you go beyond where you're supposed to, there's horizontal scroll bars. What are you even talking about? What are you talking about? Your game Power Box was close. You made a game with scroll bars? Scroll bar versus gravity monsters? What? You, what? I'm the guy who usually gives out points, so you get plus 110 points. Take that. I don't even remember this game. We can't be playing people's games on stream. We have a special day for that. We have a special day for that. At the end of each non-game like Jam month. If you want to share your game and we can play it on stream. I'll give you a link to where you can learn more about that. How to do it. We do it once every 2 months. This link will tell you all you need to know. You made that for a 1 hour jam? Oh, I do remember this game. Oh, yeah, Dungeon. I do remember this one. I do remember it. Okay, it's not loading because... Okay, there it goes. Oh, yeah! All these different controls and you didn't, like, know what they did. What was the topic for this one? It should say in the... Increasing power. It's not even like an avant-garde topic. Right, you just had to like click things and you didn't know what it was gonna do. Nice. I love that. I love that you had that ready to go. And a bonus plus 10 points since I got another Canadian friend. Let's go, yeah, let's go Canada. Ain't nothing wrong with that. My games are not worthy. I make them bad on purpose. Totally. Totally. You make them bad on purpose. Look, what are we talking about? Worthiness. All right, we just do our best, man. We do our best. Or our worst, if you want to do your worst on purpose. It's okay. We're just trying to learn. You don't have to be worthy. All right? We're just gonna have fun. Just try to have fun. What are you gonna get fired if you don't make a great game? No. You're gonna say, I made something, and that's cool. First try render. Woo, nice. Rogi's becoming a Blender expert. Electricity, I betcha. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Just sounds for everything. Oh, in the game that you made? Nice. New challenge idea. Purposefully make a game worse than E.T. That's so abstract. That's so abstract. So I do Game Dev Gauntlet, which one is coming up soon, and I'm gonna do 2 next month. I'm gonna do 2 Game Dev Gauntlets. FT. I don't even understand what that means. What does that mean? Purposefully make a game worse than E.T. How would you know it's worse? Maybe you just like purposely make a really obtuse and like bad game. All right, I can add to the list. Do I have a link to it? Of course I don't. I should though. I should have a link to it. I got some things open. We got some things open here. Jeez. All games are either clicking or UI platformers. All games are either clicking UI or platformers. Whoa. We make an exploration game where you navigate by moving scroll bars through the world. That's beautiful. Why is that like strangely beautiful? Okay, I will add it to the list in St. Alpha Beta. It might get adapted though. Make a game worse than E.T. It's on the list. Would this YouTuber guy happen to be a pirate? Wait, what YouTuber guy? That's what that YouTuber guy said. Make games for fun instead of for money. Oh, did he say that? Is that what he said? I don't know if that's what he said. I mean, look. Yeah, like make games if you want. Absolutely. Yeah, you want to make a game, try make a game. But like one thing that I think, you know, just using it like as a blanket message, like go make games. I mean, look, keep in mind, making games is hard. Right? Like, yeah, go make games. Be ready to have a hard time. It's not easy to make a game, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try, you know? You should try to make games. It got an F score instead of an E score. Nice. It's on your list now? Almost killed video games as a medium, if you remember correctly. E.T. almost, yeah. Game dev, console bubble, right? If you could play my games, you'd be like, yes, 9 out of 10 equals bad games. I mean, look, whatever. Like, I don't know. Would I? It depends. If you said, here's my game, do you think it's good or bad? I probably wouldn't say it's straight up bad. Right? I'd be like, well, here are some critiques that I have of it, you know? But still, you know, it's very negative. And look, I'm not one to like encourage that we're being down on ourselves. I think that that's not necessary, and it doesn't really do us a lot of good. And it's bad vibes. It's harshing the vibe. Don't harsh the vibe, man. You know? Take care of yourself. That was a joke idea? I mean, this whole game dev gauntlet list is joke ideas. They're all joke ideas. Unfinished Kickstarter? Yikes. Jeez. Calling people out here. My real idea was using ET for a game like Jam, then make a game worse than ET. It was just being silly. Dude, ET, I think there's possibility for a game like Jam game with ET. The only reason why it wouldn't be a game like Jam is because it is a bit hard to, like, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't really want to give everybody a game that's just, like, really difficult to even figure out, you know? E.T.'s a great movie, though. Like, he was a great actor. Dude, I don't remember anything about that movie. I remember his creepy finger. Trying to make this game actually kill the game industry. Worse than E.T. game? That would be ironic. Here's my game. It doxes your address and plays copyright music on stream. Please no. Yes, that would be a bad. But is it good at doing that? Then maybe it is good. If you're talking about morality, yeah, that would be immoral and therefore bad. E.T. is the ultimate piece of entertainment. The movie is iconic in a good way, and the game was iconic in a bad way. They hit both ends of the spectrum. Yeah. Maybe your password. Stop giving me ideas. You wanna... I'm sorry. You wanna hack people? You wanna hurt people? Come on. Come on. What you wanna do that for? Right, so maybe not scroll bars on scroll bars on scroll bars. But I think to some extent, I just kind of have to accept that there's gonna be a scroll bar here. I could also try to make this a little smaller. E.T. is the Jaws of the 80s. Wait, isn't Jaws the Jaws of the 80s? I guess Jaws was 90s. It would be nice if this character took up a little less space. Whoa. Oh. I mean, this is nice. At least the whole color picker stays in frame here. We're getting cut off at the top a little bit, which I don't love. Jaws was 70s. Shows what I know. Thank you, Timmy, for the fact checking. Dude, I have no idea. I wasn't alive. I'm not like, oh yeah, the 70s, I remember that. That's when Jaws came out. Good job. No shade if you were born in the 70s, obviously. I honestly respect. I wish I could make this a little smaller. I can, but it's just gonna be some effort. Come on, let's go back in time. Remember when Jaws came out? I have traveled through time so I can remember when Jaws came out. It was worth it. 1975. Here we go. Maybe now, Tommy, I'll probably remember it. Insane remembers one time when your Twitter got hacked. This was years ago, and I was like, bruh, I'm literally nobody. What value does my account have? Maybe a lot. They're just gonna do bad things with your account. They're going to spam and whatever nefarious things weaponizing your account has. They just want to commit crimes. They committed a crime to commit crimes with your account. If you think about it. And then, who knows, you might have access to your bank account somewhere. If they know that password, maybe they can find other passwords. They might be able to do this, do that. That's not about who you are. It's about who you could be. You're an 80s baby too, but Jaws do be... Man, this person, yeah, I'm keeping an eye on you, man. You're kind of a hoot. You're funny. Oh my god. Twitch is crazy. What am I gonna do to make this smaller? Like, obviously I could fundamentally adjust the expand mode. And, well, maybe I will. You know what? Maybe I will. Monetization manager set to ethical, pay-to-win advertiser. Oh, that's lovely. Actually, I don't know why. Apparently the sensor, the stream chat sensor missed that one. Finish out the night, I will make chocolate strawberry oatmeal in the rice cooker. Yes, Pierogi, using your rice cooker for creative things. Let's go. I mean, it's a tool. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. Good job. Okay, if we make that smaller, the only thing is it's not on top anymore. It's like, it's kind of a problem. That's, yeah, I don't think we're winning with that one. Chat up strange, we can have one drug, but no more than that. Yeah, it's right, it is really weird. I think it just has like a default list that it pulled from somewhere. And then I think I can add words. I don't know, it's weird. The fact that you remember that is super funny. I guess, well, maybe I can modify like some visibility settings here. Show behind parent, no. This is a little tricky to get this the way I want it to be. Does changing this container sizing do anything of value, or no? Sub viewport to be smaller? Well, ideally I don't have to modify the sub viewport, just because I'm using it elsewhere and it's an instance, but I could break it being an instance potentially. But yeah, you're right, the sub viewport, I mean, assuming this is what you're gonna say, but in sub viewport we can change the size of it, but again, this is an instance that I have elsewhere, and I could set up like code that makes it change. So maybe I should do that. Actually, you know what, Tommy? Maybe I do want to set code for that. Or at least an export variable that lets me adjust it. You know, I could make editable children. I could just make it local, but I'd really rather not. Maybe I'll do an export variable that lets me adjust the viewport size. But I don't only want that to be smaller. Okay, let's try some things here. The fact that thing on stream doesn't show swear words like that is so neat. Like, VOD watchers got no idea what you just said there. It could be anything. Exactly. That's the whole point. That's right. To protect the VOD watchers. Okay, so if I were to come over here, thank you, Tommy. I don't even know what you're gonna say, but I assume I was close enough. Let me give you a credit for that. Let me go ahead and give you a credit for that one. You could say anything right there. He's just typing in asterisks. I see you typing in asterisks. Is Tommy on this list yet? Tommy, you joined the list. What does Tommy do? Tommy gobbles. Oh yeah, Tommy gobbles. Yeah, don't worry about Tommy. Tommy gobbles. It's like so funny. Did I type Gibbles? Okay, I did. No, Tommy gobbles. But I guess you're Tommy, so that's really up to you. I shouldn't be the one to say. Export variable viewport height. Oh, Tommy. Dude, why did I do that? Why did my brain do that? What? Am I a little dyslexic? I think I'm pretty sure I'm a little dyslexic there. I just saw the gobbles and my brain auto-corrected the I to an O. Which would then be Tommy Gibbles if you flip them around. Oh, that's funny. Wow. Weird brain. Just import an actual dictionary of swears in the tool and boom, now it won't wrongly block. Oh, it does block alcohol. Viewport height, float. I'd actually rather have this be like a get set, right? So we would say, do I have to put it in a default for that to work? Hopefully not. Set value. Do I actually remember how to do this? Nope. I almost did. We got real close to me remembering how to do this off the top of my head. Oh, I was damn close. Oh, I was doing it right. I doubted myself. Okay. Set value. Viewport height equals value. But when that happens, what I'd like is for you to actually update the viewport height. Probably should run this after subviewport. I don't know, can we reference an onReady here? Maybe. Probably? Subviewport. I don't even know. Is it just like size or something? Size Y equals viewport height? Did I code? I think I did. I think I coded. Okay, and then we have the viewport height to modify. Wait, but what is it by default? Probably should look at that. This is entirely unrelated, but I made an animal pen in Minecraft, and I usually put some water in. They don't drink it, but I like the realism. Well, it spawned a pufferfish, and it killed all my cows, so now I gotta get more. That's pretty epic, actually. I get minus 30 points for doubting myself? Come on, I'm a human! Alright. That's what you get for taking minus 30 points. 512 by 512. Just make it an offset. How about that? What if it's just an offset? I think I'd rather do that. Those were my cows! I named them things. I'm sorry. What if we say viewport height offset is what it's called? And then we just adjust it based on that. That way I don't have to know what it is. Wait, can I make it a range? Like a slider? It's just then I have to... Or greater. Okay, I want this. Or greater. Or less. I want these. This is what I want. So that way we can make it bigger or more depending on stuff. Okay. We're coding hard right now. So this is a float. We want it to start at like negative, sure, 100. Go to positive 100 with a step of sure 1. Or greater or less. This is a giant variable declaration. It's so long. It's ridiculous. Okay. Now I can drag it around. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah. Oh my god. What have I done? Oh god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, it doesn't have a default. Default needs to be 0. What have I done? I also have a tool. It's a tool script, so I wonder if it's like exponential. Whoops. Whoops. Sorry. Really sorry. No, go back to 0. What's up, guy? Yes, we have achieved stretch leaves. Dude, what am I gonna do about this? I can't even see it the way it's supposed to be seen. Oh god. This is not good. Yeah, right. You gotta be careful with that tool scripts. Yeah, the tool script is to make sure the sub viewport bug doesn't happen. But we have obviously incurred a very different kind of wrath now. And that's just the reality. What if I just, I guess we can reload the project. That's probably my best bet at this point. Set it to a negative number. It should be okay as a negative number. Where's the horizontal stretched? The horizontal stretch leaves. Hey, Kai Guy, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope your day's going okay. Thanks for supporting the channel. Did they get sucked into a black hole and are experiencing spaghettification? Yeah, they are. It's exactly what happened. They are a little Squid Game astronaut, so it kind of makes sense. It kind of fits. It's like the most reasonable thing that could have happened, if I really think about it. S is waiting at the bottom of the volcano. Spaghettification. Nobody's ever been there. We assume that it's just like lava. Wrong. It's actually spaghettification. Alright, let's see if this doesn't go crazy this time. I don't even know if the @tool script was the main issue, truth be told. Oh yeah, because look, now it's not applying it in real time. But the real time does make it a lot easier to test it. You thought lava? Wrong. It is a black hole. Now this looks fine. Oh, we don't, okay, so we only want maximum, let's say 500. Okay, got it. I might have made those values a little on the large side. If I was waiting at the bottom of the volcano, we wouldn't have a game to play. Technically, we're not going inside the volcano though, so the mystery can stand. Oh wait, it did go 500. Whatever, I don't care. Okay, but what looks better? What looks better? Dude, this is very challenging. I'm gonna be honest with you, this is kind of hard. I feel like I should have just done editable children at this point. Whoa. Wait, why doesn't it do it proportionally? Scientifically. Yeah. It's kind of surprising. Wait, it's just resizing it again. Well, that didn't work at all. That kind of worked, I guess. It's kind of confusing. You meet Neil deGrasse Tyson himself inside the volcano, explaining what spaghettification means. Now, here's a demonstration so you understand by example. He spaghettifies. Probably a container setting. What? Oh, look, I can go a certain... Yeah, that's the container setting. Yeah. 282 looks good. Okay, so I'll set up the offset later. We can just do editable children, I don't care. But like these are all not great, right? Because now it doesn't fit good in here. What if we do the here? Okay, that didn't help. Nice. Oh, that'll do it. You can have a tile. You can. Yes. Correct. Okay, this is better. This is better. We're getting there. It's still very small. I feel like I hate how small the character is. I'm not happy about how small they are. That's very tiny. You're not gonna give us a little more space than that? Dang. I mean, it kind of makes me want to make the top bar smaller. That's tiny. That's itty bitty. There is like a size locked on here. It's just a little too small for my taste, you know? It's a little too small. I almost kind of wish, first of all, also it wasn't animating too. Like, what if it just stopped animating? Okay, new idea. And maybe over here on Twitch, but as a mod, I must do my job, which means making sure y'all hit that like button on YouTube. Don't make me come over there. This is, thank you, I agree with Insane. This is so much like CSS layout. Negative top margin to bring the thing down. Yeah, it is. So fun fact, if you fell into a black hole, outside observers would not see you fall in. Why are you trying to break my brain today? You'd freeze in place and slowly become more and more red until you disappear. What the hell? What am I supposed to do with that? Noted! I'll keep that in mind. Just, oh my gosh, you're spaghettifying. Wait, you can't hear me. You're dead. No, it's interesting. It is. It's a very fun fact. I'm gonna change something. I want to make the character be standing up. Black holes are the rendering bugs of real life. That does sound like a rendering bug, right? You like freeze? Oh my gosh. Or you seem to freeze, but in reality, things are falling apart. Appears on YouTube. Y'all better hit that like button. That's true. I mean, you know, if you don't want to like the stream, I get it. That's up to you. Liking the stream does mean more people will find out about the game jam, more people will join this community, and it's kind of nice. So, something to think about. But, you know, no pressure per se. More and more of the light reflecting off of you is being captured by the black hole. Black holes are weird. I didn't say they had a choice. Okay, all right. Jesus. Wow. Wow. You didn't hear it from me. You didn't hear it from me. Okay, I want to make the player in here not be animated like that anymore. I just don't like it. So it just got me to go over YouTube just to like, oh dang! Well, okay. Okay, all right. You know what, Insane? I shouldn't have questioned your ways. They work. That was wrong of me. It was wrong of me to question your methods. Thank you, Insane. There's a method to the madness, the insanity, you might say. So there's the animation player. We have reset. What if we just blend to reset? I've already got an animation tree set up here, which is very useful. We could do an add to, so this animation goes in, and then we could just add a reset to it. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. Cool, 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 cool. Good, 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 good. Great. I will not incur the IAB wrath. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Things get weird when the IAB wrath is involved. Wow. So that simply did not work whatsoever. No functioning. Cool, cool. All right. Let's try something else then. We could do a one shot. Nope. Okay, reset, not a real animation, doesn't work. Cool. So I'll make a new animation then. And this will be stand. And we can grab some of these bones. I just think it might be easier to try to set it up if it's standing up horizontally or vertically, so I can fit it in, yeah, just differently. And maybe I could put the list of options at the top instead of on the side. We're just deep in that design stuff. Okay, so let's animate the arm down here. It's not the greatest bending. Why would you make a reset track? We already have, oh, my bad. I keyframed the wrong thing. For one, number one, I did a bad job. Here, we want to affect the Oilers first. There's already a reset track for this. Why would you create another reset track? I don't know. Okay, move the arm down. Keyframe it. Get the other arm. Move it. Keyframe it, apparently. Move it down. It's not the greatest. You were kind of wrong about the light reflecting off, you think? Wait, you're not even giving real facts? I'm shocked. Shocked. Let's bring the legs in too. I mean, not that shocked. It's actually because of how fast you're accelerating towards the black hole. Okay. It's causing the light to redshift as you approach the speed of light. Nice. Scary. That's freaky. I'm very frightened. At least this character's face might be, as far as we know. For all we know. Man, that does not Looks super great. Wait, I can probably move these however I want. So what if, because this isn't like a true like armature in like a traditional way. So, dude, we could just move them up. It don't matter. I ain't gonna say nothing about it. It's gonna make it look a lot better. It's probably gonna look really weird when it gets animated, but that's okay. Probably should call this an idle animation. Would make sense. That is kind of what it is, after all. And then we could just make it kind of like move up a little bit. We could do the hip. Maybe not the hip. What happens if we move the body? Yeah, okay, it could just be like boom, boom, boom. It's breathing. That's what that is. That's what it looks like. Keyframe it. Let's go down. Keyframe that. Come over here. Put it up. Keyframe that. Loop it. Run it. Breathing. Animation. I do get a few inches taller when I breathe. Yeah, it's normal. Is that a joke? Like that's weird? But you're just being sarcastic? I think that's correct. Maybe that's a bit too tall, though. Whoops, we're not actually modifying the animation values. A little bit lower. What? Okay, alright. I apologize. That was a grave error on my part. Please forgive me. Subtle. Happened to you one time? Like in real life? Oopsie. Achoo, I know, it kind of looks like a cute fun animation. It like almost worked. Alright, we're gonna call this good enough. We don't need to get complicated. Okay, so if we save that, I really wish it was called idle. I don't like it being called stand. It just feels wrong. That's an idle. Everybody knows it. Okay. Oh, right, it's gonna be facing the wrong way. Oh, and then in the idle, I'm gonna have to set the head to be facing forward too. Whoopsie. Can we just get the reset value? Come to the idle, go to the head, keyframe that rotation down, and now we should be able to switch between them and it goes back to normal. But yeah, the character's gonna be rotated the wrong way. So that's gonna be fun to figure out. Alright, well let's just see if we can get the animation tree to play right, and then I'll worry about that. Okay. Whoa. And then idle. I think we should be able to do the add back in this time. Sorry, your torso completely rips off and floats a foot in the air each sneeze. Kazoon tight. Thank you. It's my daily burden to bear. Dude, I don't think I sneeze daily. Do I? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I don't. No, we need to replace it. Adding is not what we want. It's combining them. Poorly, I might add. I'm forgetting the best way to do this. It's been a while since I used an animation tree. Oh, nice. One shot. One shot is the way. Got it. Perfect. Switches to it. And then on the one shot, we want to do the fade in time. We'll say 0.5, fade out 0.5. Nice. Perfect. Boop. Boop. Love it. It's just like all, like you're just modifying it and it just all of a sudden just is like, oh yeah, I'm fine. Oh, I'm falling, I'm falling. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah. Did you need something? Like nothing was wrong. Like, oh, you could have just stood up the whole time. Hey Mervkins, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you've been well. I'm doing well, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Just feeling a little bit before bed. I'm glad you stopped in, and thanks for continuing to support the channel, Mervkins. That's nice. Checking in before bed. Yeah, so I'm working on a character creator. I've already got so much of my balloons like finished. Oh, it's probably gonna be standing and not falling anymore. And you're gonna see it from the side. So I gotta fix that. But I'm working on a character creator because I've already got like the base game done for my SkiFree like, so I just get to have fun, you know, which is really nice. Isn't a sneeze like a little anti-black hole in your brain? What? So you're saying we could sneeze our way to surviving a black hole? Is that what you're saying? Ignore that. I'm gonna fix that. Balloons. Did I say balloons like? I probably did, dude. Because we were talking about all the different balloons, or all the different game like jams today, and it's been 11 hours. So the brain's a little mush. The brain's a little mush. My SkiFree like has been coming together nicely. There's a couple features I haven't finished, namely the roguelite feature that gives you abilities. Thank you, Mervkin. So that right there, those aren't supposed to be tall gray pillars. It's supposed to be little like hiking bags, and then you can pick up these different abilities. And it doesn't work yet, but in theory it will. And then the other stretch goal that I'm working on right now is character customization. But yeah, you're just kind of falling down the side of a volcano, escaping lava, and dodging rocks and stuff. And yeah, I'm just kind of cruising, adding extra things in here for funsies. The gear bags just spawn in out of nowhere. Got some nice map markers on them. Yeah, it's a really great game for this jam because there's just so much room to like have fun. The lava stops with you, how convenient. Dude, someone else noticed that too. It actually does keep creeping towards you, but I'm still a little confused. It does creep towards you. If you're moving and the lava is moving at a constant rate and you run into the rock, the lava catches up with you. So it doesn't stop with you. It moves. What are you talking about? Look at that. See? It's coming. It's coming. But I feel like there's something you guys are noticing that like I don't get about it. But to me, it looks like it makes sense. Falling, you're falling, you're falling, you're falling. And then you run into that, and it keeps coming. But I feel like there's something that I'm missing. I feel like there's something. It does like, so it does keep up with you. When you go fast, it goes fast. When you go slow, it goes slow. Yeah. It looks faster. Yeah, so the reason, here's, and so there, a lot of people have mentioned this. So here's the way that it actually works, which maybe just makes it make a little bit more sense. So the lava starts out off screen, right? And then it moves to right about here. And it never goes back further again. it always stays right there. At the furthest. The faster you go, the closer to that point that it gets. Which means that if you're going the fastest you can go, it's always right there, which in theory means it's always keeping up with you. But when you start going slower, it actually is moving faster and creeping up to you. Courteous lava, it slows down to not step on your ankles, but it's not like this is why you guys are breaking my brain, because I know what's happening underneath, but I see you guys are like describing what it looks like, which is the most important thing. It looks like it's speeding up. It's actually stopping. Okay. So clearly y'all are like the fourth, fifth people to mention this. Clearly what I need to do is basically allow it to go off screen, right? So if you are hitting max speed, instead of it receding to here and just staying there, it needs to be able to go all the way back. I get it. All right. I'll do it. I'll make that. You guys have convinced me that that is gonna be important. My conceptual thing was that the lava's always there putting pressure on you, you know? You're always feeling the heat. But it seems like it's logically breaking everyone's brain. I should probably adjust it. Courteous lava, it slows down to not step on your shoes, your ankles, but it's not like gonna be late for its appointment. Yeah. It's dentist appointment. The lava has a dentist. Lava with teeth actually sounds awesome. Yes, I am still here, Rorik. I am. Do have some progress in the character creator, but I started to like actually work on the actual values, but then it was suggested to me to add a color picker onto the UI, and now I'm just in UI hell. It's okay. I get that. The pressure is good, but as soon as you stop, that pressure illusion is gone. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it appears like it's going super, super fast to keep up with you. And then all of a sudden when you stop, it's going really slow. Even though from a technical under the hood standpoint, it's going its fastest when you're stopped. It just doesn't look like it's going its fastest when you stop. I love UI hell too. I do. I enjoy it. I animated this character and... Oh, you know what else? Maybe, what if I animated to turn around? That could be kind of useful. I think I just have to rotate it like 90 degrees. Okay, we gotta do it. It's lying on its back. I could also change the camera. Ooh, maybe I could animate the camera. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. No, don't animate the camera. I don't know what the hell to do. I almost feel like we could... It's nap time. Before I was falling, but now I'm napping. I like to nap while I fall. Oh no, I don't think I can animate this camera. I mean, I can, but I'd have to... No, it's actually a really bad idea. Okay. So this is gonna be a little chaotic. I'm no stranger to a bit of chaos, as it happens. So let's make it... If you're falling long enough, you might as well nap. Exactly. I was gonna say it's not going anywhere, but it is. But it also isn't. It's technically an endless runner, so it actually really isn't going anywhere. It really might as well nap. You could leave that menu up for eternity. You know, until all the computers burned in the apocalypse. Or whatever. I don't think we're animating the hip. Let's do that. Okay, keyframe it down at default. I want to do position as well. What does that look like? Okay. Is it gonna look different? Wait, I did stuff. I did stuff. Why does it not look like I did stuff? Look, I did stuff. Okay. I don't know why it's acting like I didn't do stuff. Did I not keyframe it? Did I rotate it, but I forgot to keyframe it? Okay, actually I didn't do stuff. It turns out. wait a minute. What? But I did stuff. Keyframe it. I did stuff, but I didn't save that I did stuff, so it didn't matter that I did the stuff that I did. Alright, we're facing forward. That's good. I don't even think you need to save position. Probably. Actually, we might. Let's circle back to that. Dude, this is gonna animate crazily. Was that temporary oiler? Huh? It was temporary stuff? I don't know what that means, guy. I have no idea. Here's what I know. I'm not at liberty to teach you, but what I do know is that trying to modify the quaternion values in Godot is a very, very, very bad idea. It's your new math rock band, temporary oiler. Messing with these values, not good, especially when you're animating. Things go really bad when you do that. Thank you, Jack, for the sub. I appreciate it. I'm gonna sing you a song. You know that, right? The song's coming. And so if you click this little pencil here next to the rotation stuff, you get this pop out. Temporary oiler may be changed implicitly. I don't know what that means. I looked it up once. It didn't make sense. I didn't care. So all that I need to know is that when I want to animate rotation on a 3D object in Godot, you don't touch these four. You hit the pencil and you modify these and you be on your way. That's all I need to know. It's much more confusing looking than it actually is. Alright, and Jack, let's get you that song, because when you dono, sub, become a member, gift stuff, whatever, I sing you a song. Am I good at singing? No. Do I care? Absolutely not. We do what we have to do. Oh, and Jack, you might be here, and your name's not John, it's Jack. Oh, and Jack, yes, and Jack, and Jack, but, or, and is another preposition, and Jack is a mage. I'm not, dude, I don't know how to riff on and Jack. I have no idea. Can you tell? There's a mage casting spells over there. There's a mage casting spells over here too. There's a mage casting spells over there. Their name is Jack. Their name is Jack. It's Jack and Jack. It's Jack and Jack. And their mages casting spells. And their mages casting spells. Spells. Wow. All right. I'm sorry. Actually, the two Jacks were paralleled because it was Jack and Jack. And they're both mages. Thank you for giving your Prime sub to the channel. It means a lot, and Jack. Thank you. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the Twitch exclusive sub stream. It exists. Yes, we're on Twitch. And now on Mondays, you can access the Twitch stream. The instructions are down in the panels. If you're on Twitch, we got it to work. You're gonna be able to get that extra 12-hour live stream I do every Monday. So thank you, Anjack. I appreciate you. It was because of Anjack we even knew how to do it. That was Anjack's idea, and it was a damn good idea. Rich, never heard of him. And you know what? Don't worry about it. YouTube's fine. You ain't gotta worry about Twitch if you don't want to, but I got you, Twitch. I got you. Thanks, Anjack. Appreciate you so much. Literally, wouldn't have been able to do the member stream for Twitch folks if you hadn't had your awesome idea. Basically, we run it, if you're curious, by the way, whoever doesn't know yet, we're running it through Discord. So I stream to Discord, and then we make sure that if you have a Twitch sub and you're connected to Discord, you have access to that stream. It's good if Lee swears, which as I type that, I realize means my games are amazing. Oh yeah, I have sworn at playing your game. That is true. A couple of your games. That's true. That is a fact. That is established history. And it will stay history. It will. Where is... Oh, because we're not modifying the bone itself. Hip. Modify the oiler. And I just gotta figure out what the heck its rotation is supposed to be. Because it's just a little crazy. It's a little out there. Not quite. Not quite yet. We're getting there. A little more. We could be further from it being there. Grab the skeleton. Get the hip. Edit the pencil. Rotate it. Keyframe it. I set it all up for the falling character. That's why I have to do this. Oh, it's so close. Oh my god. Well, this isn't fiddly at all. I think this is the definition of fiddly. I don't think it gets fiddlier than this. There's other better ways I could have done this. I know. It's pretty close. That's pretty close to standing up. Just a little bit more. Add the pencil. Rotate it a little. That might be too much. Keyframe it. Give it a look-see. Oh, it is too much. There's a little bit too much. Just let me have this. Just a little bit. Okay, little more than that though. Yeah. Animating Godot kind of sucks. I really wish I could do it in Blender, but I was having some problems getting the setup right for some reason. I don't even want to talk about it. It was so upsetting. So I'm letting it go. And instead of worrying about that, I'm gonna allow myself to have to animate in Godot. I don't recommend it. If you can do your animation in Blender, you're gonna have a better time. I guarantee it. Sure, you have to learn. I've been going the wrong way. You have to learn how to do animation in Blender, but it's still easier. Oh, a little violin. It's like a sad little violin. There's no fiddle, so there's a violin. Okay. Okay, keep going. Don't go the wrong way, Lise. Go the right way. Yes, this is straight fiddling. This is as fiddling as it gets. It's almost as fiddling as that violin. Why have you done this to me? Why have you forsaken me? Okay. What have I done to deserve this? This curse. What has happened? Where did it go? Where did my fiddles go? You killed my fiddling. You unfiddled my fiddles. Oh, there it goes. You leave my fiddles alone. Okay, I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't know what the hell's going on here. What is happening? Dude, it is so broken right now. And this is why I don't recommend animating in Godot. Because it don't make no sense. Dude, it just erased everything, all the hip stuff. Or I erased it somehow. That is painful. That hurts me. Why would you hurt me? Why would you do this? You could have done anything. You didn't have to do that. Now I'm just gonna be afraid that'll happen again. My God. Okay, I'm gonna be so fast this time. I've intuited the right position this time. Okay, almost. Literally, what even happened? I don't even know which way to go. Is that the right way? Yes. Yes, it is. Hold on, she's intuiting. Oh, that's close. That's close. Was my intuition great? No. Oh. We don't want that to happen. That's very bad. Don't go messing it up now. We're so close. Come on, Godot. Come on, Godot animation. That's pretty close. It's the RM Brown song? What's the RM Brown song? Is this like the same song that some other YouTube channel uses for something? These are all YouTube classics. So that would not surprise me. Oh, dang it. I have no idea which way we're going now. Why did I think looking at that was gonna help me? Another YouTuber I watch uses this one. Wow. if you're curious, the song is called A Brand New Start by Track Tribe. You will hear all of the tracks all over YouTube. They're not great on Twitch though, apparently. Twitch does not like them. But Twitch could hate them more. So I persist for now. Reset it back. Okay. New plan. This is a bad plan. Okay. I acknowledge that this is a very, very bad plan. Okay. Recalculating, reconfiguring here. Reconfiguring. Okay. What if... Intimidated. Remember, it's the camera that's rotated, not the player. I say we just change the camera at this point. No, I don't want to, because it's gonna be like a whole extra thing, and I don't want to do an extra thing. Obviously, I'd rather fiddle with this than do that. Duh. I could also try not doing the hip. The reason why I don't want to do the camera is because if I want to animate between the falling pose and this pose, in theory, I would have to animate the other. What if you just don't? Imagine you don't animate it. What about that? Yeah, but I'd still have to do the animation thing. It's not about... I can get the camera to the right place. It's just, I feel like I have to let go of the animation component. Which, you know what? I'm okay with that. I've decided I don't give a crap. You know what? It's fine. Forget that. You know what? Forget it. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Forget the fading. Here, get rid of the blend. It doesn't matter. We'll just snap between them. I don't like it that much, if I'm being honest with you, but, oh yeah, and it's still gonna be like that? It's so weird. Dude, it's like glitching. There's glitching happening. I'm telling you guys, do not animate in Godot if you can avoid it. When it comes to 3D, let me be specific. When it comes to 3D armatures, I do not recommend animating in Godot. It behaves badly. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. First of all, this one shot needs to be, let's call it one shot idle. 2D isn't better. Oh. So I'm gonna need to access that property. In addition, for the camera, which I don't really want to do, but at this point, we're not faffing around with all that again. Basically, for the camera, what I'd want... Oh, it's not the camera. Oh, it's the node. Okay, same thing. Doesn't matter. Just get like Spriter or Dragon Bones for 2D. Nice. You heard it. You heard it here, y'all. Dungeon says Spriter or Dragon Bones for 2D. Really, all I have to do is reset this rotation. So, okay, let's make this happen. I'm gonna set up a function. This is gonna be class name, character, designer, icon, and I'm gonna create a function. Oh, we wanna also make it statically available as a singleton. And then we'll initialize it. And the initialization is gonna make sure ref is set to self. And then we're gonna make a function that does stuff. Thank you for the hydrate, IAB. Appreciate it. I owe Frank a credit for that earlier. Sorry I didn't give it to you earlier, Frank. Wherever you are. Hype Train, Mervkins with the sub gifts! Oh, Mervkins! Let's go! Oh, we got a Hype Train over there on Twitch. Dang! Oh, you hit the goal! Mervkins! Oh my gosh, you beacon of generosity! What have you done? What have you done? Okay. Let's go. Let's freaking go. I don't even how do I even, what kind of song do you sing for that? Alright, hold on a second. Let's get this good and appreciable here. Okay. The Hype Train, there's 4 minutes left on that Hype Train, y'all. You gonna get some emotes if you keep that Hype Train going up. I'm just saying, that's like a reality. A clap and a half plus a song. Yes, exactly. Dang, something with more energy. Okay, good call, good call, good call. Dang, Mervkins. Dang, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Congrats, Venwave, Rami Alvarez, Perogigon, Corlin, and Kent C. Y'all is gonna get, all right, emotes. You're also gonna get special Discord privileges. Truly, the crown jewel of being a sub is that you are going to get access to the Monday exclusive live stream. Instructions are down in the panels. If you want to access that live stream, let's get Mervkins a song. We want one with energy. Okay, let me see if I can get one with energy. I mean, at this point, like, what a note to end on. I'm just saying, like, okay, turbo. Is this one? It's called Turbo. Oh, this one could have more energy, actually. Let's try this one. Dude, all the ones that I've, like, written down are actually kind of, like, slow. They're kind of low on the hype scale. Let's go with this one. For being turbo, it could use more energy. I agree. All right, let's do this. Oh, Mervkins, have you heard? Have you heard of the Merv? Have you heard of the Merv? Mervkins is in my heart. We're going straight, not doing a curve. Oh, Mervkins is in my heart. Have you heard of the Merv? The Merv don't swerve. We go straight into the heart. Oh, Mervkins, have you heard of the Merv? Merv goes straight into my heart. You do not swerve, you do not curve. Oh, Mervkins, have you heard of them? They are going straight to my heart. Mervkins, have you heard of them? And they don't swerve, they don't curve, they go straight on and oh, Mervkins, have you heard of them? Standing ominously, they don't swerve, they don't curve, they go straight ahead. Oh, Mervkins, yeah. I'm really sorry, but thank you so much for the 5 subs. Really appreciate you, Mervkins. You've always supported so generously. It means a lot. I love you giving the gift. You're giving the gift of stuff. And it's heavy breathing. It's very creepy back there. It's about as creepy as it can get. With the like red face. Thank you, Mervkins. Thank you. Let's go. Dude, Twitch is like so hype. Why is Twitch so hype? What even is this? What even does this mean? What are you talking about? A chest? Oh, I guess stuff you get for there being a hype train. Guys, get your chests. Get your emotes. Let's go. Hell yeah. Twitch is so extra. It's a loot crate just for me. No, I think it's everybody who's in the chat. There's our emote! Yes! Let's go! Wait, why didn't that appear on the screen? Oh, because Mervkins, you don't even have a sub. If you had a sub, it'd be on screen. Wait, can I gift you it? Wait a minute. I need to gift you a sub. I can do that, right? I can do that. I think I can do that. On YouTube, we can't target people. You are subbed? Are you sure? Because you should be able to access the, Hold on. Gift anonymously. Oh, wait, it costs money? Wait, I have to pay to do it? I'm the streamer! I don't have to pay. I'm gonna pay myself half. I'm gonna pay Twitch half of... No! Okay, actually, I'm not gonna do that. It's not gonna happen. Sorry. I'm a little surprised by that. Alright, so I will give props where credit's due. At least YouTube lets me do it for free. It's so weird. You're not subbed. Yeah, you're on YouTube. Yeah. No, don't worry about it. Don't you dare sub on Twitch as well. But sorry, I tried. Maybe there is a way I can do it and I just don't know how to do it. Oh my god, I don't have time to finish this today. I mean, look, it was ambitious. Setting up the whole character creator today was ambitious. And to be fair, a lot of other stuff got done. But I'm not gonna give up. Let's see what I can try to achieve before I gotta stop. So, right, the script. Right, we need some code. Code helps things happen. Hype aside. So I want to say that if the function is called, it's going to, let's say, play idle animation. Play animation. We could even do like something like this. That would actually be nice because we could plug that directly into the animation, which would be nice. The only thing is, I would still need like some kind of match statement stuff at the end of the day. So if we say animation name string, we do need to get to the animation tree, which is going to be a little difficult because it's not exactly referenced anywhere super convenient. Actually, maybe it is. Okay. Static variable ref player animated. Set up the singleton. Reference itself. And then we're gonna go drag in the animation tree. Oh, we don't actually need the animation name though. It's kind of not even true. I mean, I could just call it idle. Drop it in. And then now I have to remember how in the world you structure this code, because it's a little more complicated than I could ever want it to be. I always find freaking animation tree code to be pretty confusing. But luckily I've done it many times and I can just go find the code. I don't know, man. Animation tree code is weird. It's built different. It ain't like other code. So I believe it usually has... Actually, I don't remember. Can I type in like one shot or something? No, not that. Oh god, I don't even know if I remember the animation tree. If I said player earlier, I meant tree. Dang. I actually forgot how it gets referenced. Completely forgot. Animation tree. Actually, you know what? On the documentation, what it does give you is a few examples. It's just not always all the examples, which is what is really annoying about it. So right here, parameters / one slot shot / request. Okay, this is actually what we need. Whew. Okay, set. Okay, this is what I wanted. Good. Now come back to the icon script, and we say when we go to play the animation, I don't even know how I feel about this. Can we just give a separate function? I don't know. This is gonna make a separate function. Play animation idle, and we play this. We have to go find the animation tree, which is in player animated.ref.animation tree. And then from that, we're gonna set that one shot. We do not want to abort. We want to fire. Oh, we could put in here, we could say maybe update and we'll say play is a boolean. We'll say if play do fire, otherwise do abort. We could do fade out, doesn't really matter. Otherwise do fade out. Okay. And then let's see, how much time do I have left? Not a lot of time. I'm gonna speed code this here. Okay, so that's gonna fade it out, but I also I need to adjust the camera, or not the camera, but the character animated here. Let's make that accessible as a unique name. Drag and drop it in. And then we say, no rushing. I have to rush. I literally must. Player, I love to rush. It's exciting. It's my favorite part. It's so funny that it's player animated. Player animated, but it's different. It's a different one. Player animated, it's actually not a different one. I don't care. Rotation. If we're doing the play of the idle, then I would want the rotation X to equal 0. You have to do degrees to radians on that. And then I believe the other one is Y, right? X and Y. We just want to reset that entirely. Otherwise, it's 63.4. Okay, we're gonna need constants for that. Constant player rotation falling X. Player falling rotation X. That is going to be a float that equals negative 63.4. You could even go ahead and degrees to radians that. Negative 63.4. And then we do another one for Y, which is going to be sitting at 90. Okay. I will definitely continue working on this character creator tomorrow and finish it tomorrow. It'll be great. There's no way I get it done today, though. Okay, grab this, paste it in, and this time we say player rotation falling X and Y, respectively. Okay. Playing the animation, do it there, otherwise that. Okay, now I just need to call this function when that menu opens. Right? So if we go to the submenu, and we say on customize, we want to run character designer icon, update animation idle, play true, and then on the others, or when we hit back, actually, when we hit the back button, which is actually over on the sub menu. Oh, this was that. Whoops. Okay, just kidding. That was when we're closing it. This is when we're opening it. Right here, update it to true. Okay. So that means I gotta make sure that by default, on the icon, the character is falling. Come the animation tree. We need that to not be the case. I don't know why it is defaulting to it, but okay. Animation, plug it in here. Call that idle, save it. All right, let's see what we got. There's a lot to do. So I still want to reorganize it, right? I want the character to be like on the left and the color thing to be on the right. So I got a lot of work to do. I guess I got the save and the load to do and actually pass those color values to the different parts in the character. But I really think it can be done. I'm confident that I can finish this tomorrow. I know we can. So I'll be back tomorrow to finish it. Let's at least see what has occurred. So we click on, there's two of them in there? Why are there two of them in there? Okay, I don't know what is happening. What are you guys doing? I'm sorry. What is happening? That is an unexpected result. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could not have imagined in my wildest dreams that that's what would occur. But I can't fix it today. I can't. It's okay. I like it. It's fine. It's okay. I'll be back tomorrow, and I will not be rushing tomorrow until the last minute because it's fun to rush. Rushing is fun. Live a little, man. Jeez. Don't be such a square, Insane Alpha Beta. Alright, y'all, that's as much as I can do. I'm very confused why it would possibly behave that way. But you know what? They're having fun. So, bless their hearts for doing that. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to puzzle this out. Dude, we did so many... There's so many things in here. What is happening inside of there? I can't even begin to imagine. Oh, because it's editable children. I bet it's because it's editable children. All right, we're not gonna worry about it. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the awesome gifts that you gave Mervkins. Means a lot. Thank you for the 10 pounds from Zora earlier. Y'all are the realest. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time on Twitch and YouTube. We got some progress today. I fixed some bugs. We squashed bugs. We hanged out. I got some cool, we hung out. I got some, it's a very different word. We got some cool, bugs fixed. We got the customized settings started, so I'm really happy with the progress. Y'all are the best. I will see you tomorrow. Good luck on your Game Like Jam entries. Good night. Good night to you. Good night to you. Continue some late night Godot. Yay, Kai Night! Learn Godot! Learn Godot! Learn Godot! What are you gonna do? Not learn Godot? This is learn Godot! Good night. Thank you, Kai Guy. Good luck to you as well. Good luck to you as well. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be doing 2 days a week. It's normal now. 2 days a week is like very normal right now. It is the most normal thing you can imagine in the world. There's things that aren't normal and there's things that's normal. This is one of the